前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region DPC as we continue the third tour on the way to 2I, and of course, seeing some Division 2 action to start this day off nice and early for us. We are going to be having ourselves the matchup between Team Magma and Team Saiyan, a somewhat crucial matchup given that for one of these two teams, they'll be finding their journey become a lot more close towards the top two slots, and for the other, suffering their second loss so far of the division. So you don't want to be having that in your early opening matches. Of course, it's going to be one of those things that you need to bring your best foot forward as early as humanly possible. My name's Sine. I'm joined today by Nomad and Dragon Drop. Gentlemen, it's an early morning, Nomad. All of us are suffering this pre-6 a.m. time, but we're here for the Dota. How are you this morning, and how are you feeling about the games?
Yeah, this is not game hours, I'll say that much, but I've got my my coffee.
Oh, with your name on it as well. Oh, that's a flex on us.
Present from my grandma, nonetheless. Excellent. Good job, Clemens. Yeah, we're your casters are going to be well souped up for this game, and yeah. Oh, there we go. 3 out of 3. Excellent stuff.
Gotta be ready for it, right?
Absolutely, yeah. No, enjoying the early mornings here, thriving in these very non-gamer hours. But yeah, hopefully these teams are going to be putting in a good performance. I'm very excited to see how they do. It's about time these teams start pulling out the bag. And honestly, I hope that Magma start putting in a performance, because we know that this team, they can play up to the mark. We've seen this team threaten the likes of of Aster, of RNG. So we know these guys can play some really good Dota when it comes to it, but we just haven't really seen it this season around. Last season wasn't really great for them either, but they did have a few close matches in Division 1. So yeah, I'm hoping this team can play well, and Saiyan, as well. Also want to see what they can bring. But yeah, I'm just really hoping this series brings out the best in each other.
Absolutely. And Clemens, Dragon Drop, we used to see this Team Magma squad in Division 1 coming so close, like Nomad was mentioning, not only in the DPC, but they got very far in a third-party tournament as well. Unfortunately, haven't seen them that much come off the mark just yet. But let's talk about Team Saiyan for a little bit as well. A lot of former Sparking Arrow gaming players now constituting the Team Saiyan lineup. There's some excitement about the squad, but so far, not necessarily the best return. They are also sitting 1-1. But to be fair, they have lost to some, they lost to IG. It is what it is. The return of FY. You can't really deal with that anime power up all that much. But talk to me about what we're expecting from this team going forward, given that, they have the quality on the names to really make a mark on the division. But do you think that's actually going to be where we go as these games get deeper into the season?
That's a really good question. You're absolutely right. They do have the quality, but I don't see them going out, right? Let me just put it that way. They should rally themselves. They should pick up enough wins here and there to avoid that. But just considering the competition here in this bracket, I can't rightly see them going forward to Division 1 next season, which of course means that they very well might, considering our track record when it comes to this sort of stuff. But yeah, they should be giving Magma a pretty good show here. I don't know if I would favor them. I would definitely expect a 3-game series, though, all things considered.
Ooh, I would like to see the full 3 games. Unfortunately, though, Nomad, if we have 3 games here in Division 2, that means it's going to be 3 long games. It's going to be 3 extremely show-stopping, hour-long matches, practically. And, we've had some of these issues before in the last season, and we all had the expectation that this time around, a lot of these teams would have cleaned up in that regard, be more capable of closing out their games. In one of the games that I had where we were with Black, and you were talking about how right now the way the meta is configured, it sort of doesn't really matter how quickly you end the game as long as you put yourself in that winning position and just choke out the map from that perspective. Given that in this type of situation, we have a Team Saiyan lineup who traditionally, this is a team that plays for the much later game. But Team Magma, since losing Shylock and bringing in Bai Yi, they sort of switched up their philosophy and tried to play the game faster. Didn't necessarily work out for them given the nature of the competition in Div 1. But do you think now that they're in Div 2, they are going to start pursuing that faster style still on the side of Team Magma? Or are they going to turn around and adopt what everybody else is doing about trying to extend the game later and later in Division 2?
I mean, so I'm not actually sure I would agree that teams are trying to extend the game later and later. I don't think this is a deliberate strategic move by the teams here in Division 2, but I will definitely agree that there is a tendency to rely on these kind of harder carries, which kind of leads to that. I don't think it's part of the game plan, though. I think it's just a consequence of the kind of comfort which a lot of these teams like to fall back on. They just like to have that late game as the option. And I think that comes from this kind of idea that, oh, well, you know, we're in Division 2, people are going to be playing more sloppy, there's going to be mistakes, therefore if we pick this hard carry hero, we're going to feel less pressured, we're going to make less mistakes, because we know that if the game does end up going late, then we've got it in the bag. But yeah, Magma definitely have not been subscribed to that. You know, they've been moving in a more aggressive route, and I like that. I think that's a good idea. I think when everybody else is having a tendency to pick on these hard carries, if you can then grab something more aggressive in your position 1 and invade the enemy jungle and make moves, you know, then that's going to really benefit you. You know, it's going to give you that trump card to stand out above the region. So I would like to see them move in that direction. Of course, easier said than done. But you know, we'll see what they can pull out the bag in this game. And as I said, this is the time for both of these teams to really show us what they've got and to pull out the stops and really make some plays.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
I mean, this is
make
nice
those big plays. And you were mentioning like the style of drafting, you know, of course, having some of all these hard carry heroes. When we look at Division 2, Clemens, and we look at these carry picks and the heroes that have been occupying the safe lane, unfortunately, not much deviation from what we saw last season. We still see these Deucers. We still see a lot of these TAs. We are seeing a couple of different heroes occupy that role as well, as we do now see on screen some of Team Saiyan's recent results, utilizing this Razor as well in that position. I'm hoping that we get more Razors. As much as I hate the hero, that we get more Juggernauts, fewer TBs, fewer Medusas, et al. Now that Team Saiyan is going to be going up against Team Magma here, and they know they're going to be playing against a team that will play quickly, will try to press the pace, are we going to see them also be like, you know what, there's no point only picking these hard carries. Let's figure out a way to make sure that we can match the pace of this game. And we see some of these stats here. Look at this. Actually, I'm kind of surprised by this.
Lane advantage rate? Uh-oh.
Wow, that's, damn. What happened? Wow.
Well, that settles it then. Congrats to Magma. Yeah, I'm not sure I completely understand. I think it's a stat about how often you win lanes or something like that. But I'm pretty sure they did win a lane in one of the matches before.
No, never won a lane apparently. There it is.
Never won a single lane.
I mean, they played 3 games against Shenzhen and ended up winning 2 of those. So that would have ended up winning the series. I'd imagine would have won a lane, but yeah, either way. Sorry, what was the question? Team Saiyan.
Violently side.
I remember now. Team Saiyan, they kind of want to. Yeah, I mean, there's 2 different approaches, right? Either you just try and match the pace, but then you're playing the other team's game, or you're just trying to throw a wrench into it. Like they've played heroes like Pudge before, which is always really interesting. Apparently, in the last series in a different tournament. Train Protector, though, also springs to mind, like as one of these kind of pocket picks, these go-to heroes if you want to extend the game, if you want to just slow down any sort of fast draft, because that forces them to really commit for towers, or to just have some really powerful push to make sure to get them in one turn. And just a bit of resistance here and there can just derail a fast game plan, and then if you have that late game carry and they don't, you're gonna end up with the advantage. So this would be the approach.
Yeah,
in theory, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on like whether you can play the faster game, and the kind of subtext that is like a faster game usually means less mistakes, but it does also mean that you're in control of the game. So it's quite a ballsy move to move in that direction. But you know, I'm all about that. You know, the team which shows me more confidence is probably the team I'm going to be rooting for.
Well, we're going to be seeing some of that confidence emerge here, and which team has it. A lot of it nowadays does come down to which heroes they have in their draft, and we now have that draft ready, so let us get into it. Game number 1 here, Team Saiyan versus Team Magma. Winner of this will be still progressing very well in Division 2. The loser suddenly looking at 2 losses, and pretty much all hopes of promotion are out of the window, so this is a make or break matchup. And of course, This is Team Saiyan. We need some glowy heroes from the squad, and they will lead things off with the Dawnbreaker. Second time so far they've done this in Div 2. The first pick Dawnbreaker has having quite a few decent results, Nomad. This hero being applied in the Chinese region. Most of the time I've seen it succeed has been in the offlane. Do you think that's the direction they're going for here for Team Saiyan? And do you like it in the advent of Team Magma picking up the tiny DP to counter it?
Yeah, I like the Death Prophet. I like the Dawnbreaker. Yeah, probably an offlane. Probably. Although we did see Gaming Gladiators yesterday actually playing at a carry position to very successful avail. So, could be moved there, but I think most likely we'll see it in the offlane. Yeah, I mean, this hero is sick. Not only is it like nice and glowy and gold, which definitely fits a team like Saiyan, but also, that global presence is really, really nice. I think, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Death Prophet and a Tiny as an answer to this. The thing about Dawnbreaker is that she does kind of allow your team to play very differently. So Razor Pick makes a lot of sense. So sorry, Dragon Robot, I'm going to keep going here, but what you'll see teams with Dawnbreaker do is the Dawnbreaker will play in a dangerous part of the map, and then the other kind of 3 or maybe 4 heroes will run together, and when they see the enemy, rather than just like poking them and soft committing, it forces you to move into this hard committal style of gameplay in order to lock the enemy down, get on top of them, and actually move into a place where the Dawnbreaker can find a lot of value from her ultimate. And the Death Prophet kind of answers that in a way, because you don't want to just run and go sit on top of a Death Prophet. So now it comes down to this kind of cat and mouse game of, can we bait out the ultimate from the Death Prophet without committing the ultimate from the Dawnbreaker? And there might actually be a part of Team Saiyan which actually say where they're willing to throw down the ultimate on the Dawnbreaker to bait the ultimate out of the Death Prophet and then back themselves away and not actually commit to the fight. But then we're getting very 5-headed, and I think maybe a bit of themselves. That's just
there's way too many heads.
I'm seeing opening. Yeah, absolutely.
It is interesting, yeah, but I do like the combo with the Razor though, because Razor is the kind of hero that can kind of sit there, that wants to be taking these extended fights, but that has some issues with sustain here, certainly before I can get the BKB, and even afterwards in this game with all the physical damage that Magma is coming in with. So having a Dawnbreaker to just back you up, get that heal in from the ultimate, might just be enough to turn the tides. If the game state, if the farm levels or the levels are kind of even, this Dawnbreaker can just be enough to make the difference. And then if they add some extra proper burst damage on Team Saiyan, they might just be able to snap out that the Death Prophet's life very quickly at the start of a fight, with or without the ultimate. And that'll be a one-team fight on the back of that. So. And then the question becomes now whether Magma want to respond to that by picking up some sort of safety hero, some Oracle, Abaddon, these kind of things, to try and make sure that doesn't happen, right?
I mean, we've been seeing lately that the combination with the Death Prophet, when you are worried about her life, has been Treant Protector in the backup, and it's been hella strong. Very, very powerful overall. So they could go back for that if they do indeed feel like there's going to be a bit too much damage from Team Saiyan. I'm loving that ban on the Puck. That's another hero that we've seen being utilized in very great fashion. But here in the Chinese region in general, but just overall across the world, everybody's been recognizing that this Puck hero is a little bit silly at the moment, it feels like. One thing I also like about this banning pattern from Team Magma, they're trying to make sure that, earlier on we were talking about it, whether or not Team Saiyan will play at a faster pace here, and Team Magma is trying to, shepherd them in that direction. TB banned out, no Medusa either. So these big carry heroes that we've seen MS enjoying in prior seasons, not going to be available for them. Nomad, talk to me about this. Now that we have some degree of lane aggression coming out from Team Saiyan, they might actually up that 0% lane advantage stat, lol. What do you want to see?
No, not possible.
Wouldn't that be great though? Like if they just did well without winning a single lane this entire season.
Yeah, the secret
that would
strategy.
be. Yeah, that would be like them. That would actually be a Saiyan lineup, You lose the laning phase, but you get a Zenkai boost literally in the game, and that's what makes you strong enough to go and take the dub. There we go. I understand the strategy now. It's all according to plan here, boys.
Yeah. Every anime arc, you got to have the training and then the failure and then the comeback. Classic. Also, did they deliberately pick players based on their names. Because we've got Eren and we've got Son Goku on Team Saiyan here as well, which seems far too coincidental for words. That's ridiculous.
I don't know if it was a necessary condition, but certainly a sufficient one. It was necessary for them to figure out exactly how do we get the maximum anime power up out of this
Basically,
year's squad.
if you're a Chinese player and you play 3, 4, or 5, then just change your name to like, I don't know, Gone or something, and you'll probably get picked up by this team. It's a free shortcut, guys. Just saying. Young Chinese players, get on it.
God King, Gwen experience confirmed for Team Saiyan next season. We're definitely going to see that. But Lich coming out now for Team Magma. This is not a hero that they've played all that often, even though they have enjoyed it before. Not something we see too much these days. It's a little bit slower. And the main issue that I have with this Lich, yes, it's going to secure your lanes. Yes, it's going to be a lot of damage reduction in these fights. This is another option. Instead of playing it with Tree, you put Frost Shield on the DP instead of Living Armor. Doesn't get the same exact results, but sort of immunizes you from having to buy a super early Wraith Pact at the very least. But one thing I'm concerned about here, boys, usually this Lich hero excels in games where you have enough lockdown that there's at least one or two, or at least 2 bounces, onto that Chain Frost. In this game, how on earth do you actually allow that hero to be a participant in the later team fights? We have practically no lockdown as of yet from Team Magma. And not only that, we've now just picked up this Clockwork for Team Saiyan. Got some fight combination breakup, very difficult to get in and stay in the fights the way it's looking, and they just picked up the Enigma. Damn, what is Team Magma supposed to do here, Dragon Drop, to try and equalize the team fight advantage that Team Saiyan has gotten themselves here in the second phase?
I don't know, get some proper team fighting heroes, I suppose. That might be a start. I mean, heroes like Mars still in the pool. They're certainly going to need some sort of front line. I don't think they can just rely on a Death Prophet to be that for them. Tiny as well, like, yeah, he can kind of be there, but the moment he gets controlled a little bit, or the moment they just walk in circles around him, things might get a little bit difficult. Trying to understand this Lich, but as perhaps a response to the Razor, just trying to have that extra defense from the Frost Shields. But it seems kind of weak here, just in that regard at the moment. So I wonder if they have some other plans. Maybe, I mean, Grimstroke would still be in the pool. Maybe you could just go for the double ult and hope for the best there.
The classic.
Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, it would be quite tough because Clockwork is just gonna run in on you. Or at least he's gonna split up the game or the team fight enough for you to have a tough time just getting a lot of spells in, or let alone a good ultimate.
Oh, that's intriguing. Timbersaw coming out. Okay, so in this game, this does feel like a pretty good Timbersaw game in terms of the damage he has to worry about. Right now, Nomad, the only threat that I'm seeing if I'm playing a Timbersaw, the modicum of thing I'm worried about is like Midnight Pulse, Black Hole maybe. But besides that, the damage output that I see from Team Saiyan doesn't necessarily threaten this Timber. They don't have that much lockdown themselves either on Team Saiyan for a hero like the Timbersaw that has that hyper mobility, who can get away from these longer reach spells. I like the Timber, but now we're pretty much forced into a situation where Timber has to be the frontliner. You know, you put Frost Shield on him, he gets into the backline to see if he can disrupt the engagement from Team Saiyan. What do you make of this? How do you feel about the Timber? Are you as sanguine as I am about it, or do you feel like it's still not enough, or it's too many eggs in the just tank up, survive, and try to bully the team type of philosophy here from Team Magma?
I think my problem with it is that there's this very strong strategy against Death Prophet, very advanced, very strong strategy called Run the Fuck Away. And I think that's a strategy which Team Saiyan are going to be engaging in very thoroughly this game. Like, you need to make sure you have something just to stop people just getting back whenever you drop that exorcism, and I feel like that often comes from your offlaner. Now they have to cover that with their Pulse 4 pick, which is kind of awkward. Maybe the Tiny goes in the Pulse 4, which we have seen a lot of, but I don't see why you wouldn't run Tiny carry this game, because it does look pretty good. Yeah, I don't know, maybe you go for something, but then like there's no position ones who are particularly team fighty and like AoE lockdown at the moment. You know, Mag is out of the meta, so I'm a little bit worried. I think Team Saiyan have a bit of an advantage here. Their draft just looks like so brawly, so fighty. You know, I like what they're bringing. They've got the team fight with the Enigma. They've got like the global presence. They've just got a lot of boxes ticked for me. Yeah, I don't know what they can really do. And then the Lena, just to finish it all off, mwah, chef's kiss from me. Really enjoying this draft from Team Saiyan. It looks good on the lanes. The Timbersaw does raise some issues in that regard, but even then, their safe lane of Clockwork and Razor, I think that's fine versus Timber. Obviously, the Timber is going to have a pretty free time, but at the same time, I don't think he's going to be able to take down a Razor. You start diving him, he's just going to link you. He's got Plasma Field to punish as well, so... Yeah, I think this looks really good for Team Saiyan, actually. I don't like this Timber pick at all. And I think that Magma have kind of put themselves in a tricky position with that one. Their playmaking potential just looks really low. Another go with the Spectre as well. Oh, yeah.
All right. This is a bit of a classic for this lineup, huh? Like the Spectre for Bayi. Well, not a classic, but Bayi himself has played a lot of the Spectre hero. It emerges here as the last pick. It solves some of the issues that they do have, some degree of reach. Unfortunately, they still don't have an answer to everyone just running the hell away from them. On the bright side, yes, it is reach. It's some late game scaling damage. It's a hero that also benefits quite greatly from the Frost Shield into the fights. Unfortunately, though, Drag and Drop, as Nomad was mentioning, they still don't have that much catch. They still are very much consigned to this idea of winning the lanes extremely hard and trying to snowball off of that to threaten the side of Team Saiyan. And Team Saiyan, not only do they get this last pick Lina, which gives them some right-click damage, gives them a way to be able to bully this mid lane. Also, in tandem with this Enigma, it's lockdown that can 100% of the time kill a hero that's caught inside the black hole. And Enigma still enjoys a 100% win rate here in Div 2. It's not looking good right here, the way it's panned out, statistically at the very least, for Team Magma. But how much faith do you have in the squad? We've seen them more than once come back from a very bad draft or just from the brink of disaster inside the game itself. Is this the kind of game that they can do that with the Bayi Spectre as the last pick?
Well, I have faith in the squad. I do not have faith in this draft whatsoever. Like someone was saying, there's very little control, and especially this Lina last pick has solved a lot of the issues or a lot of the weaknesses that Saiyan might have had. So you're gonna have Lina running around who's gonna win the lane, like more or less, or gonna do fine at the very least because she's Lina. And then you have a hero that's is very fast that can just work alongside this front line of the Razor, the extra safety of the Dawnbreaker, like can maybe turn things around if they try to go on top of the Lina. And then you have a hero that has a ton of magic bursts that we were talking about up against the Timbersaw, up against the Death Prophet, but also a hero that can scale very well alongside heroes like Razor and Dawnbreaker into the later game, into the right clicks, can build a Silver Edge to deal with the Spectre quite easily. So I do like this draft a lot more. So just purely based on that, would give this one to Saiyan for sure.
All right, sounds like my boys here have a lot more faith in the Team Saiyan draft, even though we have seen Team Magma pull some rabbits rather out of the hat. Personally, I like the Team Saiyan draft as well, but I'm never, ever, ever going to be convinced to vote against the Spectre. So I'm going Team Magma game number 1. Let's see whether or not it's going to be happening in that direction. On the mic right now for this all-important game, we've got Drag and Drop. We've got Nomad. We've got some Dota 2 hype. So gentlemen, take it away. I'll see you after the game. Good luck and have some fun.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, indeed. I mean, I always like to ask myself in this situation, if I'm favoring one draft much more than the other, what has to go right as we have this little tussle over the bounty rune, but nothing particularly exciting happened. So what needs to go right for Team Magma to really take this game? What would you say about that Drag and Drop?
I think Sned touched on it, right? They gotta do well enough in lanes. They can maybe leverage the Timbersaw, some early pressure from the Death Prophet ults. They're probably gonna have to use that on cooldown to try and bully down towers and try and keep Saiyan off balance, right? But the problem with that is that they're going to be very happy to fight you at one point if they have all their own spells at the ready.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I mean, maybe they can take some skirmishes, Again, they run the Timbersaw, try and exploit his power spike. Add the Lich on top of that, some extra Frost Shield, some extra magic bursts, some nukes that you might not expect. They can certainly outplay. But it's gonna be not super easy to do that, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of snowball potential on the side of Team Magma. When you've got a Death Prophet, that'll always be the case. Timbersaw as well. These two heroes, if they got a good advantage, they can create a lot of pressure on the map, which is going to mean that the Spectre gets the space she needs to come online. And then hopefully we just see Bayi go for this Blade Mail straight into the... a bit of a miss on the dagger there. If that had gone through the two of them, that might have been some aggression in the bottom lane. But yeah, I mean, then you can kind of go into this very aggressive global draft, which looks kind of scary for Team Saiyan to deal with. But again, that's dependent on this Death Prophet and this Timber being able to take over. And like I said, I think they've got good answers to that on the side of Team Saiyan.
Yep. Again, especially for the Spectre, it does depend on not being pushed out of lane, and you're already playing up against Enigma, so you're already going to have less creeps to last it, right? Because he keeps denying the range creeps, which is not a great thing, especially for a Spectre who does not have that easy farming tool like some of the other carries have. If you think about Medusa, Templar Assassin, these kind of heroes that can dip into the jungle very quickly, very easily, if they're forced out of lane or if it's just too dangerous. Spectre has a lot more issues with that and could be slowed down because of it, but so far, so good, I guess. 11-1, despite the Enigma kind of being annoying. So I guess that part's working out so far.
It's a good start. It's a good start. And yeah, this Dust Death Prophet, I mean, I've seen her, like, she's really pressuring Zone in the middle lane, but actually not doing enough to get a last hit advantage yet. But she has got 3 creeps coming under the tower. But even so, I think Zone's still in got a decent lead in the middle lane. But at the same time, it's also mid, the lane which no one cares about at the moment, the most boring lane in Dota. So our observers are rightly ignoring it and looking at bottom instead. Hashtag make mid interesting again.
How would you do that? I mean, just some maybe a little extra distance from the towers.
Yeah, like distance from the towers would help. Not having runes just being thrown in your face the entire game would help. It's just too much regen, you know, like everyone's got their own courier as well now, so like, you know, it's really easy. Like, it's just so unpunishing to mess up in the mid lane these days. Like, you can give the enemy a bit of an advantage, but like actually killing them is pretty rare. I don't know. I'm not a fan of how mid feels and competitive at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like you have to really mess up super hard if anyone's going to die. Like outside of any support rotations coming in that are unexpected or unscouted. Even that's
what it comes down to.
Yeah. That's kind of rough as well with the warding action, the warding focus early on in the mid lane, as well as the teammates hopefully being very vigilant and pointing out whenever someone's missing.
Yeah, and look at everyone rotating in for this as well. We've got so many heroes coming over and trying to contest this rune. The water runes for both sides, but Dust did manage to get one bottle up for himself and also punish the Dawnbreaker a little bit for that as well, so that's pretty nice.
Could play those margins, you know, just maybe slight bit of advantage here, a couple extra lasts because of it. Because they have to play that much more defensively because they're just lacking a little bit of extra region, or you just have one of your supports die on the sidelines and then TP mid to refill your bottle. Like, that's normally the way it goes, but a bit of a turnaround here.
Action in the bottom.
Yeah. And Son Goku's actually taking a ton of damage here. Eidolons are doing work, but there's a TP in for Mercy, and that'll be a first blood being drawn and going into the pockets of the Spectre. Amazing.
Yeah, great stuff. That's exactly the start you want in the game from a Spectre. Nice little rotation in there from the Tiny, making the difference. And that's gonna sting actually in this bottom lane. I also wanted to point out as well, you know, we didn't really mention it so far, but the Dawnbreaker is playing in the position 4. Meanwhile, the Enigma is the offlaner. I find that really interesting. I would have expected the Dawnbreaker to be in the offlaner every time here, but hey, you know, Team Saiyan have a different take on how to play this one, and we'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah. I believe I've heard Lizzo talk about that hero a bit, and it's like, yeah, he's really big fan of the Aghanims on that hero. Running her as a 4 will mean that that'll be coming much later if he even wants to go for it.
Yeah, if at all, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's still one of these heroes that still offers a lot of utility just from the spells, right?
Yeah, she does. She's got really strong spells at the moment. Definitely considered OP in the pro community at the moment. But going in for the water rune here, trying to mess with them.
That's spawn top, I believe.
Power rune. Oh yeah, it's at 6 minutes. So it's power rune that just spawns top for Zone instead. So DD in the bottle for the Lina. Wow. Okay, that's terrifying. It's,
very much is. Yeah.
Yeah, so no aggression's going to be allowed on the side lanes for the next minute whilst that rune is bottled, because if you start a fight and then Alina turns up with a double damage and Laguna Blade, you are dead. There is no counterplay. There is nothing you can do. It's like the Mike Tyson saying, you know, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
do some very gankable lanes. Like up top, Clockwork could set up, try and interrupt the Timber Saw a little bit, but there's actually a TB in here. Mercy actually showing up. MS super low. Nice little cogs though.
Oh, Chakram off the mark.
Oof. Might have given them an extra shot, but those cogs are beautiful actually from Clockwork.
Yeah, they disrupted things just enough to get him out of there. Very nicely done. So, and again, this is a Razor factor. You know, most heroes would be caught out a little bit easy there, but of course he just gets the point in Storm Surge, gets the power treads running, and now he's running around at 375 movement speed. MS is hard to catch for a Timbersaw. Meanwhile, Dust getting caught in the side lanes here, but look at that Spirit Siphon going to work, turning it around, and they get the kill onto LWW. And now the Laguna Blade comes through and just takes out the Spectre. What are you doing here? Turning up to the wrong neighborhood. MS going to pick up another one on the side as well here as Mercy will fall. Oh dear. That is a pretty big win for Team Saiyan.
Yeah, that looked pretty decent, like a decent turnaround for Magma. Might still be if they can get MS here as a TP in from Clockwork, but he's already dead with the DP ult still going now. LWW, he came in to try and help, but he's fine still. Zargoku with a black hole on 3. He catches them and he finishes up 1. TZY gets the kill before maybe dumping himself. He's quite tanky, but there is Aaron from the side. Let's throw a big old hammer straight into his forehead. What a series of events here. I mean, it looked good for Magma with a haunt in, you know, getting Spectre involved on a turnaround play, but they only get the 1 support, and then they're like, we can get more than this. They dive the tower for MS, but they get punished super hard. I'm not sure who came out ahead in this exchange, honestly.
Yeah, MS dying there is a pretty, pretty sad for them. But at the same time, yeah, their Death Prophet survived, but their Spectre died earlier. Yeah, I think I'm giving the advantage to Saiyan here, because if they can get this Lina online, she's going to take over the game, and more important, you know, she can basically stand up. You know, her plus Clockwork or her plus Dawnbreaker, that's going to be able to stand up to the pressure of the Timbersaw and the Death Prophet relatively easily, and that's what we've been talking about, right? That's basically the game plan for Magma. If Dust and TTY can run around the map doing what they want, like they've just started doing here, at like basically 8 minutes in onwards, then that's going to be the difference maker. So they will let this tier 1 tower fall, and I don't think they will be able to make the counter pressure happen at bottom on Saiyan, just because of the drafting difference here. It's not what their lineup does. No black hole as well on their offlaner, which is another big issue, really, because you've picked this offlane Enigma because you want this big team fighting spell. You know, he's also going to go for the Orchid build, which is really interesting. I'll touch on that in a minute. But basically, this just means that for the moment, whilst he doesn't have his black hole up, he's just a lane pressuring kind of hero. So he's going to go top and just kind of play the dangerous part, counter pressure, do what he can. But it does mean, like, you know, making active players on the map is kind of tricky. So that, I think, plays into Magma's hands a little bit.
Yeah, it's would take quite the effort from Saiyan to really look for some sort of even a delayed tower trade, like Mercy's holding down a fort down bottom. You'd have to commit Lina plus 1 or 2 heroes, right, to get that kill, to kick them out. Lina did get the boost of travel, I believe, so at least you have that extra speed and extra mobility to be showing up wherever you want. And you can even TP onto Eidolon, so you can always be with your team.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, have you seen this Orchid build on Enigma before?
I do not believe so, no.
So this is something which, interestingly, Lil was the first one to start doing in the CIS region, and he'd basically just, hold up, we've got a Clockwork who's been spotted here, and look at the commitment from Magma. I mean, they know that they're making this move down to bottom because they know that they can follow up the Exorcism with a tower, and that's exactly what they want to do. So, yeah, we'll see if Saiyan are able to come in and defend this tower here. They do have Black Hole in 10 seconds, so it's possible. But anyway, back to the Orchid here. That was something which Lil was doing, just in his pub games, actually, but started bringing it into competitive a little bit in the CAS region, and now apparently we're seeing it in China as well. It basically just makes you a hero throughout the game, right? You're not entirely based around Black Hole. It also gives you some mana regen, which the hero quite likes as well. It's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that does kind of make sense, right? As you said, just being useful outside of that black hole is It's always going to be a boon to a hero like that.
Yep, and also if you can get the silence off before you black hole someone, then it's like definitely dead. Like there is no doubt.
Absolutely. Oh, maybe sometimes you also get to just kind of drive by as
for the bottom lane, as MS is gonna end up taking the fall here. Now the Laguna Blade turns around as they try to bring it down Mercy, which they will be able to do. TZY though running forwards, looking for a target along with the rest of Magma backing him up. The exorcism is no longer. They're just gonna black the hole onto TZY here and bring him down. So Saiyan, they turn it around, and yeah, great use of the back hole there. Honestly, like there's no bigger target at the moment.
Did you just say they're gonna black the hole?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Just it's early. It's still pre 6 a.m. So brain no worky just yet. We'll get there fixed.
Well, we keep that in the back pocket. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world. You know, dust stunned up. Yeah, but there's no way he dies here. Just between the two of them. So yeah, another black hole punching the Timber Saw. And once again, Zone survives, right? Lina now top of the net worth chart. Her net worth a little bit more valuable right now than the Spectres, I would argue. And yeah, again, top 4 net worth are all 3 of them are on the die on Team Saiyan. Timbersaw falling a little bit behind in that regard. Death Prophet as well, which could be a bit of a concern.
Yeah, and this is exactly the game plan for Saiyan, right? Like they basically said, hey, as long as we can use this black hole to take down either the Death Prophet or the Timber Saw, then we're going to be happy about that, because that's just going to slow Magma down so much. And that is why they've run this Enigma in the Pulse 3, I believe, because, you know, they trust Son Goku to pull out these plays. And this is basically just completely diffused the Magma draft, so they can't really do what they want to here. Oh, that Chain Frost is miserable. That is really miserable. As MS actually died in the top lane, which is a pretty big deal, and LWW able to bring down Kazi here and punish him for trying to defuse this push. But yeah, MS did at top. That's surprising.
It looks like he was a little bit too far forward with 3 heroes right on top of his face. So punished very heavily, and they finally get this tier 1 tower in bottom. What they really want is this tier 1 mid. What they also want is the carry to be alive, right? Again, network distribution, not the worst thing in the world, but Spectre is keeping up, right? And the farm Spectre is a very scary prospect indeed. As they're going in, diving past the tier 1 tower. Aaron controlled up, that's with the ultimate, and now TZY also joining in. No escape whatsoever possible. Turns out you don't need control if you can just kill them.
Yep, true enough. Damage is its own form of control in a way.
Clockwork and South ran down though, his Dust still had that ultimate going.
Yeah, nah, just a nice kill here. And this will be the mid tower. 50 minutes in for Magma, you know, it's maybe a little bit slower than they would have wanted with a Death Prophet on your team, but I don't think they'll be sad about it. I mean, I think the issue here is that, you know, this is still only their second tower 50 minutes into the game, but Spectre is coming online, and maybe this Lena's not really doing enough to extend her lead. But the thing is, she doesn't want to fight until she's got the BKB. They've got these really strong dual BKB timings on this Lina and this Razor, 2 heroes which really don't need any other item. They are more than happy just to go, you know, boots into BKB, and they'll be really strong with that. So that dual time coming out. Oh, downtown! That was a spicy one.
Just constantly being picked away at by these Eidolons. The Orchid also made things a bit awkward. And then the snipe from the Clockwork now, Aaron though on top, also being caught. That's a Chain Frost bouncing. What is that bouncing? Towards the catapult into Farm.
Dude, what did Kazi do to deserve this luck, man? His Chain Frost is just like, nah, see it, buddy.
He did not make his offerings to Gaben this morning. I think that's pretty clear at this stage.
Yeah.
You know, some players just always bounce wrong. You know, on Lich, Juggernaut. You know, when there's a creep somewhere in the map, they're gonna bounce.
My Omni slashes are, you know, awful every time. Nothing to do with me, of course. Entirely about RNG.
No, of course.
I don't play the hero anymore. You know, my Omnis are just they're cursed.
It is what it is. Bit of back and forth, getting the 4 positions on either side. I think you're kind of right with the Lina, right? You'd expect her to be a little bit more aggro. Perhaps suddenly now he's just punishing Kazi or Timbus or even TTY when they're this far forward and this alone. For not Aaron and MS able to do that themselves.
Yeah, we've hit that timing, Dragon Jump. We've hit the double BKB timing. Both MS and Zone have their BKBs, which means they are thoroughly in the zone on Team Saiyan. So we're probably going to see them start fighting right now. Now the Spectre caught in the middle lane. Do they have the damage? The hook shot in from LWW. Is it going to be enough? Oh, yes, it is. Baiyi goes down in the middle lane. Huge death there. The amount of times which carries dropped, farming this middle wave here, it's just such a dangerous place to be. And that is a really bad death there from Baiyi, and that's going to mean probably a middle tower going the way of Team Saiyan here.
Yeah.
Did he finish up the eggs before he died? No, he did not. Oof. Oh, that timing could not be worse.
That's a big oof. That's exactly what we were looking for from Lina, right? Just blowing somebody up with just a little bit of extra help. Now, with the safety of the BKB zone, feels comfortable going for these kind of plays. Kind of lucky that Spectre was left all alone in that mid lane. Is okay.
Oh, okay.
Dust, though, he's owning. Like, he's been shooting up until the Nev, not even surpassing the Spectre. Just using that that ultimate off cooldown as Kazi gets caught. Yeah, he's very dead.
Yeah.
It's like Guna Blade off cooldown again. What the hell? I keep forgetting that it's, what, 70 seconds? It's crazy.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the nice 1 minute cooldown on the on the 700 damage magic nuke. Why not? But whilst that was happening, the bottom tower did fall. So all the tier 1 towers have now been taken by the side of Magma. Pre-20 minutes, it's a good enough timing. It's good enough.
Yeah.
You know, you are the team with the Spectre. And, you know, this is now the BKBs are up there. They're still able to come in and take a tower just because this Enigma went down. So, yeah, I gotta be feeling good about that. And Enigma actually stopping for a BKB before he goes for the Blink Dagger. That really does surprise me because, you know, you've got the silence from the Death Prophet, you've got the tiny Avalanche and Toss, and then you've got the Lich with the Sinister Gaze, but that's it when it comes to lockdown, which is not much. The bottom lane, Aaron is going to get caught out here, and this is the first usage of the Shadow Step here from Baiyi, an example of things to come here from Saiyan, as they can no longer afford to be split out across the map, because that is what's going to happen.
Yeah. I love that item Scepter and Spectre when the moment they change it. It just allows you to play the hero so much more differently. Like, previously you'd be a slave to your ultimate, which is with a huge cooldown. So you'd be very scared of using it. Because then you would have to play very defensively, or you'd have to play close to your team if you wanted to join fights. Now, having 2 spells that do the same thing of, like, getting you across the map to join a fight is just amazing, especially with the low cooldown on the Shadow Step. Yeah, it just entirely changes the hero. Can play so much more active.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can just be everywhere as well, you know, it allows you to get a ton of XP as well from all the assists, which is really nice. So yeah, you can really start to pull ahead. And this Lina is going to feel, you know, a little bit scared. She's actually going for the Shadow Blade, which I love. I think this is a great answer to it, as she blows up TTY in the middle lane. Again, just showing a bit of counter aggression here. But interestingly, going back to the Orchid on Enigma, another thing
Aaron,
he did a bit more aggressively.
Aaron did not learn his
Didn't
lesson.
learn the lesson at all.
That's questionable at the best right there, but I guess someone's gonna have to take the aggressive farm, question mark.
Yeah, maybe not if it means feeding the Spectre a kill every time. But nevertheless, you know, this time he's going to learn for sure. But Sned just feed me a lovely stat that there have been 6 total pickups on the Orchid on all time on Enigma, including this one. But this one is the 2nd slowest of all time as well. So just an example of how this lane maybe not going how they'd hoped. Although I do believe that one of those might have been on a mid lane Enigma. I remember, I think, that's a stretch. That's a stretch. I don't remember who did that. But there was indeed in the mid lane Enigma who went for an Orchid as well. So
that's also very wild in and of itself, right? Oh yeah, mid lane Enigma. What?
Dota's a fun and interesting game in that regard.
It really is. Smoke will break. Zone, gotta leave. Oh, Shadow Blade, BKB. Turn it to fight here, trying to TP out instead of... There's not!
God.
Yeah, something is clenched quite hard at the moment. I'm not going to go
Yes,
into
there's
detail, but
little puddle in his gaming chair now after that one, but he does make it out. But at the same time, this means there is no Lina for this Roshan here. They can't really let this one go on Team Saiyan, but at the same time, how do you stop it? Well, a hook shot into the pit with a Solar Guardian on top might be the answer to that, but Clockwork, he just can't find the angle. Kazi in a great position there to interrupt LWW, who's actually now going aggressively onto the Lich. And he wants this kill, my god. All right, well, down goes Kazi at the very least, but he just picked up for the side of Magma. I have to say, they're playing this well. They're keeping themselves in the driving seat. And Saiyan, even though they've got the 4K gold advantage, they lose out on the Aegis, which now goes into the hands of the Spectre, who's getting very, very strong.
Yeah. The jump on zone, just even though they didn't get the kill, might have been better, honestly, if they gotten the kill. Might have been able to buy back TP into the fight, ready to go. As it stands, he just had to recharge, walk all the way back. So it's... yeah, obviously TP wasn't cooldown anyway. LWW gets caught as well. Yeah, they're keeping the momentum going, you know, just as you said, keeping themselves in the driver's seat, getting that Aegis ready to go. So yet another thing that allows Spectre to play that much more aggressively here. And Zone,
yeah, this
the only real problem right now, they keep going at her. BKB comes through, but now there's some else on Goku with a black hole, but so much damage being done back. Ooh, not ideal. Aaron jumping in, but now escaping into death. That's not the way that they wanted that one to go, I'm sure.
No, and I believe that was the silence from the Death Prophet, almost already coming out when the black hole comes out as well there. Not ideal, but yeah, just another example of how strong the Spectre is with the Aghanims. It also gives you, it means that you can just use Haunt for things like this easily, you know, because you're always going to have that Shadow Step Up, 40-second cooldown on that. So interchanging that with Haunt just gives you such uptime. And yeah, this is really pushing them pretty far ahead here. I'm getting worried for Team Saiyan.
Just a little bit, right?
And now we're continuing here. MS, he's in trouble. He's just getting beaten down by the Spectre, pretty much solo. Going for the TP wave, but I'm not sure he's going to make it. They don't have the damage, though. And he gets himself out. Get a basher on this Spectre right now.
Yeah, Spectre is becoming to be a huge problem. Especially when Saiyan keeps playing like that. Like they're solo pushing out lanes, and then they're being caught. This time he got lucky, but just one more right click and he would have died to BKB or no. And this is very concerning. Right? We just lost a team fight attempt. Don't really want to call it a team fight at bottom because it was over so quickly. And they keep threatening heroes like Zone again down bottom. This time he has some help from LWW, but damage is being done. Nice little LSA still alive. But yeah.
Okay.
So there's so much you can do between the two of them, so they will both fall, not get anything in return.
I don't know, I guess he was dusted or something, but got the invis out and then just decided, no, I'm going to try and kill this Tiny. Alright, bro. Good try.
Yeah, dust was used.
Okay.
According to the fight recaps.
Well, even then, I feel like the mobility should have been enough to maybe stand a better chance of getting out of that, but no escaping Spectre, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right. Aghanim's now completed on the Dawnbreaker. We have 44 seconds to wait until the next black hole. That's kind of the next timing from Team Saiyan. They will still have the Aegis for another 40 seconds when that black hole is off cooldown. So we'll see if they choose to go immediately or if they wait for the Aegis to run out and then go. That's kind of up to them, but Mercy once again finding another target, and guess who's here? But they're going to try and save him actually here with the Solar Guardian coming on down. They're looking to try and punish the Spectre for this, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Spectre just runs away.
They kept their Enigma alive at the very least with that jump, but this is no real easy way to kill Spectre right now with how far behind MS has fallen. Like even without, right, Blade Mail makes it very awkward for Razor to do his thing of just going in, so
Can't do it. Mercy jumps forwards here, and the ultimate comes out with the Haunt. Do they have the damage to bring anybody down when they've already taken down Mercy, and Aaron's going to fall as well, so it's 2 for the side of Magma, as once again, the Spectre just running forwards onto any hero they want, and now they look forwards MS as well, but Zone comes in with a stun, only landing it onto 1. Refresh Web actually used from MS here. He really wants to live through this, but he's just being chased down by Dust, and the Ghosts are going to finish the jump, and they get Zone under their tier 4s. Oh my god, there is no stopping Magma at the moment as they continue looking for more, and the Clockwork is going to be next on the kill list, making it a full 5-man team wipe from the side of Team Magma. Unbelievable aggression.
Excuse me, well, go find a fork, because I'm about to eat my words as Saiyan is getting their asses kicked right now. I mean, there's no other way to say it, and look at this juicy region now. Very fast, back up to full as the Aegis expires, and yeah, I mean, they just run them down with physical damage, and even the power of the Lina just not enough to stop all of them, you know? No one else can really do it. Certainly when there's no black hole threat.
Definite cope from me here, but again, like, what has this Enigma done? Like, what has this Enigma actually done in the offlane?
Well, there was one 3-man black hole up top. That was pretty good.
Yeah, which got them a kill onto Timbersaw. You know, that was okay. I mean, he's basically black holed the Timbersaw twice in the early game, and since then, I don't know. You're like, I really don't, like, what, why pick this? Why? Like, I didn't really love that. The Enigma was a good pick. I just don't know why it's offlane. Like, it's not an amazing Enigma game. Yeah. You don't really need the lane push. You know, you've got a Lina with Boots of Travel, right? Like, you've got a Dawnbreaker 4. You don't need anyone to shove lanes out. I don't know. Like, this feels like such a... They basically put themselves on this timer where they can only play the game every 200 seconds with a Lina and a Razor draft. Is that what you want? I don't think so. I think the Dawnbreaker would have opened up the game so much more on the POS 3, but you know, alas, it is what it is. Maybe it wouldn't have changed things at all, but maybe they just didn't want to run the core Dawnbreaker into a Timbersaw. I don't know if that's too much of an issue though. I'm just confused.
No, right? But yeah, I mean, a core Dawnbreaker would have gotten towards like the shard for as well. Much more quickly into the BKB. I mean, you still got the Aghanim Scepter now, so you have that extra utility, and there is still a team fight in them, like a very good one. If Magma just feel too far ahead of them, like if they're too far ahead of themselves, they get caught with 2 or 3 heroes inside the black hole. Then this could still be a problem. But I gotta wonder about the spec. Actually, they're going in, they're trying to make a play. Mercy actually with the initiation. Nice silence out. Son Goku in a lot of trouble. Dust just clicking him down with the help of the ultimates. No black hole, no nothing for 50 seconds. And just like that, the fight, and maybe the game's over. MS as well. Big run at Dust. Well, he's taking some damage in turn though between Zone and Dust. Still alive. The last right click's not enough.
Where did that Aeon come from? He just assembled it in his inventory in the very last minute to keep himself alive. That Dust absolutely gaming them right now. Unbelievable. Where did that come from?
How do you play in the face of that much swagger? You don't.
What? Wow. Okay, that was sick. Dust is feeling it right now. He's having a good time. He's enjoying the series. He's enjoying the game. Playing some Dota. You know who's not playing Dota? This Enigma.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as the fight started, Dust was immediately on Enigma. With the silence, with the ultimate already going, so just burning him down, sitting right next to him, so Ghosts don't have a lot of travel time even.
Yeah, I mean, it's a telling sign that they went for a 5-man smoke on the side of Saiyan, and the moment their smoke popped, the Enigma blinked away rather than blinking in.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. I really do. Like, there's so much to cancel the black hole here that if they are prepared for you, then it's very unlikely that you're going to get one off. But at the same time, like, what's the alternative? Like, they have Horn, they have this Shadow Step, you know, they have a Blink Death Prophet.
Yeah.
It's very hard to get away. A Blink Dagger is not going to cut it, I'm afraid. It's do or die at this point.
Yeah. It's a matter of maybe not getting the max duration black hole out. If you get it out for just a couple of seconds, maybe that's just enough space that MS and Zone needs to just do some damage, get a quick kill, and try and build the momentum inside the team fight.
As Shakespeare once said, a black hole that exists for 2 seconds is better than a black hole that exists for none. As LWW will be on the receiving end of the Magma aggression once again, and now back into Roshan we go. And DP says, hey, an Arcane Rune, cool, that's going to be an Exorcism on a 105-second cooldown. Very nice.
Yep.
Still
Dust
like
with that Exorcism. I mean, if you haven't floundered, right? Dust has been very effective with these exorcisms so far. And he's looking for ghosts. He's hunting again. Oh, for Son Goku, I would say. The old Enigma.
The old Enigma. He's pretty old, one of the fundamentals.
Oh.
Top lane, meanwhile, Eren will unfortunately be brought down. The Titan will fall at the hands of Chanming. Sorry, Bai Yi.
Huh.
I expect to finish an item and was out of mana, so just TP back to base. Guess what? I got a shadow step to get jumping in again. Kazi, go find a hero for me.
Yeah.
Go on, bud.
Go
Full
scout.
stuff on the
Yeah.
high ground.
Go
Come on,
bait.
Cuddy.
We could just easily send Mercy to do that. He has his blink and then he can force stuff away. And he's also way tankier. But I gotta take it slow. No, Dawnbreaker could buy back, but with 50 seconds, it's unlikely that you use it, even if it would be necessary for the ult to come in. You know.
We have a BKB and 100 gold, guys. This Enigma might be able to play the game. I don't want to excite anyone as LWW goes down in the middle lane, but it was a necessary sacrifice, you know, like...
Yeah.
Alright, smoke up. They're going for it. Saiyan, it's do or die. And oh my god,
no.
it's definitely die for MS straight off the bat. Son Goku just running away with this BKB. I mean, he needs to find a way into this fight, but they might want to wait until their Razor's back. Another smoke coming out again. Let's try it again, boys. That one didn't quite work, and now they jump in.
Oh. There it is. They getting the support Tiny. Good job. And now Spectre returning with bashes. Son Goku's getting some help. But it's not even enough with all the heals. So Eren, next to the list of casualties, more likely than not. There it is. Oof. That's all I can say. Oof.
Well, that Tiny did die, so, you know, can't take that away from him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Mission complete. Excellent. Farmed all games.
Flash one. And we lost our entire Air Force. Yeah. Oof.
Oh well, it's what it is. I feel like that's probably... I don't know, maybe they get one more chance to get off a black hole here. Maybe they don't go run down bottom lane immediately. Exorcism still on cooldown for 70 seconds, so start your stopwatches. This game ends in 70 seconds time. Maybe give them a little bit longer to get through the tier 2 tower, and the second fortify will be up by that point, but it'll be difficult. Meanwhile, LWW is collecting the freebies. Anyone tries to go and D-ward? No thank you, that's not allowed.
At this point, you certainly feel very happy playing Spectre. You know, you got all the items that you want.
God, yeah.
Don't even need that many damage items because Dust is just taking care of that problem. So
absolutely. If you could just go in and just kill people who are trying to D-ward by yourself and not fear death, then it's a great game.
Yeah. I mean, people by themselves, right? That's exactly the kind of kills that Spectre can go for very easily, because that's when the Desolate kicks in. Also on the Manta style illusions, so yeah, that's where the damage is real.
Magma. Oh, that is an aggressive movement here from the Timsol, getting right on top of the Enigma. Black Hole, BKB coming out from the Enigma to get himself away as MS runs to the front line with this BKB, but he's just being kited to the heavens. There comes the Guardian Age. Is that going to be enough? Sorry, the Soul Guardian to try and help out here, but MS is going to fall regardless here. Nothing to really be helped here as Saiyan just chased back into the fountain, beaten back into the fountain here by Magma.
It can't even leave.
Yep. Not allowed out.
They're losing their health points so damn quickly that all they can do when the fight starts is run away. And so, that's a double combo here. He is done for.
An opportunity.
Now, there we go. Jump forward. Son Goku barely lives. Eren, not so much. Yeah, just chase him into the fountain.
Oh, chakra.
Sure, why the hell not? TY actually don't want to get the last set, and it's a full wipe. Zone bomb back. They're all kind of low. Okay, Gazi dies. At least that's something, but that's all they're gonna get now.
Yeah,
This is why I ended
expecting
with the triple kill.
those lovely little G's to be coming out any minute now as Magma finish off the barracks, and Saiyan will inevitably fall in this game. I mean, they're not GGing, and I don't know why.
Making them work for it, I suppose.
Dream's still alive. Guys, I've watched many animes, you know, like in animes they do come back from this situation, but unfortunately, this is real life. This ain't no anime, and unfortunately, this is not looking great.
It's a real life video game. Magma.
Indeed. Well, Magma will take this first game here on the back of that Spectre, apparently not needing the extra little bit of lockdown or team fight. They just run around the map doing whatever the hell they want, and Team Saiyan can't really do anything about it, apparently. So they will drop in that first game. And I guess we can... look at the celebrations, the rabid celebrations going on right now. Hey, Snare, how's it going, bud?
How's it going is that you dropped that Shapespeare quote about the Enigma, right? And I think the more appropriate quote for our poor Enigma there was the one of, unfortunately, I wasted time and now doth time waste me. Was a difficult game overall there for the side of Team Saiyan. They did what they could initially. It seemed like they were going to have some options, but unfortunately, Team Magma end up taking the series in very powerful fashion. As much as I might have been, I'm a bit happy that the Spectre won. It's one of my most played heroes for a reason. I love that hero, but
Same.
Hey, same, my man. Enigma win rate continues to not be 100% drag and drop. This is the first loss that Enigma has suffered here in the China DPC. However, this is countenanced by the fact that the Spectre continues the 100% win rates. It's only 3 games now at this point in time, but it really is seeming to be the case, drag and drop, that here in China, although the hard carry meta of like these Deucers, Terrorblades, that might be on the wane and on the decline, but feels like the Spectre hero is on the rise, and every single game I see it is looking scarier and scarier and scarier, especially with how fast this hero can get off the mark. In this game, he achieved not only being able to come out very early with that Aghanim Scepter. Take a look at this drag and drop. That was the fastest Ags on this patch, about 8 minutes faster than average. Kind of insane performance coming in right now from the Spectre on the side of Team Magma.
Yeah, and suddenly everything went right. Like as we were touching on during the game, that doesn't have to be the case. Like if Spectre gets pushed out of lane, if she can't last it properly there, she has a very rough time in the jungle. And honestly, even with that start, we saw her a couple of times almost dying to Ancients, struggling to finish up a single camp, not even a stack. So she does have these weaknesses, but with a good start in the lane, with a couple of engagements here and there, and you get these really good timings, which allow you to play that much more aggressively. And if you play her like that, you can certainly carry that momentum all the way through, as we just saw. Part of that, though, is, I want to say, down to the way Saiyan played that offlane and played the game in general. It felt like they, as Nomad was also saying, like, this Enigma 3, what was it really for? Like, it did not really allow them to play aggressively into the Spectre, trying to hunt her down in the jungle. And normally you'd also say that was Lena's job, but Zone didn't really do that either, because I don't know, because it was too scared.
I mean, it seemed like they had an idea, right? Like they had an idea on how to play this this Enigma aggressively, going for the Orchid, which is very unusual for a Enigma, but has been done before. That was kind of the approach they had, where they were like, okay, we're going to build this Orchid on Spectre, we're going to use that to kind of play more actively and be on the enemy side of the map. There is a way that can work, but like it almost feels disrespectful to the side of Team Magma, being like, basically saying that we're going to be stronger than them even when our black hole is down with this Enigma offlane, just because we've got the silence and an Orchid available. That's not really how it works, unfortunately. So that didn't really end up going their way at all. It did just feel awkward. It really did. And I would love to see this Dawnbreaker on the offlane next time. But unfortunately this time around it was the Enigma and just didn't really work out. But it's easy to say things in hindsight. Maybe a different day. The Orchid pays off massively, allows him to play actively. He's just on the enemy side of the map, shoving in waves with Eidolons all the time and landing dank 420 black holes. Who knows? But this time around, we didn't get to see that.
Not at all. Unfortunately, one of the things that really held this Enigma back is this early pickup of this Blade Mill absolutely wrecked Team Saiyan. They only got the one early BKB out on this Lina early on in the game. But, Razor, of course, with that BKB you expect. But unfortunately, this meant that this Enigma couldn't actually do anything. It's either you find yourself casting Black Hole and Midnight Pulse and you just die, as we saw in the replay before this, or you do what he did and realize, wait, I need BKB and Blink Dagger. If I get Blink first, I can get close, but then sometimes Horns will come out before the Blink, and I can't actually do anything. MS regrettably also found himself having a very difficult time. When you are being chased in your base at 26 minutes as a Razor with a Refresher Orb and Double Storm and you still die, yeah, things are not looking good for you overall. Yeah. I mean, Nomad, this game was such a luxury for Team Magma that TZY, who we were expecting to have a good game and he needed to snowball if they were to win the game, not only did he end up snowballing massively, he had time to go back for a luxury pickup of an overwhelming Blink just because he can. Didn't need it, but man, I've just got the money. Casually gets the fastest overwhelming Blink on this hero of all time. Because he can. Chill. Game is very fun.
I actually love that pickup. I didn't get to talk about it because the game was so fast, but we talk about, the kind of lack of control on the side of Magma, which they definitely had, but I think Mercy played incredibly to make up for that. He was finding all the right picks. But the overwhelming Blink absolutely helps with that team fight control as well. Just jumping in, getting that slow off on everyone is really underrated aspect of the item, but it's very, very good. And yeah, just really doubles down on the whole, just running at them thing which Magma had going on. Another thing which really worked out pretty well for them when it came to getting the advantage and being able to slow them down and blow them up was definitely the Frost Shield. That one really helped out as well.
Yep. I'm thinking this Lich hero, we were talking about it in the draft, right, about the nature of Frost Shield onto several of these heroes. Great on Spectre, great on Timbersaw, great on the Death Prophet. And, Treant Protectors have been another hero that helps with that. But in this game, I'm starting to think that if you have this hyperactive kind of draft that can reach forward with high amounts of sustain, you might not need heroes like Tree. Hell, in this game, they didn't even need a Wraith Pact. That just shows how strong they could be, which is awesome. And Dust regrettably ends up getting this MVP award. I say regrettably because now I'm anticipating more Death Prophet mid in my pubs. Thank you so much. Yay. But 71% kill rate here, Drag and Drop. Yeah. Great amount of experience, lots of kills on the map, tons of assists, tons of building damage, everything you could possibly want out of this Death Prophet he achieved for us. And this build that he went for here with this Blink combination into the Aeon Disc prior to getting the Shivas allowed him to always be at the forefront of the fight. And because of the lack of BKBs, especially on this Enigma, suddenly you're not just afraid of being jumped on with the silence. You have to worry about Spirit Siphon because he has that young shard. Practically impossible for Saiyan to play this game, and we just see this where every single stat goes very negatively against them because Team Magma were in control of every aspect of the map here. So going into the next game, if you're on the side of Team Saiyan, you've just experienced this debilitating loss. Let's say you're the coach here, Drag and Drop. What are you telling the squad to try and figure out a way back into the game? Because they suffered a lot of mental damage as well as game damage in game number 1.
Well, this certainly did, and once again, I remind you that I'm just a stupid guy talking about the game instead of coaching.
Wow, what inspiring words!
Probably not have good advice. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Pretty good hype me up the game too.
I'll tell them, I don't know why I'm here. I'm not a great coach, but you guys got this. Just. Again, we like the draft. I still kind of like the draft. It's just a matter of being more comfortable. Thing, let it up well. Yeah, maybe it's just that, try and take matters into their own hands a little bit more, try and be a bit more aggressive, play around this Razor. Like MS did not have a great game, so maybe that was the one problem that you could maybe address in the next one.
Actually, he raises a very good point there, Nomad, given the fact that we saw in the prior stat that they had a very low lane advantage coming out from Team Saiyan, right? And part of it, I think, after watching this particular game, even though they had some decent itemization, they didn't really seem as confident in moving across the map to assist each other when things are going a bit south, not going as well as they could have been. We only saw the one really big rotation, pre-15 minutes, coming from the mid Lina, which is kind of surprising given that it's a guaranteed kill, Black Hole into the Laguna Blade. We should be seeing that over and over and over again, right? Given that Team Magma seem to have a very good handle on what they're doing right now, For Team Saiyan, is there a way for them to sort of change their mentality about the early game? Or is it about maybe drafting differently to their usual style of draft in order to enable heroes to be able to participate at that stage of the game?
Yeah, I mean, change the draft or change their play style. That is kind of the question they're going to be asking themselves right now. I think in the short term, you kind of probably need to try a different play style, because I think playing a fast game when you've just gotten wrecked is really, really hard, because it's punishing to play a fast game. But yeah, like in the long term, though, I think you just need to refine this a little bit more. That this can work. I think I liked what they were putting down here. I just don't think they made the right moves. I think when it comes to the faster you play, the more you have to rely on your timings, which means that when you get this double BKB out, you need to be dominant on the map. You need to be moving around. The issue is, the Enigma never got his BKB until like the very last few minutes of the game, which makes it very hard for him. But even then, like you can just go and play without him, and he can come in later on and just black hole someone as the extra pickoff. He's not that important to the game, and I think they overvalued him a lot. Even though he was in the offlane, you're just ignoring that fact entirely. I think they've just put too much emphasis on the fact that black hole is on cooldown a lot of the time, and not enough emphasis on the fact that they just need to be on the map doing things, taking towers, moving as a unit. We never saw that from them. They just seem to get kind of picked off by this Spectre, and the moment you let that happen, the Spectre's game just gets even better, because when you're all split up, when you're not playing as unit, the Spectre just has an excellent time with his Aghanims, the Tiny as well, finding those pickoffs as well. Like they just started getting scared. They got in their own heads, and it's a tough situation to get themselves out of. But if they draft themselves into a better situation for this next game, then it's going to feel so much better.
And speaking of a draft, we have one coming up right now for the second game. Team Magma versus Team Saiyan. Game number 2, very important for Team Saiyan to try and look for some degree of recovery. They need that Zenkai boost, need to find a way to depower Team Magma. Unfortunately, Team Magma still maintaining this mid DP. Well, it could also be the TZY Jazz Prophet, we do not know. And they got some flexibility as well with this TA. Very rare that Dust ends up playing this hero, so it's a Bai hero as well. But on the other side here, Team Saiyan do have something a little bit better for themselves. Some more activity. Got this early Pango, presumably going to be occupying this mid lane for zone. And we already have the Pango counter with this Grimstroke. And some further development down the draft here, Dragon Drop, because now that they at least have the Soulbind, last game they had some difficulty connecting their spells in tandem with each other. Not that difficult to do when you just Soulbind 2 targets, burst them down with some spell. This does seem to be that Team Saiyan are thinking through and addressing the fact that, hey, we're very disconnected last game. Let's pick heroes which force us to have to play together, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, I do like this approach, both Pango and Grimstroke, some solid staples that you can get a lot done with. Like, even if you're playing from slightly behind, as you said, there's always this potential of a nice Soulbind turnaround, just depending on what kind of combos they want to pick up with that, even if it's just quote-unquote a Dragon Knight, which is a very powerful single target stun, which you just then all of a sudden have on two sides. We've seen, I believe, not sure if it was in Saiyan or somewhere else, but I've seen the Grimstroke with the Vengeful Spirit, which is always great too, because you get like 4 missiles when you have the shard, which is insane.
More missiles, less problems. So that's my mantra in life.
Yeah, exactly. So there's always possibilities like that. For now, though, they're gonna go for the Tusk. So some more aggression coming in from that.
Tusk. I haven't seen this hero. Went missing for a while. There was a point in time, like a week or two, where he was everywhere. And then everybody sort of decided, we're not really that hype about it at present. Kind of interesting to see it emerging here. Has it been picked? I don't remember seeing this so far in China. I've seen this in other regions. Let's see. So it's enjoyed 2 picks, 50% win rate so far in this region. What do you think here, Nomad? Does this enable Team Saiyan a little bit more? They need to be, this at the very least, like I said, forces you to play with your squad, right? There's no way you pick Tusk and then you still want to be playing each individual lane by themselves. I'm assuming this is going to be their 4 position, assisting this Pango in the mid lane as well. Do you like it here versus the DPTA? Because I'm a bit worried that there's going to be times where you sort of drag your team into awkward and dangerous positions right in front of the Ghosts, Malstrike, etc. So what do you make of this 4-position Tusk in this game?
Well, this is actually one of the most OP combos in the game, Grimstroke Tusk, because actually when you use Soulbind and then you snowball a target, obviously, any targeted spell is replicated, which actually turns into 2 snowballs, which actually splits your hero in 2 a la Meepo, and you can do that infinitely. So by the end of the game, we should have about about 200 or 300 tusks running around, causing chaos across the map, which is kind of impossible to deal with. So yeah, that'll be an issue to deal with there. But obviously,
I object to the enemy logic.
but no, that is in completely a lie. In case you're wondering at home, if there's anyone who's like played 2 games of Dota, going like, "Well, that's really good now."
Wow, that's
Why don't we see that more often? But no, I think it's really good against TA and against Death Prophet because the snowball also acts as a save in the right circumstances, and that can be what you need just to stop them, getting off that extra little bit of damage, and it can be the difference maker. So yeah, yes, you can snowball people into death, but I'm sure LWW is a good enough Tusk player to not do that. And yeah, I mean, just having that extra bit of time inside the snowball just to chill out, get blinks off or whatever, and just kind of not die whilst your team deal is a really big deal. I think this Lycan pick's actually excellent from Team Saiyan because what you really want against TA and Death Prophet is something just to get on top of them, deal a bunch of damage, and bring them down. And this Lycan does exactly that. It's a really, really good Lycan pick. I love it.
Lycan can definitely accelerate the game for them. Last game, we also saw them having some major struggles with pushing down towers, even though they had that Enigma. So this will help elide that particular issue. But Dragon Drop, a hero that we do not see at all these days. Oracle emerging here. Only the second Oracle pick in the entirety of the DPC across all regions and divisions. Of course, in this game, we were talking about it last game, right? When you have Dusk going forward, last time he had the Frost Shield to help him out. They're not going to go for that in this game. It's the Oracle instead with the False Promise, which also means you'll be back up to full HP every single engagement. They don't really have that many tools on the side of Team Saiyan, right? To get onto the backlines and isolate and kill this Oracle. Pango can sometimes do it, but it feels like they're going to really struggle here on the side of Team Saiyan, even though they have this faster pace available to actually deal with the sustained potential of Team Magma. I mean, Oracle, DP, Nyx Assassin in the laning phase, and now a last pick Timbersaw. My God, get me out of this game. I'm glad I'm not in this lobby, honestly, if I'm on the side of Team Saiyan.
Yeah, you are right. Like that's this very in-your-face kind of draft, and as you said, there's a lot of sustain. There's still some vulnerability, so like especially this Nyx Assassin, like we've seen it crop up every once in a while, but it's kind of been underwhelming just because it here so many levels to really be useful. I feel like. So we'll see how that one works out. It does add some actual stuns though to the lineup this time around, so you gotta applaud that. As for the Oracle, they can snowball on top of him, and Lycan is also pretty fast. So if you just run at the Oracle, you don't even have to do it yourself. You can just send your wolves and your menagerie at him, and then that might just be enough to force spells directly on himself, which means that they're not available for us. So I think that's not the biggest issue, generally speaking, if they get to play the way that they want to play, and if they know where the Oracle is at, right?
I mean, my thing is that there's no way they can get away with this again, right? Surely Team 7 realize they have to shut down this Nyx, right? 3 calls, not a single stun between them. Like, come on, it can't happen again. Surely Team 7 can learn to take advantage of this. Like, just get up some armor and just like shut down the Nyx Assassin, and the team fights are going to feel super easy for you. I don't know, man. Like it's in my head, I'm just like, there's no way they can get away with this. Okay, you've got Fortune's End as well. Sure, it's like a stun,
like a pseudo stun, I guess. Yeah,
it's pretty good against Lycan and his units as well if he doesn't split them up. But
I don't know, fam. Okay. It sounds like some weapons grade copium to me, Nomad, because they might get away with this twice. Although this is, of all the heroes they could have gotten at the end of the draft, right? You're talking now about the lack of lockdown on Team Magma, the lack of ability to keep the targets in one position. One of the best heroes to exploit that issue is a hero like Slock, right? You pick up this hero and you see that, you know what, we're going to have a fairly decent time in the off lane. Not the worst thing against this Timbersaw, not really a threat to you until a bit deeper into the draft or into the game itself. Can scale into the late game, can buy BKB. At that point, the enemy team pretty much has nothing against you. Can get to the backlines of the fight to find and kill that Oracle and or force him to use False Promise on himself so he can't use it on DP. Although Slock is one of the most temperamental heroes in all of Dota 2 history for a reason. So how do you feel about this? It's the second Slock in China. So far, it has won in the region. And actually, it's enjoying 100% win rates across all regions at the moment with 4 wins. We just saw his 100% win rate hero on the Spectre do a similar thing. Are we going to have back-to-back games, Nomad, where a carry hero with 100% win rate forces his team into a winning position?
Maybe, but I don't like this Slark pick at all, to be honest with you. To be completely honest, like the thing I always think about Slark is like, if he hits a certain timing, he's going to be unstoppable, right? But how do you get there? They lack lockdown, yes, absolutely, but at the same time, they also have a ton of damage to throw out into his ultimate, which I don't like. Death Prophet, I feel like, is really nice against Slark most of the time because you can just kind of not really care about him inside of his ultimate. You've got Crypt Swarm, you've got Silences, you've got your ultimate to do damage to him inside of that as well. Timbersaw, exact same thing as well. I don't know, man. Like, obviously it's good in lane, and I think that's kind of the plan here, is just to run them over, but I don't know. I think this Slark just made things way harder than it needed to be. Like, if they could have gone for something like the Faceless Void or, like an Aster or something like that, it would have made their game, like, way, way more simple. They would have just had, like, a really straight down the middle map to play, or even just, like, 100-0 kind of carry, like the Aster, like a Juggernaut or something. It could have just made more sense to me. But the Slark can work. It can snowball this game. It just kind of puts me more in the middle, though. I was really hoping for something that would just make their game easy on Team Saiyan. Instead, they want to Giga Brain it. They want to go for the Slark pick, which has been very, very niche. But when it has come out, it's worked because it's been in the right circumstances. Is this the right circumstances? Well, Team Saiyan need to make it the right circumstances. And from last game, I'm not sure they can do that, but I am going to go for them again because there's no way that Magma win 2 games back to back with, like, basically no stun.
With the same strat.
Death Prophet. There's no way, right?
I don't know. Very quickly, Drag and Drop. Do you think that Team Saiyan has gotten the Zenkai boost? Saiyans don't do anything by a half measure or do things easily. Can they channel their inner power here with this last pick Slark, get to the item timing? And do you think it's going to work out very quickly? Or do you think this is going to be another 2-0 stomp for Team Magma?
Yes. That's my answer.
Fortunately, that satisfies both conditions of the question.
I refuse to engage with Zenkai boosts or whatever the fuck you're talking about there. It's I like a tune out when you say that. So
all right. So let's
be it. But more to the point in the Slark pick, right? I'll let you.
Well, you'll discuss exactly how that's going to pan out in the game itself, because you boys get into the game. We have Drag and Drop and Nomad on the mic. We've got Game 2 of Team Magma versus Team Saiyan. Take it away, boys. I'll talk to you after the game. Hopefully, we get a Game 3. I'll see you later.
Thank you very much, Sana. Yes, indeedy, as we get into this one. I mean, one thing that's going the way of Team Saiyan's lane, I would say, is the lanes. I do feel like I like their lanes and what they've got coming out in that regard, at least.
Yeah, they should. Certainly this Inkswell, right? I mean, that's... Oh god, the Courier dies. That's not great. At least it got the items delivered first, but Mercy already showing no mercy whatsoever. But yeah, the one thing I'm concerned about with this Slark last pick as well, that now you have literally no combo with the Soulbind, right? You do have the Inkswell combos with... people running at others, with the tusk. You can kind of put it on him if you want. If he wants to snowball in, Lycan as well, very fast. You can run in, Slark jumping forward, and even the Pangolier, honestly, right? I just worry that if their entire plan is, we're just gonna run at them, that isn't too one-dimensional, right? Because what do you do when there's a TA just bursting in your face with Mild Strike,
Once you get the shard, though, the Inkswell is your ultimate, right? Like, I always feel this way about Grimstroke. His strongest spell becomes the one with the shard, which I guess makes some sort of sense. The thing about the leash as well is that, his ultimate Soulbind is that it is a leash, which is really, really strong as well. All you need then is to just lock down one target. The other target becomes locked down as well by extension. So that aspect of the ability is kind of the main part we see in competitive. Sometimes we see some nice combos like Dragon Tails or something along those lines, but it's just a really, really good ability just for holding people still, especially when you're playing with something like the Slark with the leash mechanics there. So yeah, I think it's I don't think that's an issue with the Grimstroke pick at all. And the Inkswell is just so damn good this game, as you said. Like, Slark plus Lycan, absolutely beautiful. Even throwing a Pangolier in there if you really need the auxiliary Inkswell target. You've got 3 beautiful options here.
Yeah, it's Bio Refresher just for the Inkswell, right?
Yeah, double Inkswell, sure, sounds good to me. Why not? Look at this grabbing.
Yeah, just that I've seen too many games where that Soulbind's just not doing enough, even though it is good in right circumstances. But I think you're limiting those circumstances if you don't have some sort of combo. It doesn't have to be a big one, you know, it could just be an extra nuke or something. But
Yeah.
well, we'll see how this one works out. As we get the classic TA safe lane. Always
Yeah,
nice
I'd just like
see.
to point out as well, Team Saiyan did something very interesting, actually, where both of their supports went for both of the bounty runes at 3 minutes in. So that's going to give them a little bit of an edge here. I actually really like it when teams do that, like when they communicate with each other and say, right, both supports, go for the bounty runes. You know, we have the stuns, we can make that happen. And that's exactly what they do. And that's going to give them a nice little gold boost in the lane. And then you just watch these careers, like, assembling out for Team Magma after that. That's right, for Team Saiyan after that.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I mean, gold earlier on in the game is like more valuable than gold later on in the game, if you know what I mean. So if you can get like a little, you know, just a little boost in the lane from both the bounty runes, then that translates to like some items, which translates to 1 lanes, which translates to 1 games.
Yeah.
But it does reduce lane
right,
pressure on the enemy, which is a kind of trade-off there. But actually, in both situations, both the supports came and tried to chase for the bounty runes, so it was just a 1v1 on both sides. There's, nice shards out from Aaron there. That's going to save him from Bailly.
Cue the classic ice shots, more like nice shots.
Dragon Drop is just... No, it might be early, but he's still on the board. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, the wraparound from the Nyx Assassin results in a kill onto Zone. That's unexpected, but huge.
And if anyone can make me like the Nyx Assassin again, it would be Mercy, right? Making plays like this. Like he was caught out early up top as MS, actually dropping super low. There's another Timid Shade across. Yeah, Magma. TZY just getting a solo kill there as Mercy still hanging around in mid zone, stunned up, Dust following him, trying to go for the body blocks, and yep. Ghost not really cooperating and focusing on him. Mercy does end up dying. Whoops.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what happens when you live life on the edge sometimes, you know, but
Sometimes
still, like, he's
it's
been
full
super
off.
effective already, more effective than a lot of other heroes would be at this stage.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's moving around, he's making stuff happen. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, they need to keep this tower alive, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do here as those wolves come in with the Inkswell, and that's going to get them to kill onto Dust, and now they're looking for more as well, but Kazi gets the purge on himself. Zone's still running, though. He wants himself another one, and that Rolling Thunder got to cut across the both of them. Beautifully done by him. He is owning them right now, and he's going to grab himself 1 kill. Won't be able to grab the other one, but still, that's going to keep their tower alive, at least for the time being, but it did take a lot of damage there.
Yeah. That was super well played. Even bringing in the wolves as an Inkswell target, because they're pretty damn fast on their feet. So Son Goku, even though he himself was staying down bottom, still helping out with that counterplay in mid. So
Yeah, really cute. Nice micro.
yeah. Very valuable response for sure. Especially with Zone kind of being pressured heavily here in mid, even with that that kill. Still well behind Dust in terms of net worth here. As more and more people joining in, LWW actually dies to TA. They have to deny them this tower?
Yeah, I think they are.
They
are.
do
That's
it?
probably the go.
Oh, they can't.
They're in.
Don't get blasted on Dust, but oh, nice snowball. Sure,
To the
he's
high
dead here,
ground,
right?
but death shall come to those.
To those who wait, yeah. Just gotta wait long enough, I suppose.
Death comes to everyone. No avoiding it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Nice bit of 7 a.m. mortality talk. That's what we'd like to see on these streams.
Oh yeah, that's what
Really get
people
you hyped
tune
in the morning.
to.
Coffee and an existential crisis. Best way to start the day, I hear. Wow, look at TZY as well. I mean, these Magma, have they just won? Drag and drop? Is it?
Well, they haven't won
game
yet,
over?
but they are winning. Like, MS... Don't tell me he's gonna die here. He can jump across, maybe? Yeah.
My guy, we're
Why though? Right on the heels. Mercy's also there to stun connect.
We're sitting at a 3k gold advantage at pre 8 minutes. This is not something which is easy to come back from. They've lost their middle tower. They've lost their top tower. The only one who's done slightly okay is Lycanite. It's still a pretty big loss. And you're running this Timbersaw Death Prophet combo again. we know how hard that. I mean, that got shut down last game, right? Like early game, the Death Prophet and the Timbersaw actually went against expectations, got shut down pretty early on, and then they still managed to come back and win it. I don't know. Like this feels. I'm not sure Saiyan are okay, but they're going to go for a play in the bottom lane. Maybe. Let's see. TTY moving forwards. The trap. They're in the trees, man. They're in the trees, and out they go.
Oh, gonna try. Nice shots once again. But TZY literally taking no damage. Like, what?
Oh, God.
I mean,
yeah, unfortunately,
what was the plan here, you know? It's just kill a Timbersaw at 8 minutes in when he's been having such a great time. Multiple solo kills up top. Like,
the problem is,
this kind of a gold advantage is tough enough, but then consider the heroes where that advantage is at. Timbersaw, impossible kill, even when he's at a bad lane at this stage. And then you got a Temple Assassin, which is a snowball hero. Like, if you can get a lot of early network on her, she's just gonna rip your face off. Same thing with the Death Prophet. So, and right now, there's not much of a response. Like, where's the damage gonna come from here from Saiyan?
All tier 1 towers pre-10 minutes from Team Magma. I haven't seen that for a very, very long time. That is, wow. That is insane. They are absolutely spanking them. They've got Team Saiyan over their knee. The trousers are down. They're spanking the bottoms. You know, Team Saiyan screaming, "I'm about to get so Super Saiyan." Yeah, buddy. Sure you are. Sure you are.
Aaron's very dead. Can maybe snowball delay.
No tight mode for him, unfortunately. He's going to drop.
I mean,
how's your coffee?
It's got to be zone, right? Excuse me? What?
How's your coffee?
Coffee? It's empty, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame. I had potato milk in mine, interestingly. First time I tried it. Yeah, potato milk.
That's a thing?
It's a thing, yeah. You know, they're making like they started with like the nut milks, and then there was like oat milk, rice milk. Now they're doing potato milk. Really good, actually. So
okay, you know, I'll take your word for it.
Seriously, try it. It's very creamy. It's I don't know.
I'm not sure where I would get it.
Doesn't taste like potatoes. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I mean, I am half Irish, so I guess it stands to reason that I'd like it. But...
Well, a bit of a wraparound. Can make a play. Trying to leverage the right, just straight up right click power from the Lycan, I suppose, with the extra control from the Inkswell. Like that's the only play that they have alongside the zone, perhaps. But
yes, this time don't block him in the trees, and they should be fine. Here we go.
Yeah, that'll get Mercy. Surely. There we go. But Dust cuts out, so... That's a 4-man rotation for the 4-position support. It's a start.
They'll take what they can get at this point. they reclaim the top side of the map, opens up the map for them, forces the TP out. Like, it's okay. This is a good play.
Yeah. It's one of the few plays that they could make, and they made it. So if they can chain a few of those together, then things will be looking a bit different. Like, they certainly need to buy quite some time for the Slark, and if they, again, if they can keep finding these isolated targets, that's what Lycan's gonna be really happy. And then
it's like potato milk, right? Like the kill onto the Nyx Assassin. It's not the first thing you reach for, but you know, sometimes you just got to settle for it. And actually, it's a bit better than you thought. You know, opens up the map, allows them to actually play the game a bit. But the Slark, I don't think he's going to die solo to the Nyx Assassin somehow.
The courier, mate. There we go.
I've been wrong before. There we go.
Ogre on it.
No mercy for that courier.
No.
And no mercy for the bottom tower as well, as TZY and Dust are just shredding this one with the Exorcism, realizing that there's no real way they can defend this one. Aaron just comes in and punches the Timbersaw, which, to be fair, Magma are kind of respectfully rolling thunder here, but they know this one's about to run out, and when it does, they don't really have tools to team fight. Exorcism finishes, but Dust, he wants this. He really wants to finish what he started, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to. No more Exorcism. Tower is now left undefended. They could deny it if they want to. Let's see.
Nah, I don't think they want to. Like, denying the first tier 2 feels like a bad idea with the outpost being opened up. Magma's still hanging around for a little while longer before they finally decide, all right, enough is enough. We've got A lot of attention dragged down here.
Yep.
Saiyan, one more. The shots, not quite blocking in Kazi. And so they just walk away while TA keeps farming. 8k net worth. Desolate already online. Blink Dagger is going to be next, and this is where... Yeah, this is going to be pretty good timing. 50 minutes, Blink Desert Treads. Dragonlance even as well on TA. Like, she's going to be owning once that comes online.
She might hit 10k net worth pre 15 minutes, which I don't think I've ever seen before.
Yeah.
That would be insane. Like outside of maybe an alchemist, even then, like that's this guy's this guy is insanely fat.
Yeah.
This is a worrying pace. This is a really scary pace. Like he's gained 5k net worth in like 5 minutes, basically.
Yep.
Good lord.
That is a problem. It's gonna lead into Roche, and then you're gonna have Blink, Deso, Aegis on TA, and then it's go time. Like, well, there's nothing else you'd be waiting for, I suppose. Slack's not really an issue at the moment. You can kind of kite around the Pango.
One thing I'm still yet to see, probably the only thing I'm yet to see in any Dota game ever, is the Eureka Legs. Do you even know what it's called without looking?
No. I do not.
Reign of Destiny.
That's a baller name, though. As,
yeah, that's pretty baller.
This fight's a little bit involved in mid, actually. Mercy, a couple bugs on top of him. And now Zone looking to turn this around, jump across. They actually got number one. Zone looking for more. Kind of low, though. Gotta be super careful about overcommitting here, because DZY over on the other side finds the Chakram over on the Tusk as Son Goku's being run down. The snowball delayed this a little bit further. At the really Zone got out, I suppose, but still with all of this action happening, Son Goku. Okay,
God. Okay.
Dust is doing it again. He's just like still playing the last game. He's like, yeah, I'm doing well, guys. Don't worry, I got this.
Sit on people's faces and let the ghosts go to work. That is a way to do it. Now Roshan is going to fall inevitably. And hitting the 10k net worth at 15 minutes and 35 seconds into the game. My god, I mean, just for some reference of people, don't follow net worth that closely or anything like that. Generally speaking, if you've hit 10k net worth before 20 minutes, it's considered you're having like a reasonable, that's like the target you're looking for is like any position 1, which the TA is this game. So hitting it around the 50-minute mark is, wow, that's exciting.
Yeah. At least if you're a Magma fan, not so much if you're rooting for Saiyan here. I mean, 7k, if this was 25 minutes, it wouldn't be that bad, but this early on, yeah, it is quite something. Again, not that they're out of it yet. Like, again, the Zone roll, the Pango roll, it's gonna have to be the thing to rely on. It heavily depends on him being alive, for one thing. Being stunned up, Dust with the silence to follow, and it's getting some help, but it's too late.
Well. Oh, darn.
It's not that powerful, unfortunately.
Yeah, it really isn't. I don't really understand the defusal blade pickup on the Pangolier, to be honest with you. Like, it feels like it stops him scaling. It doesn't really do anything against Death Prophet. It doesn't really do anything against TA. It's pretty good against Timbersaw, but at the same time, is it really? Like, is that justification enough to build the item? Maelstrom, meanwhile, it's going to take procs off the shield of the TA, which is really nice. It's going to give you some magic damage as well for the both of them. Magic damage against a Timbersaw even is very good as well. That one, it just feels like it ticks more boxes, and it gives you the ability to scale as well, which I think is probably the biggest thing. But I don't know, maybe he wants to slow. Who knows?
It's a nice feel-good item, right? It's rather cheap for what it does, especially if we can get multiple hits in. But
not as cheap as it most.
It's an item that too, but it's also an item that feels really bad playing from behind. You're absolutely right on that. As oh god, Zone stun. No, Messi actually out of mana for stun. I guess it doesn't matter. Zone's still dead. As DZY is just no fear in the world right now. Yeah, they're just
Don't worry,
methodically
guys.
gonna click down every tower. The tier 2 bottoms could back to it at this point. It was so low from before.
Slark has the Echo Saber. It's fine. He's coming online. Comeback starts now. Look at TZY. No mana at all. Doesn't care. Under the tier 3 tower. At 18 minutes into the game, Slark just taking chunks out of him. Doesn't care. Not in the slightest. And TZY's just gonna.
He clicked him once. He really did it. Really put the fear of God into TZY.
Yeah.
Mercy. Oof. It's not a down. Just one swipe, but not enough. Aaron dies.
Got the crit. Yeah, but at the same time, he's just popped Metamorphosis for. Well, sorry, not Metamorphosis. Shapeshift. For what Dragon Drop? And at what cost?
Courier.
He got the Courier.
Yeah. Couriers are the real heroes, Nomad.
Yeah,
worth it.
I think the Couriers could probably beat Team Saiyan at this point. They're having a rough time of it, that's for sure.
Goku. Alright. TA just not interested in. He doesn't have that blink yet, so. Not necessary. But MS, once he has a BKB, I guess he can. Can he actually start fighting then? I guess with that and the ultimates, you're in a good spot.
Who, the Lycan?
The Slark.
The Slark? Yeah, I don't know. Does BKB even help him that much? Like, it stops him dying to the Timbersaw, yes, but at the same time, it doesn't stop him dying to Ghost. It doesn't stop him dying to the TA, who's just, like, literally pooping out damage at this point.
Yeah, so. Like, TA can't hit you when you're on your ultimate, at least, so. You have a few seconds to actually get to do things. But then the question is whether that's going to be enough, and the answer will have to be probably not, because. Yeah, you have some defense, you have that Echo Saber, but you still need a lot of time inside of these team fights to stack up damage, right? Just based on Essence Shift, but you're not going to get that kind of time in the team fights. Even if you yourself can survive, the rest of your team is going to have a much tougher time with that as Aaron. Oh, there's a Snowball, does have a Blink to work with as well, so he should be fine if Mercy wasn't there, ready to stalk him.
Run at it.
Again. Oh. Yeah, goodbye, sir.
Nani. Meanwhile, the Slug. Oh, it's... Generally speaking, that's not how you want to use your ultimate. Although, if it ends up on a kill, never mind. That's a BKB. TA just says. Cool rolling thunder, bro. Let me just press this golden little BKB in my pocket, and it doesn't matter anymore. Now they've actually caught out zone on the sidelines, going for the TP away, and it's not going to work this time around. With the very last tick, that brings him down. Kazi actually getting the kill with the Purifying Flames.
Yeah.
Is he building mags on the Oracle? I want to see it.
Just jumped. Okay, can you jump again? No, he's just dead, isn't he? Oh,
I don't know.
He's so fine. I was never.
The Crimson finds him. Oh no. 12k net worth advantage at 21 minutes into this game. It's
yeah. It's just over, isn't it? How do you come back against this? The TA level 19 with now getting a crit stick, the Chrysalis. And also the Timbersaw, which you can maybe kill if he's right in front of your fountain, but even that's questionable. Look at that.
This guy's too big to fail at this point. There's an Oracle behind him, let's not forget. So even if he does start getting too low, he's just going to scream, "Oracle, help me!" He's going to come over and give him the business. And talking about the business, that's exactly what Zone is receiving right now. And LWW going to go down as well. It is a brutal series of events for the side of Team Saiyan here, as they are going to keep on losing here and there and trying to jump in and save the day. But there is no day to be saved here. There's nothing to be saved here. It's just an absolute smackdown. Still no GG's, in fact, Whiteback's coming out here, but they want to try and hold on to this game, but the Tusk is, Tangle is just getting blown up on the sidelines here. Ultra kill for Baiyi, and he's still focusing on the towers. So he's not even looking for the kills. They're just a little side thought for Baiyi at this point. He's not even bothered. No, he jumps in. Is it going to be the Rampage?
There's the Rampage. There we go. Oh, actually, almost dead. Almost dead. Invis now, turning around, a couple of extra right clicks. Son Goku wants it. He wants it, but another refraction, and
Oh my
it's going
god.
back. It's a dragon. Son Goku, can he make it back? Well, there's a meteor hammer from Dust. That's exciting. A double rampage now. Oh.
Baiyi absolutely tearing this game apart. Ridiculously high net worth, ridiculously high damage in this game, just tearing them apart. I mean, this draft from Magma is just... I mean, if you win the lanes this hard, this is what is going to happen. They tear Team Saiyan limb from limb, and in true Saiyan fashion, you know, they're not GGing out until their throne explodes, but never mind, there it comes, and they're gone. Disconnecting from the game. No anime comeback this time around. No fairy tale storyline for them. It is an absolute dusting from Dust and the gang as Magma take this first series in an ultra convincing fashion.
There's no other way to put it, really. Snare, what did you think about this?
Ooh, pain and suffering. There is going to be Team Magma. Just another day at the office for them. They're just out here chilling. But my gosh, if I'm on the side of Team Saiyan right now, if we see their pictures and see their images, they cannot be happy about this. This was demolition in every single aspect. My goodness. Team Magma demonstrating that, I think it was our Cryptic who was saying that they have this perpetual problem being definitely much better than Div 2, not always being good enough to stick into Div 1. But here, they show the difference in their level and their capability. Nomad, you were talking about something at about the 10-minute mark, right? When they just taken the last tier 1 tower. And you're like, well, how often does this happen? It doesn't happen that often, but you know what doesn't happen often? When I knew, it wasn't even at 10 minutes when I knew that this game was going to be over. It was at 5. And the reason why it was at 5 minutes, the worst thing that could possibly happen in this game. We were talking about how the Slock needs to have a good game, needs to hit his timings. Things cannot go south for him. Unfortunately, because things were going south for them on the bottom lane for Son Goku, wasn't having the best time on the Lycan. We were talking in game 1 about how they need to be able to support each other, help each other out when things are going south. And they did that by sending both supports down bottom, and they both stayed there for like a minute and a half. And then you see this Timbersaw thinking, TZY is like, wait a second, but I'm alone versus Slock. This lane's only difficult if I'm not alone versus Slock. I hit 6 before him, he's going to die, and then I'm just going to kill him. And the game just ends. You actually can't play Dota with the Slock being that far behind. Like, it's just over. A few minutes later, the tier 1 is gone. Movements go down bottom. Everything just starts falling apart piece by piece by piece. And unfortunately, because things were so focused on trying to help out Son Goku, there's no help for Zone, no help for MS. And we just see that every single time either of these two players got involved in a fight, we'd see the same thing. They'd go forward, realize, I actually don't do anything. I have to get out of here. The only person with any degree of farm is Son Goku, but unfortunately, Nomad, that's not enough to have a farmed Lycan. You need your Pango to be involved. You need your Slock to be farming. If neither of those things are happening, it's literally a free game for Team Magma.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made that, like, Slug can kind of come back. You know, he's got one of the better farming tools in the game with the Dark Pact, but at the same time, in a game like this, where they're going to be, like, on top of you so early on, like, yeah, that doesn't apply. Like, you need to be fighting fit, so you're absolutely right. And, I mean, none of the lanes went well. You know, they just won every lane. Sometimes that happens in Dota. The only thing you can really do is just kind of, you know, look back, make sure you don't make the same mistakes again. Maybe, you know, make sure you're drafting slightly better matchups for your heroes. It was kind of one of those things where I was like, yeah, with this, you know, I said to drag and drop at like, I think 8 minutes into the game when they were under a tier 3 tower, and I'm like, wait a minute, they've taken 2 tier 1s, and they're about to take a tier 3, and the third one.
Yep.
Drag and drop, I think this game's over, buddy. And yeah, we're kind of just like, oh yeah, this is a tricky situation to be in. I mean, I don't know what's going on. Team Saiyan just not really turning up today. I guess they didn't get their potato milk this morning. Happens. Got to make sure you have that before you start playing your games.
It's their fault for getting me as a coach, you know. I told you guys.
Yeah, you're such an inspirational dude, Dragon. Can't believe you picked him up yet, bro.
Oh my goodness. And we see here the double rampage that came out from Baiyi. Even the fact that they're diving the base this deep to look for kills, absent having an Aegis or anything, and still feeling supremely confident. Like, they don't have Oracle Ultimate ready, but they know for a fact they can still get all these kills. And Drag and Drop, you know what's the worst thing in the world? You know, it's one thing not to get your potato milk, but this Slock didn't even get a Sensu bean, man. Every single fight that he found himself involved in, the first thing you have to do is run. And it started feeling after a point, right? I think with the early BKB, especially from the Temper Assassin, it literally felt like there's absolutely nothing they could do, right? Son Goku didn't get a good enough time in the game to participate meaningfully. And it's not like he's playing the Enigma from the previous game. The one thing we can at least say, if you have an Enigma, if you have like some Mars, Centaur, Phoenix, something that can at least help you, even if the game's going south, that you have an ability to do something with. This draw from the side of Team Saiyan here, can you even win with this if you're behind? Like, not even in this game. I'm saying in principle, is it possible to come back after such a disastrous laning phase?
Well, not if the enemy team has the ability to play like this, like where they just say, "Oh yeah, we're hitting our mid-game timing super early, and we have the heroes for it, so we just play aggro in your face all the time, not even giving you a chance to come back." And on a different lineup that might play around some big ultimates of their own, maybe split up a little bit across the map to be vulnerable to the Lycan, just even solo killing people, or just with a little bit of extra help. Maybe you can pull them apart. Maybe you can buy enough time for the Slark to get to a point where he can be that monster in a late game that he can be with given enough items. It would have been a tough road if you lose all the lanes like this. But it would have been possible if Magma wasn't playing that fast. As it stands, it's very hard to see how they could have recovered.
Very difficult recovery indeed. And one thing that makes it more difficult, Nomad, is the fact that, previous game, we were talking up some records to be like, oh, we got the fastest overwhelming blink and the patch second fastest all time, second fastest this, that, the other. This game, unfortunately, we have to go in the opposite direction for Team Saiyan. Second fastest power trades on Slok, for slowest on this patch, second slowest in 7.3.1 and 7.3, and 10th slowest on the last 3 patches overall. Clearly, as we see that kind of stats, and in a game like this, Slok was not the correct option for them, right? The execution required to make this hero work out certainly wasn't the kind of execution they could bring to bear. Are we going to stop seeing this hero, or should Team Saiyan rather go back for more cookie-cutter style of carry heroes, go back to their TBs, their Medusas, give MS something a little bit just more normal to play that doesn't require you to go above and beyond the Call of Duty to succeed in a game like this?
What you need to look back on in this game is the lanes. Should Slark lose lane versus Timbersaw? I don't really know, to be honest. I know there was a time where Slark was like a ultimate ace in the whole counter pick versus the Timbersaw. You build into the Silver Edge later on as well, so even outside of the lane it was good, but also just in the lane, just essence shift, a great ability. Is it good enough with the Grimstroke as a support? I feel like it should be, honestly. I feel like it should be. So I don't know how that lane didn't go so well. We were honestly looking at middle when we were looking at bot a lot during the laning phase. So I can't really look back and tell you exactly what went wrong there. But basically the Timbersaw just owned him. And that's something which needs to be looked back at, because that's not a lane which should go that way. Yeah, I think the Timbersaw matchup is better these days than it used to be, but still shouldn't be that good. So there's definitely some research, some replay watching, I think, that needs to come out from Team Saiyan about that top lane specifically. Mid lane, it was just really nice rotations coming in from the supports. Like they've moved in 2 or 3 times and getting a kill each time. Really, really good stuff, especially from the Nyx Assassin as well. And again, what is happening when this Nyx Assassin is leaving the lane? Are you pressuring? Are you looking for kills? Are you counter rotating? It needs to be quicker. It needs to be better. You need to make something happen. When this hero leaves the lane, you should be trying to kill the enemy or secure yourself some farm, or counter rotating upon him and stopping his rotation from being effectual. Also, I don't think a Pangolier should die in the mid lane as well. So there's a lot in this laning phase which went wrong, which just shouldn't happen for Team Saiyan. This is just what I'm getting at here.
Well, a lot of things went wrong for Team Saiyan, but a lot of things went right for Team Magma. With their 2-0 victory, we're going to be talking to them directly to find out how they feel about this game. And we've got Mercy on the line right now, who is going to be joining us for a quick interview. Mercy, congratulations on your victory. Shout out to you and your team. Coming into this matchup, did you expect to get the 2-0 in the fashion that you did? And if you did, tell us about some of the preparation you went into to get ready to play up against Team Saiyan.
所以首先恭喜你跟队伍拿下这场比赛的胜利。在比赛开始之前，你们有想到是2-0，或者是以这样比较轻松的方式拿下这场比赛的吗？为这场比赛你们做了哪些准备呢？
没有想过吧，就对赛前阵容啊、BP 啊做了一些调整，然后预想，然后选下来大概也跟我们预想的差不多，所以总的来说还是在我们的那个预算之内。
We didn't we didn't think too hard before pre-game, but we did make some adjustment to our drafts. And during the draft phase and after the draft phase, we thought we have the upper hand. So the outcome is we saw the outcome coming after the draft.
Drafts are certainly an important aspect, but not just drafts of heroes, but drafts of your team, because Team Magma, as you are right now, you're the only squad in Division 2 that made absolutely zero changes between a second season and this current one right now. Talk to us about that. Was that because you felt that the team is strong enough that it didn't need any improvements? What do you make of your prospects going forward now that you haven't made changes? Are you going to be sticking together up until TI as well?
然后今年的话，这个赛季第2赛季到第3赛季之间 ，Magma 是 A 级联赛里唯一一支没有做人员调整的战队。然后你们这样做是不是就是觉得现在的这个阵容打在一起打效果还是比较好的？然后你们的目标是什么？然后到 TI 之前的话，队伍是不是可能都不会在这个有任何这方面的改动了，人员上的改动？
这个我不能保证。然后，但是我们还是觉得就是一起打久了的兄弟，就是团队协作会更好吧。然后对，我们现在肯定也是在积极备战预选了，然后到后面肯定也会做一些相应的战术调整吧。
I cannot guarantee anything, but I do feel like team play wise, us brothers playing together definitely help a lot. And yeah, we focus on the TI qualifier right now, and we will make some adjustment and work for that.
Nomad, Mercy played an exceptional game, which you were noting in game 1 on the Tiny, but you were also noting just the way that they were able to configure their draft without stuns 2 games in a row. So don't you want to talk to the man himself who was involved in creating that kind of strategy to ask him how that came about?
I want to ask actually, how powerful do you think this Death Prophet and Timbersaw combination is?
想问一下，就是你觉得死亡先知跟伐木机这2个英雄组合，因为2场都用了嘛，就是你觉得它这个组合就是有多强？
伐木机只是因为我玩的那些英雄，然后我需要一个这样的3号位来跟我一起打对线吧，就是我们有一个会形成一个比较好的运营。然后 DP 的话，DP 这个英雄就是他的大招很强，然后有那种很强的那种很明显的强势期，然后能让团队的每个人都知道这个他大意好，然后我们就该知道要打哪里啊，要怎么打之类的。然后反正是算是2个比较强势的英雄吧，在这个版本。
We picked Timbersaw because a lot of hero I play requires a strong laner. That's why Timbersaw fits us really well. For Death Prophet, I think she made a lot of things. She made the plan very clear. She has a really strong ultimate, and when her ultimate is up, everyone knows what to do during the game. That's why I think we pick Death Prophet. Overall, I think those 2 heroes are the strong picks for this patch.
Okay, and what would you say were the biggest mistakes which Saiyan made in this series against you guys?
那你觉得对手在这个系列赛里面犯的比较明显的错误是什么？
感觉他们5号位玩的不够恶心吧，然后让我有点2把都有点把对面的中单见到了，就是他们中单2把1个符都没吃到，这个比较那个吧。然后他们3号位第1把的离团的出装，可能是我见识太短浅了，没见过这么出的。然后觉得就这2个吧，别的也就没什么了。
I think their position 5 didn't protect their mid lane too much, because I roam a lot and I guaranteed their mid laner didn't have a single rune both games. They need to improve that. Also, the first game, I don't really understand what their offlaner Enigma is doing. I never saw that kind of build, so I have no idea what he's trying to do. Besides that, they should be fine.
Nice. I feel very justified in that. All right, last question from me. I absolutely love the headset. Just want to know, what made you go for such a beautiful headset?
然后最后就想再问一下，就是耳机的选择，为什么就是选了这么一个比较可爱的耳机？
我女朋友给我买的，my girlfriend。
I go for and bought this one for me.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Mercy definitely not failing the drip check, and drag and drop close this one out for us while we still have Mercy on the line. What do you have to ask to the winner now, who have now gone 2-1 in their run so far in Div 2?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations, and Mercy. I always enjoyed your 4 position. I always enjoyed the playstyle, being very aggressive, especially with heroes like Earthbird. It made me really fall in love. So, do you think? Do you want to play that hero more, or are there other heroes that you would like to play more often, or are you just happy to play whatever they give you?
我个人的话非常欣赏你4号位的进攻风格，然后也是觉得你土猫玩的非常好。就是这个版本的话，你觉得土猫这种英雄啊，你会比较想，就是有没有想过去玩啊，或者说还是说想要去玩一些就是队友给你挑选的，或者说比较适合的4号位呢？你自己这方面有想法吗？
就是这版本因为那个大药更新了吧，然后现在大家基本上都不需要给自己的酱油一般都不需要给自己的大哥买大药了对线，然后那4号位近战4号位肯定会多起来，好吧？因为近战4号位还是要毒瘤一点，要有自己的装备才能玩的好玩的秀的。然后就是这版本最近也在经常玩各种近战4号位，觉得都挺好发挥的，肯定土猫有合适的情况还是会选的，只是土猫现在跟别的那些近战4号位什么小小啊、马西啊，还有小强这些比，感觉都反正差点味道吧，所以还是期待版本有对他一些加强吧。
So this patch after the style change, supports doesn't need to buy that for their cores. So I do feel like melee position for heroes is in a much better position than the last patch. As regarding for Earth Spirit, I think there are other better heroes right now, like Marcy, like Tiny, like yeah, like those heroes is better than Earth Spirit right now. But if there is a chance, I definitely want to play some Earth Spirit game. And also, I do feel like it requires some farm for a melee position for heroes to perform well in the game. So yeah, I think this patch, they are making a comeback.
Thank you very much.
Definitely makes sense. Final question for you, Mercy, before we let you go here. We've been seeing a lot more of these heroes that apply some degree of sustain or damage or mitigation/reduction in these games. Are we expecting that trend to continue? And if so, which heroes do you think that are a bit undercover but should be picked more often to help out in that regard?
那这个版本的话，你觉得就是还有没有什么其他英雄，就是你觉得可能会有那个更好的发挥呢？就是还可能大家现在没有用的。
酱油吧，是大哥。
So sorry, can you repeat the question again a little bit?
Basically, we've been seeing a lot more of these heroes like Tree and Protector, Warlock, Lich, heroes that either help with some damage reduction or help with some heal now that we're not seeing as much salving happening from the supports. So do you think that's going to continue as we go on in this patch? And if so, which heroes should be picked more in that same position that can do the same job as those heroes?
OK, thank you. 就是因为不能喂大药了嘛，然后一些这个偏治疗型的大英雄，像是那个 Warlock，像是那个大树，都最近也比较火嘛。你觉得这种趋势会持续下去吗？然后如果会持续下去的话，你有没有就是觉得可能哪些就是偏奶系的那个辅助会就是大放异彩？
暗木吧，暗木那个减 CD 和减甲都挺牛逼的，然后有想过开发，但是这个英雄毕竟缺点也蛮明显的，所以还是要训练的时候试一下吧。然后因为这版本不能买大药了嘛，所以这些奶系的英雄肯定会有那种上场频率肯定会比之前高。然后像沃洛克这些应该也会有很多队选吧，因为他打团啊什么都挺厉害的。而且我注意到他那个更新，他以后的那些天赋和我金有一些比较牛逼的天赋，比如什么加攻速啊、巨变每秒加攻速啊，还有那种范围奶之类的什么的，感觉还挺厉害的。博洛克阿姆。
I think definitely those heroes with style changes, those heroes with a heal is gonna come back in this patch. And I personally want to try out Dazzle, because I feel like his cooldown reduction and his armor reduction is really strong. But the short edge for the hero is pretty clear as well. So I have to try it in the Scream as well, just to test the strengths out. Another hero is Warlock. I think some teams is already starting to picking him. The talent change and the shard change buffs to him make him really interesting, and also very strong teamfight heroes. He can now apply attack speed buffs to the teammates, and also the AOE healing is really strong. So yeah, those are two heroes I think is very interesting right now.
We certainly look forward to seeing you not just play with those heroes potentially, but just play the game in general. So thank you so much for your time, for your drip, and we look forward to seeing you up against YBB next week. So Mercy, thank you for joining us today, and good luck.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们好，下次好运。Thank you.
That is Mercy from the side of Team Magma, having just attained a 2-0 lead here. And Nomad, hearing directly from the horse's mouth himself, they've got a good understanding of their philosophy into the game, but a couple of surprises regarding what they think is strong, which I think is really great, right? Every time we talk to a team, they have different ideas about what looks really strong in the meta right now. One common theme, though, all the teams that are doing really well, really favoring sustain and these heroes that can sort of cover for the lack of salving from the supports, right? Is that a thing that every other team has to start looking into doing in order to ensure that their lanes go well in this kind of meta right now?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. These guys are much better than me, so I trust that guy. But yeah, I mean, it seems like that's what things are moving towards. But at the same time, it depends on the carry if they need the sustain, and sometimes if you get to usually heroes which have good sustain don't have a lot of damage, which means you can't pressure as well. So it is swings and roundabouts. It depends what kind of game you want to play, and I can definitely see Warlock coming into the meta a lot more though.
Dragon Drop, what do you think? Going forward, now that Team Magma has gained this victory, they're 2-1 up in the division right now after suffering that loss against Team Fusion. So the teams that were already in contention for the top 2 slots, right? We are on the we're official members, maybe even on the board of directors of the Team Fusion fan club. IG has been doing quite well since the inclusion of FY. How do you rate Team Magma versus those squads now? Obviously, they lost to Team Fusion already, but after this performance, do you think they're still in the mix for that top 2 conversation to get re-promoted back into Division 1?
I do not want to rule it out, but I also think that Team Saiyan today did not look like an opponent where you could really judge Team Magma's top. I don't know if you could judge Team Magma solely on the basis of the series, right? If that makes sense, because Team Saiyan has been looking quite weak. If we're gonna be honest, we're gonna be brutal here. So they're gonna have to prove it for sure, but especially at loss against Team Fusion already on the books, might make it a little bit tough, right? But what I also find interesting is the difference in perspectives on the meta and some of these heroes, right? We just heard Mercy saying, "Oh yeah, Marcy, a very strong hero, melee 4 position kind of thing." But if you guys remember, in that game against Team Fusion, we had God King on afterwards, and he was like, "Yeah, whatever, Marcy, annoying in lane, but doesn't really win games. Whatever, it's whatever, So that's going to be interesting looking ahead in the season to see what kind of philosophy actually ends up proving true, and what approach to the meta will actually end up being the better one, I suppose.
The approach to the meta, that certainly is going to be a better one. It remains to be seen which is the correct approach. We still have a lot of Dota to go, but both of these teams right now, having played 3 games, Team Magma up 2-1, Team Saiyan falling down 1 and 2. That does mean, though, that we are complete and concluded with Division 2 action, and now we'll be moving on to Division 1, where we have some extremely incredible matches up today. The thing I love about Div 1 right now is that, unlike any other region on the planet, everyone is literally 1-1. So there is no real usage of saying, well, who's been doing better historically so far? It's all about how you show up on the day. And a Nomad, before we go into this next series, what are you expecting? RNG versus Aster.Aries. Aster.Aries have already taken a very big upset in this previous week, whilst RNG not necessarily looking as strong as we would have liked to. Who are you expecting to get that game, and what do you think the scoreline is going to be for the winning team?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Everyone's 1-1 right now. You know, it's going to be sad to see that broken. I guess RNG should take it, but Aries are pretty damn hard at the moment. I mean, they were able to just take down Extreme without breaking a sweat. So, I don't know. Maybe they've got RNG's number. Maybe they've done their research. You know, it's very possible. But yeah, I'll probably go RNG for that one. But yeah, pretty close series, honestly.
And Dragon Drop, what do you think? We saw Aster.Aries, of course, last season making their run here through Division 2, looking very, very solid. The only team that they lost to was against Dandelion Esports Club, who, of course, also wound up being promoted to Div 1. How do you rate their chances up against an RNG lineup, which still seems to be finding their feet, can look super hot one moment, a little bit cold on the other? Is history still on their side here, or are you going to be favoring the young upstarts of Aster.Aries in this next series here?
Well, you know how I feel about predictions, and you keep making me do them. So last time around, I was on the Aster hype train who just kept saying Aster.Aries, Aster, all of them. Yeah, they're just going to keep winning. So I'm just going to stick with that. And I'm going to say that Aster.Aries is going to ride that wave, ride the momentum, going to be able to beat RNG today.
We'll see if Aster.Aries, having gained enough from their last victory against Extreme Gaming, will have enough in the tank left to take on RNG. And that series is still going to be a little bit of time from now. So we're going to have about an extended break, about 50 minutes in between these games, because, of course, Team Magma wiped these series faster than expected. So in that time period, y'all know what to do. But if you don't, let us reiterate. Go outside, take a big gulp of fresh air, drink some water, call someone you love, let them know that you love them, and of course, be right here back ready for some Dota 2 action in about 50 minutes. Make sure that you're also following the Twitch page here, Perfect World Esports on Twitter, and the young gentlemen of Nomad, as well as Dragon Drop on Dota. Nomad Casting and Dragon Drop Dota 2. Hopefully production will just put the young tags underneath us, and if not, we'll put that in the chat for you to make sure you go show them your love. And with that, we're going to be taking an extended break. See you in about 50 minutes to continue Division 1 hype, the road towards TI, and more incredible Chinese Dota action.
Drink your potato milk.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
It is time for Aster.Aries versus Team RNG here in the Division 1 China region. It is going to be a spicy little matchup as everyone is all tied up 1-1. That is right. It is a region where everyone's just holding a gun to each other's heads, yet nobody is fired yet. Nobody's dropping out. It is just totally gridlocked, and that just means it's so exciting, right? Like, anyone can take a game off anyone. All the other regions, like, oh, it's so even over here. Everyone is literally the same score after the first two series, guys. We, by far, have the most even region at the moment, but that could all change all the time. In fact, it has to change. Someone has to win today. Who will it be? Let's find out. We're going to start the conversation off talking about this little team called RNG, Royal Never Give Up, and they are never giving up on 4 of their heroes, and they're constantly giving up on their carry player. But right now, they've got Ghost. That is who we need to talk about, really. B-Cup, give me the lowdown. Where did this Ghost guy come from, and is he China Div 1 material? That is
Is he real?
question.
Physical.
It's a real physical? Go on.
Is he real? Is he physical?
Oh, is he real? Is he physical? Okay.
Yes,
all right.
I thought you would be picking up on that one, B-Cup.
Sorry, I'm in my own world, apparently. I don't know. He's okay, I guess. They won their last series against the home.
Mm-hmm.
And he's 12k MMR.
PSG.LGD, so technically
PSG.LGD.
Whoa,
Pre-patch.
Yeah, but then LGD beat Extreme Gaming, therefore Extreme Gaming are
look,
the
we
worst,
all know
then
that these teams are going
they're just going to go around in a circle, my friend.
And then lose the next one that they're going to play. It's going to go 1-1 again. All the teams are going to be 2-2. The results, do they really matter here?
Yes, bring it to me, Nav. Please, more. Also, I love your pink shirt. I had to bring my mic real close. We're wearing pink. We're great.
We're matching. We're like twinsies, tee-hee.
We really are like twinsies.
I gotta go change, you guys. All right, you guys
right
do the
now.
panel for me. I'll be back.
Yeah. Close your mic. Or not your mic. Your webcam.
Oh, that's rude. I don't appreciate that.
We don't want to see you change TOS.
Whoa.
You don't?
Speak for yourself there, B-Cup.
Yeah,
all right,
thank you very much.
Turn the webcam off for everybody in chat. Keep it on for us. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Avoid the TOS, but get a nice motivated panel. That's what we want to see. But yeah, we got a hell of a series ahead of us. I mean, Aster.Aries they're no slouches. You know, these guys they've actually managed to take a game off none other than Extreme Gaming, who everyone was like, I don't know, I had them in my top 3. I thought Extreme Gaming were going to do very, very well.
Well, technically, they're still in the top 3 because everybody's in the top 3. It's a first place party. Let's go.
Everyone's a winner.
China number 1. That's what it is, right?
Yes, it is China number 1. It is the best region that is out there. Hey, NA, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, South America, and Southeast Asia. You don't have everybody 1-1, so you suck. That's right.
8 number 1 teams in your region.
Cancel the international. We'll just have it here in the Saiyan DPC. It's basically the same thing. All the teams are evenly matched.
Exactly. But
right.
kind of show.
Try one more time together to talk about the donut.
Good luck.
I know.
Go on.
All right. Well, yeah. Okay. We don't want to talk about RNG. We don't talk about
this is the lower division. Never mind. I was gonna say everybody's 1-1. Let's go.
Yeah.
This is pretty close to 2-2 for everybody except for YBB, of course.
Yeah. Well, apparently we're looking at Division 2 now. There we go. There's Division 1.
Everybody's 1-1. 3 points for everybody.
In case you guys hadn't picked up on this yet, by the way, everyone's 1-1. I don't know if we've mentioned it yet, but yeah, just for you at home, anyone who's just tuning in, everyone's 1-1 over here. But that is going to change. Aster.Aries or RNG. Who's going to win this one, Neff? Give me your honest prediction, gun to the head prediction.
Aster.Aries, God King is gone. I don't care about RNG anymore because of that. I thought Aster.Aries was robbed in the first season. Friendship, exactly.
Friendship with RNG is over.
Yeah, you've been watching tons of shonen anime. I can see. Teams that play together. Friendship makes you strong at Dota, not practice. That's why
Yeah.
Aster.Aries is going to win today.
Very
Also,
true.
they have Red Panda.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, by the way, let me tell you, I was watching a sumo anime yesterday, and
Go on.
it was all about friendship. These guys aren't even 200 kilos. Like they were drawn like maybe they're my weight, and they're killing in sumo. I kind of got taken out because of that, but they were all friends, and that is what wins games, obviously, and what wins sumo and bashos. Apparently, who knows?
Were you just watching Super Duper Sumos?
It's not called Super Duper Sumos. No, it's not.
Okay, that's a shame.
It's got a better name than that, right?
I hope so. I have to look it up real quick. It's called oh my gosh, Hinamaru Sumo.
All right, there you go. Pop it on your reading list, friends. But this
Pop it
is
on
going to
your
be
anime watching list.
What's the
Sorry,
what
I'm
similarities can you draw between sumo wrestling and this matchup we're about to face? Then, BQ.
Okay, so everybody comes out, and what you don't know about sumo is, they go over to the side, they pick up their salt, they rub their hands, they throw it up in the air. All right, never mind. I won't be on screen for this one, but I will say I had a lot in my head for what I was going to say sumo is comparative to. But at the same time, you get ready. Both teams get set, just like both Rikishi, because they're not sumo wrestlers. They're Rikishi. And they get set. They face off 1v1, and whoever gets pushed out of the ring / loses their ancient loses. And then you just go on to the next match because, it's 15 days of sumo. It's amazing. And the DPC, it's 8 round-robin games of sumo. Or Dota.
8.
Same thing.
Nailed it.
It's 7.
7 games of sumo.
I don't know. In a way, it's 8 because in a way
Dota.
we all have to play against ourselves at some point, Neff. Isn't that true?
Thank you for bailing me out of that one. I really appreciate that.
Right. My bad. Honestly, it's amateur hour here with Neff or some shit like that.
I will tell you this. I do hope RNG wins so we can get another interview with Somnus. So maybe he's not playing Dota while we're interviewing him this time, and he could show off his tattoo this time. Because that's the question I have for him, and that's the question I'm going to ask him.
Is it Dark Willow? I can't tell.
No, it's Gengar and...
Oh, it's a Pokemon tattoo.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Pokemon. Oh, does he have another tattoo? Have you seen him somewhere else?
Yep, he does. But
Okay.
not many know about it, and not many will.
TOS, he can't show that one off.
We can't show that one off. But when the interview's over, post game, that's when we'll be we're having a look at that one. Anyway, right, we are coming into the draft on this one, so let's have a look at what exactly is being picked up and banned out. Because of course, the Marcy, in theory, should be hotly contested between these two teams, but in fact, something tells me that it's going to go through the first phase completely unpicked and unbanned. What do you guys think about that?
I don't know. The draft hasn't shown up yet, so I can't tell you. If I was a betting man, guys in chat, gals in chat, everybody in chat, I would put a 1 and say Marcy gets picked in the first phase. But if you want to put it 2, I'm just saying maybe you don't want to do that. I don't know. Maybe I'm leading your points into the wrong direction. Just saying, both these teams really love Marcy, and the fact
You're
that
an
it's
agent of chaos, speak up.
Let me tell you, yes, I am. My EDH deck for Magic the Gathering is all chaos. And here we are in the draft. See, you guys are wrong.
The draft indeed for game number 1.
Who'd
And
ever
we have
listen to
got
me?
some interesting picks coming out from this one. So we've got a Dawnbreaker first pick from RNG, a hero which has been very popular down in Division 2, but in Division 1 has been somewhat slept upon, but no longer. And you know who's not sleeping in the jungle tonight is, of course, the Lion, who is coming out as the second pick for RNG. Meanwhile, on the side of Aster.Aries, they're going to get the Rockman and the Scaly Man. There you go.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with you so far today, Nomad. You are absolutely on point. I suppose I could finally grace you with a little bit of breaking down of the actual Dota, though.
Whoa. Don't get carried away there, bud.
Wait, you have to break it down first that Somnus is still wearing his wife's headset. So it's the lucky headset.
No, that's his headset.
That's not true. He said in the interview. Well, I guess now it's technically his headset. So you are kind of right. But he did
What?
say in the interview that it wasn't his headset,
What happened
right?
to his- What? He stole it?
Didn't he say he got it from his wife?
I think he
That's
looks
cute.
very cute with it on.
I do agree.
I can tell you that much.
No,
so it might
man,
as well
weren't
be
you
his
there
headset.
for this?
Me?
No, Nomad.
I wasn't there for
For the-
that.
For the interview?
I wasn't doing that interview.
You were in chat, weren't you? It was me, Ricky, and Black, and we all talked about Saunus' headset.
Do we just start gaslighting B Cup now, or what?
I'm just gonna stop talking.
I saw the bit where
I'm
he
not
was
even-
doing. I don't know. I'm a busy man, B Cup. You know, I was
I'm not
watching,
even-
but I was also
I'm done talking.
busy. All right,
It's over.
okay.
I
Anyway,
can't
Nev,
even
go, talk
break it down.
talk some sense into us. Which opening do you prefer here, and what do these openings offer for the teams? What does it suggest about how they're going to play the game?
Honestly, I prefer the opening from RNG. I think Lion is an incredibly strong hero pick. I think Dawnbreaker is an excellent opener, just because you're able to flex this into multiple roles. It is super tanky, which actually plays very well against both the Pango and the Tiny. As long as you don't get just like bursted down at the beginning of team fights, Dawnbreaker is able to reset the burst damage that Tiny and Pangolier provide by coming in with her ultimate. So it's a pretty good start. Obviously, Lion very good against the Pango, being able to get on top of him before he can get and chain set him down before he can get off his Rolling Thunder, his roll up, take advantage of Yule Scepters, things like that, as long as you have favorable initiations. So I would like to see some heroes that have some scouting ability, play further forward on RNG to follow up, but usually you play those in position 4, things like Monkey King, Weaver, and Nyx Assassin, and you play Lion on the 4 as well. So they might not be able to fit that into their draft, unfortunately.
Okay, so my question to you is, why do you like Lion? Why do you think it's a strong pick?
It's just a super strong disable against the Pango, and they pick up a Marcy alongside.
Woo!
Okay, they actually have super amazing catch and disable now. I don't think I've had the opportunity to talk too much to you about Marcy. I don't think we've been casting the same games when Marcy.
Very quickly, whilst we're on the topic of Lion, I do just want to pull up the stats on him because it is really interesting. You might think, oh, Lion, I've seen that hero around loads. No, you haven't. Stop drinking. You haven't seen Lion at all in the DPC. In fact,
Hey, I didn't say that. Cool.
5 times. And he hasn't won a single game either. He's never been banned. He's got a contest rate of less than 2% of games. Do we see a Lion even in the draft? So this hero is he's a ghost. He's not a lion. He's a ghost. He's a ghost lion. Terrifying. It's what you have nightmares about when you're a kid. Anyway, tell me about Marcy.
First, I want to say that Lion has the Morbius sweep in that case, the 0%. But Marcy, very, very powerful hero. It reminds me a lot of the old Earth Spirit, where you have like 2 abilities that both do so much. The rebound, of course, being a gap close, slow, an ability that does damage, and it sets up for an ability that stuns and repositions and does damage to enemy heroes.
Wow.
Like the fact that you can do these 2 things at level 2 and set up a gank in almost any Lion, on top of like repositioning and setting up for Lion's disables, you will always guarantee that you find kills with these 2 heroes if they move around the map together. It is super sick. The reason why it's always banned out is because it sets up so much, although God King did say in a post-game interview that he feels like this hero falls off. I think that they have enough setup and disable that they can take advantage of like huge early game power with the heroes they have so far. Void Spirit helping that out even more with more jump and more burst damage. So RNG's lineup is very scary. I don't think Winter Wyvern's going to be the hero they need to disengage with this either.
Okay, all right. Beacon, based on these 2 drafts, what are you feeling like these team fights are going to look like to you?
Don't ask me questions. I said I'm not talking anymore.
All right, back to you now.
Wait.
Come on,
I take advantage of your airtime here, B-Cup.
Every
Right,
caster's favorite question, like what's the team fight's going to be? Like, what are you going to be shouting about? All
right.
What spell do you want to go? He's using that.
He's pressing
toss. Wow.
Oh, Astral Step. Can't believe it. No, actually, team fight wise, I think Aster.Aries have a pretty good team fight right now. Winter's Curse. You've got the Rolling Thunder. Puck's banned. Never mind. I was going to say maybe Aster.Aries are thinking about the Puck, but obviously it's banned here, as I saw as I was saying that sentence. But I don't know. Chaos Knight does a lot of damage early. We'll see if he's going to be in the 1 or the 3 position, more so leaning towards him being the one at this moment. Winter Wyvern 4, maybe Tiny 5, Pango offlane or mid. We've seen it both in this region, but I like their team fight more so than I like RNG's. RNG feels, at least at this moment, very pick-off centric. With Dawnbreaker maybe jumping in if they get a team fight, and I do love the Dawnbreaker Ags. It feels very strong. So they're definitely leaning for a 1 position of big
Pangolier has played 70% across the DPC. He's played 70% in the mid lane at the moment. So he's been really, really favored as a mid laner at the moment. As the off lane,
they all learned from Zhao 8.
Yeah, Xiao 8 Senpai telling everybody how it's done.
I think partially it comes from like that shadow nerf to Pango where you can't change them anymore, so it's not as useful as position 3. Instead, people run the diffusal blade build, where you're not as tanky and you're doing more DPS on the hero now, but just fits better in the mid roll.
So I was watching Lizard play today. Actually, I was in Discord with him while he was playing. I was a big
What a handsome
spectator.
man.
Yeah, very handsome man. I felt like I was just I was the dad in the "Are you winning, son?" meme as I just watched him play. He was playing Pudge. He was with a Pangolier. The Diffusal with a Pudge on your team or anything that can follow that up feels really strong. It's like Rolling Thunder, blink in, Diffusal, or Swashbuckle, blink in, whatever you need. Movement in, Diffusal, slow, something to follow it up. It feels real strong. Like Pango Diffusal, it is disgusting. And if Aster.Aries go that direction and use it that well, I think they're in a pretty decent spot. I like their draft more than RNG at the moment, for sure. But it's also Kaka Lion, which is like very solid. It's probably going to be X Nova on the Marcy. It's okay. We'll see. I like Aster.Aries at the moment. I don't know. I'm not really sure what RNG need, but that's why it says BCOP play-by-play and not BCOP analyst. And they banned the Pudge. I just said that. Maybe it should say BCOP analyst. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe
Necro,
it seems like it. All right, Necro.
Maybe
it's
not.
like Pudge Light.
I could go for some
Said no one
refreshing
ever.
Pudge Light. It's like Pudge, but with half the calories.
It's like Pudge, but instead of hook, he's got some like little damagey Healy orbs, and instead of rot, he's got some kind of self ghost scepter. Instead of
Has Templar Assassin been banned out yet? Templar Assassin not banned out yet. They should pick that.
No.
Nah, I don't like TA.
I don't like TA here. Oh, too much
Why not?
control.
You don't like her girl bossing it? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I'm a
Gatekeeper?
massive misogynist. No, there's too much that goes through refraction. It seems like a lot of catch, a lot of get on top of you potential. Just give me a big frontliney person.
All right. Wraith King's still in the pool.
Yeah, I could vibe with
You
Wraith.
see him get destroyed by Chaos Knight? Yes, I could see that happening.
No, Wraith King. Stop that.
All right, they go for Juggernaut. All right, this hero has become
Troll
more
Warlock.
popular ever since they nerfed the salves, you guys. This healing ward incredibly value all of a sudden.
Wow.
Yeah, but I haven't really seen Jug do that well, and I think it was Ghost specifically who didn't play Jug that well. If I recall correctly, let me take a look. Don't judge me yet. Give me 5 seconds. And
All right, take your time.
And looking, and he lost his last game as Jug. I was not mistaken. Nailed
all
it.
right, then certainly the dude. Look how cool he looks, though. Did you see that? The
It
loading
looks alright.
You'll see it in a moment. I'm sure Observer will zoom in on the Juggernaut when the game starts. He looks very cool right now.
I mean,
He
China's
almost
always
looks as
decked.
cool as me and you, Neff.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
pink
What you
and the
mean?
matching.
Yeah, with the pink.
He
Yeah,
looks like a lost
exactly.
school child. Oh, okay. If that's the vibe you're going for, then fair enough. You're nailing. it.
Oh, here's a fun fact.
Who's art class, guys? What?
My mom used to dress me up in bright orange colors so I'd be easier to find because I constantly would run off. And to this day, I hate.
remember you telling us this.
I told you this in the studio.
That's a great. Next time we're doing an event together, Neff, I'm making you stick to that rule as well because the same thing happened when we were working together on site in studio. You kept running off, you know. It's like, oh, where's Neff gone again? God damn, we had to like get on the PA systems. Ukrainians got very, very confused about that. But based upon these drafts, who are we favoring in this series? RNG or is it going to be Aster.Aries?
Who you asking first?
I'm going to ask you, B-Cop.
Aster.Aries. I like their draft a little bit more. I'm not too fond of that Necro pick, but also Ghosts, it kind of gets lost at times in these games, and I don't think his Jug is that great, at least from what I've seen. I'm favoring Aster.Aries 55-45.
Okay, Neff.
I am favoring I'm favoring RNG. I just about said Aster.Aries. Lost my train of thought, as I do. I think the draft is way stronger. I think the setup potential with Marcy aligned is going to be great. I don't care about these stats that you're pulling. This Juggernaut losing games. This Lion having a 0% win rate and only 5 picks, almost no contest. What wins games is friendship, and even though RNG doesn't have that, Marcy is friendship.
Marcy is friendship indeed. All right, I'm going Aster.Aries with this one. I like their team fight, and I think they got a lot of answers to the Juggernaut. But let's find out what happens in game number 1 of RNG versus Aster.Aries, starting right now with your casters of BCOP and Neff as we jump into the game. Take it away, gentlemen. Oh, it's paused. Okay. All right. Well,
nice job baiting everyone, Nomad. Nice job.
I felt it. You were rushing us. You were like, oh, they're going to fight, which, by the way, they came like face to face with 4 heroes each. Didn't fight. We got paused. We were saved. Pause happened, and then Nomad just rushed us in. I just don't even... It's crazy.
Can you stop calling me out, please?
You guys called me out on the headset thing, and I have not gotten over it. I have definitely not gotten over it.
That's where you're going to point out the headset at the 8-match thing?
Yes.
All right. Looks like we're good to go. This time, for realsies this time. No joke. That's right. Put your headsets on, unpause the stream, unmute the stream, whatever. It's time for the big game between Aster.Aries and RNG. Take it away, BCOP and Neff. I'll be jumping in with some stats here and there.
30 seconds.
Great stun started off. Wow.
Yeah.
Kaka is legendary for this hero, by the way.
That was a legendary stun. Maybe iconic, if you will. It does, let me tell you, it does feel like these two teams, if I were to guess, and maybe this would be more so true if it was like LGD against Aster.Aries, but it does feel like the average Joes against the Purple Cobras, right? Like RNG kind of feels like the Purple Cobras, Aster.Aries feels like the average Joes. A little bit. You guys don't agree? All right, cool.
We're not allowed to make dodgeball references because, in that movie they bet on themselves in the contested topic.
It's the 18th anniversary of that movie, so we have to make constant references to it.
As of today?
Yes.
Really? I'm impressed.
Saturday or Sunday.
You know what Dodgeball Day is?
I do know what Dodgeball Day is. Let me tell you.
Kind of.
Being a small, nerdy kid, you are always the target of dodgeball.
I'm very sorry.
Doesn't even need to be gym class. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Ooh, a little bit of action down here on the bottom lane. Chalice taking a decent chunk of damage, as is Red Panda.
I'm interested to see if Chalice is going to do well on this Dawnbreaker bottom, because we've known that Chalice, at least when he played with LGD, he was a very sacrificial offlaner. So I guess the question becomes, how is he going to play it here with RNG? Because I feel like he definitely plays two personas when he's been on this team so far. It's like Chalice, the devastating offlaner, or Chalice back to his LGD roots of just being the guy who sacrificed his lane for his 2 cores, right? And I don't know if that's going to work for Dawnbreaker.
I think when you're playing the Dawnbreaker, especially with like Kaka on his line, you're going to be the devastating offlaner down here.
You'd like to hope.
Yeah, and then you'll go ahead and you'll join your team with your ultimates. That's one of the advantages that Dawnbreaker has. You can spend a lot of time farming if the enemy team will give you that space. And then be able to join your team. You don't have to waste a lot of time walking around with them. Solar Garden will just get you in there, so you can maximize your farm for that reason. We'll probably see the most action, or the action start, once Marcy hits her level 2, which will be coming up here pretty shortly. It's not that easy to find these kills off on the Tiny. Oh. I'm getting baited down here probably. Could have popped that stick in order to Starbreaker him, but I don't think it would have been enough to be able to finish off this CK.
It's a little bit tough. You've got the Arctic Burn, you've got the slow, and maybe they just throw out a stun and they just walk away. I don't really think Chalice has enough mana at the moment to get the damage, because I feel like early on you do need both the Starbreaker and the Celestial Hammer. Just the Starbreaker maybe with a stun is enough, but it just doesn't feel like enough damage at this point in the game. CK's got 5 charges on that stick anyway.
Yep. Right, if we're able to look up in the top lane right now, I wanted to touch on this one. There's 2 ways to yeah, I'm getting baited down here. There's 2 ways to survive getting like gone up by the Marcy and the Juggernaut. The one way is to have like a ton of mood speed in order to get away with them, an escape ability like that. The other is just have enough HP. If you can see Necrophos, he ended up building a bracer at the beginning of the game, just to have a little bit more bulk, so he could survive them initially, like spinning on him, and then 1 or 2 death pulses will give him enough health to be able to walk away. Red Panda, down near the bottom lane.
Yeah, getting low, but does have the newly formed Cold Embrace. I'm not sure that's going to help him, and Kaka will end up drawing first blood. Does get a stun out on the Ulu, but Ulu does have a 2-second stun, and that's the Celestial Hammer, that burn, that's slow. It does make you maybe regret going forward, right? Or deter you from going forward.
Yeah. Oh no, Wonder Wyvern ends up hopping over. He tries to snatch the rune. Sorry, Red Panda tries to teleport over here to snatch the rune from Somnus, who had to make a pretty far rotation in order to refill his bottle over there. That was a nice try there, but he ends up wasting a little bit of time. Does pop him with the Arctic Burn, do a decent chunk of damage to him, but is forced to make the slow walk back to base after that. I did talk about how I thought Xnova would have decent kill potential up here in the top lane, as we can see while the game's paused. But again, this Necrophos ended up going just like first in Embracer, still has a Fairy Fire, can spam out the Death Pulse. Might not be so easy to find kills off onto, especially if Tiny's able to like toss the Necrophos back out away from the Juggernaut spinning on him.
Would you be going for the Necrophos, though? I feel like your target would be TK
Tiny?
on the Tiny.
I
Yeah.
mean, look at this guy's. Look how tanky he is. This is a big boy here, B-Cup. 4 strength growth rate per level. He's already got more than 1,000 HP. This guy's got a quarry to settle.
Is that a Tiny reference right there? A quarry to settle?
Yeah, it was.
Coming at me with some rock lines right there.
Rock humor.
Maybe he rocks, maybe he rolls. Who knows?
Absolutely.
You're getting on your reference game. I appreciate it.
I got to when I'm casting with you. Your reference game is usually on point.
So I told my brother I was casting tonight. He's like, and he's the one who gave me the idea to just go all dodgeball references. He's like, it is the 18th anniversary. I was like, I could do it. I mean, we're all in. Like I've got so many references, not even written down, just in the chamber right now of whatever my 4th brain is, like quadrant in the top right. But like, we'll see if they get to make their appearance. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited for it.
if they happen, of course.
If they happen. You're gonna be doing, you're at the second game or second series as well with me. You'd be here all night. You've got plenty of time, B-Cop.
Yeah, it's a lot of time, a lot of coffee that needs to be devoured. I'll have to make some coffee in between series, get a little brew going. I won't say.
I just figured out the toy that I bought works. I pressed it by accident and actually got it working. I thought we were about to Okay, we are transitioning back to the game.
Is it a Tamagotchi?
No, it rolls across the floor and you press it. All right, here's the play. It's happening.
And there's the Starbreaker. Ooh, you say top, I say bottom. Chalice getting the kill on the Uwu, but I mean, this was the play that they were looking for over top. They've got the toss into the Necro, and that was with the Death Pulse, but not enough damage coming out onto Xnova. And like Nomad was saying, or maybe you were saying, I can't remember who said it first, but the healing ward doing a lot of healing. It was you? All right, I'm all in on the Nef train. And there's the kill coming through out onto the Necrophos.
Yeah, I'm sure that was Nomad. A very smart guy.
It was you. I was going to give you all the credit.
Yeah, of course. What can you do? I'm just not as smart.
He's not here to say anything otherwise. Like, it's not like he'll be like, oh, I did say that. Like, he's not. It's just me and you.
I mean, no one would believe you if I tried to take credit for it now.
3-0 RNG. And, well, I am the Caster's Curse here of the Chinese region. Blade Fury right on top of the Necro, looking for back-to-back kills. And Necrophos trying to run away, gets the help of the Avalanche and the Death Pulse. So Ghost now the one who's on the run.
Yep. Healing Ward is back up, and again, value skill thanks to Nomad for pointing this one out. Xnova tries to go back in. There's the dispose of the crit! Powerful swordsmanship out of Ghost.
That one level in that blade dance. Not a lot of dancing, but I guess a lot of ballet going on right there. Got to find the proper back and forth, and when you are using that blade dance, he was able to get the crit and the kill. So 4-0 RNG. That being said, and there is a stun over bottom on Uwu. I was going to say the net worth, not that much of a split. At least not yet.
No. Uwu is continuing to drop kind of low. This double bracer build he's got going on makes him pretty tanky, though. And of course, stun comes off the Red Panda. He's going to be fine there because Chalice doesn't have mana to follow this one up with the Celestial Hammer.
I'm a little disappointed with this Lion build. 2-1-1. Maybe I just troll my my pubs, but I put 2 points in a Hex first. I'm a big proponent of getting a kill onto Red Panda. Apparently, Chalice gets the kill out on a Red Panda, and it's now 5-0 RNG. I was going to say, I'm a big fan of just throwing the stun and getting the level 2 in the mana drain and just draining all that mana.
He's been playing this line like very aggressive from the very beginning of the lane, getting as many right clicks off on the enemies as possible. He just wants to like min-max his damage, it looks like, so he goes to 2 points in the Earth Spike.
Typical Kaka. Aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive player. I respect it.
Same.
I like the Bring It On reference there.
You're talking a little bit about the healing ward. Interestingly about Juggernaut, he's actually the 5th highest heal per minute hero in the DPC at the moment.
That's cheating. You're built-in healing. That's like saying Dazzle would be high on the list. Oh, Kaka just getting ripped apart. Chalice also dead. And they've got E coming over bottom, and well, they get both kills here. E, former player on Keen Gaming. I don't know if you guys remember that organization. They've kind of fallen out.
It's the one D-Stone used to be on, right?
Was D-Stones on Keen?
Was he
on? No.
Am I crazy?
Was D-Stones on Aster for that? I swore he was on Aster for that.
Well, he'd been on Aster. Nomad was there. My stats man, I'm sure, would know. TK now getting gone on up here in the top lane. No way he survives
this one. And disposed of. Ghost getting the kill. I already did that one the last game I covered on Marcy, so it's in the wing ready to go, that line.
Right. I mean, as soon as Necrophos just showed himself, I mean, they're just going to walk straight at him. Spins up another 5 seconds. They easily have enough lockdown to shut this guy.
Yeah. Earth Spike, they have Dispose if needed, but it's not. It's really an RNG show at the moment. And it was ESL Amberg. Amberg? Nomad? Hamburg? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Well, it was, he was playing Hamburger. Rolling Thunder coming in. Solar Guardian, of course, to help out Somnus, who goes with the Astral Step. TK is still in a little bit of trouble, but he's got the toss that lands on Somnus. Earth Spike from Kaka. And an easy kill onto the Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, you save him there with the Golden Burst for a little while, but it does set up the Dawnbreaker coming in with that Solar Guardian, unfortunately.
Still want to fight. They still want to go for Red Panda. They've got the Earth Spike again. Kaka just with enough mana. Starbreaker to follow it up. Here's the Dispose on E. I mean, RNG just haven't stopped, have they? But ooh, finally coming in to say enough. Kaka dies. Ooh, gets a kill, but it does force the rotations from Aster.Aries.
Yeah. It makes a long trip over there. He's going to just walk straight back down to the bottom. They might clean up a couple creeps on the way back down. Phantasm Illusion will give him a hand with that one. But honestly, you just get the line after that one, and it's definitely not worth it. So RNG, despite having a ton of kills, finally cement themselves like their first net worth advantage in this game.
Yeah, it's only a small one, but it is something of a lead. And, you know, Ghost is kind of leading by quite a bit. And this is one of the things that I think me and Black kind of went over with Ghost, is sometimes he falls behind in farm a little bit, and he doesn't exactly know where to find himself that little bit of an advantage coming out. And meanwhile, top lane, Reaper Scythe, Ghost getting turned into one. And it's a double kill there as they take out X-Nova as well. 4 heroes top this time. And they have moved as a unit from mid to top.
Yeah, you see the My Bad come out from X Nova there. There was a huge hesitation, just trying to like min-max out the damage. Wanted to let Necrophos walk a little bit further forward before dropping the Dispose off onto him, but that allows him to get off the Reaper site. Juggernaut doesn't get the spin or the healing ward off. He ends up just getting punished super hard there. So a little bit to delay trying to min-max how long they're disabled for. Like slow on top of the Dispose stun ends up punishing you.
A little bit tough to get the kill. It's the Astral Step, even the finger used from Kaka. He doesn't get the kill. The Rolling Thunder is still going, and they've got the Splinter Blast. They'll take out Kaka. That's a lot of the control that they have here. And there's the Winter's Curse. Well placed by Red Panda, and they want to get Chalice. They've got the Shield Crash. They have the Swashbuckle, too. So far, so good here for Aster.Aries, and the Omni Slash doesn't do anything. This feels really bad for RNG. 2 ultis with high cooldowns that don't garner any kills, and they're still looking for Red Panda, who gets on the high ground with the Arctic Burn. So RNG, empty-handed, come up with nothing.
The uptime on that thing is just so huge. The 10 seconds of the Arctic Burn, he managed to get up on that hill, the tail end of it as well. But yeah, it was a complete disaster for you. Now the net worth swings the other way. 1k advantage for the side of Aster.Aries. You didn't cast or curse yourself, you cop. You're a prophet, an oracle.
Well, I play Dazzle.
Yeah. So you got high hero healing, much like Juggernaut.
I had like 30k healing earlier today. It was pretty high.
Yeah,
That is pretty
I
nice.
don't know if that's a lot.
Quick little review on the lanes here, folks. Honestly, pretty boring in terms of when we're talking about last hits. The only one who's really struggling, I mean, Necro struggled a little bit, CK struggled a little bit, and Dawn struggled a little bit, but no one really doing dramatically bad. Pango a little bit ahead of the average. Meanwhile, the Juggernaut and the Void Spirit were both on average almost exactly. So, yeah, slight advantage for RNG coming out of the lanes, but like very, very minimal, very, very even when it comes down to the creeps that were hit.
Nice.
Pango almost has that defusal.
Yeah.
I feel like that's go time, right? Like, especially once Ulu gets the armlet too. You just run at them, defusal, slow them down, reality rift, chaos bolt, boom, 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 right click, dead, dead, dead.
Yeah, the 300 gold from that, they are 2.5 minutes from the Aghanim Shard being completed on Necrophos. They're still pretty far from the Blink Dagger. Those are the first like major things that they need to just start running RNG over. At that point, it's actually going to be super difficult to fight into them. Omni Slash becomes not very useful at all because you have a 1400 gold Ghost Scepter in the form of Necrophos's eggs or egg shard that comes out at 15 minutes. Busted, in your opinion, B-Cop?
Everything's busted in my opinion.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's why I'm such a low rank. I'm like, that's busted. He right clicked you. Exactly.
Yeah, I shouldn't be allowed to do that. It should be my thing.
He denied creeps, of course.
Right, but just like you mentioned, the armlet now coming out, Diffusal Blade now being flown out, and I believe, they already have the smoke ready as well on Red Panda here, so I imagine just after Ulu clears out this creep wave, they'll probably go for something.
Is this casual Fluffy Hat, or do you think he's gonna eventually make that into a 4-staff?
For now, it's just a casual Fluffy Hat. I'm not sure if he'll end up turning that into anything, though. I imagine not. 4-staff is kind of good this game, but he'll get a 4-staff. I've changed my mind.
X-Nova, happy to tank the gank, and by tank it, he takes 2 right clicks and dies.
Yeah. But honestly, one of the better heroes that you can lose there with that initial smoke gank they end up making alongside Diffusal and Armlet Reveal.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys actually, do you think this Diffusal Blade is below or above average timing on a Pangolier?
How many are getting Diffusal?
Quite a lot.
Below.
Well, yeah, just by a touch.
It is pretty much exactly on average for the Pangolier. So I pulled a sneaky on you guys.
Wait. But was it after by a touch?
It was actually before by a tiny touch. It was the usual is like 13 minutes and 40 seconds, and he got it at like 13 minutes and 35 seconds. So like 5 seconds quicker than average.
So close.
But yeah, I don't know. These Pangos be quick. Go grabbing that Diffusal Blade, but I guess that's what happens when they go mid.
I hate this guy. Why you bait us like that?
Oh, well, got to stay a step ahead of the game, guys. I can't spell every answer out for you. What can I say? This isn't school anymore where you get participant trophies.
Hey, everybody's a winner here in the China DPC. We're all in first place with the 1-1 ties.
We're also all in last.
Until this game ends. Well, yes. But don't tell anybody that. Because then they'll think China's weak. The division, very strong.
Yeah. Both division in China are incredibly strong, in my opinion.
Div2's like, okay.
Div2's got some crazy teams this time around. Red Panda, bonus night vision.
Look at them going after Kaka, looking with the Rolling Thunder. And Kaka, you are in trouble. Shield crash, avalanche, and take you down. Yee, getting the kill on the Kaka. I was trying to find a third rhyme there, but nothing came to my mind at that exact moment.
That's okay. That's why you're a caster, not a rapper, B-Cup.
Same thing. Ooh, okay. X-Nova. Cheeky rebound. Am I allowed to say that, Nomad? Cheeky rebound?
Yes.
That's his
Am I
word.
an honor? I mean, I was a part of ESL Prem League for one series. Like, I feel like I could use some...
You mean the UK Premiership?
Yeah. Omni Slash, Blade Fury, Celestial Hammer, and the rebound. They'll get the kill on the Ooh. Meanwhile, also taking out Red Panda in the jungle. Somnus getting the kill there.
Yep. Set up alongside the Lion. Finger of Death ended up going off there, so he does end up getting himself his first stack of the game.
After missing it on the last one.
X-Nova doesn't end up dropping.
Just a quick swashbuckle. Chalice in some trouble. On the run, TK there. Reaper Scythe down, doesn't get the kill, but there's the toss, and TK will finish off Chalice.
Yep. Uh-oh. No stacks Reaper Scythe, and it doesn't go the way of Necrophos, so he's only sitting at half mana now. This is a disaster.
He's got one stack.
Yeah, but not
2
for that kill.
HP, yeah, true. Also true.
There's a flashback to that last kill, or the last time he got the Reaper Scythe stack from when Marcy didn't use Dispose fast enough. I hate remembering these things.
Makes me sad.
Yeah. He's going for Sanj Kaya this game.
All that said, by the way, Ghost is top of the net worth.
Yeah.
A little surprising. I feel like he sometimes gets a little bit lost, or either it's one of two things. He gets lost, or it's all farm for him, and doesn't exactly find his way in. I guess there's the third option of also having an amazing game, which he's done before.
Is that what's going to happen this time, or do you think he's going to fall off? Oh, I mean, it's not about analysis, Beakup. It's all about vibes here. What's the vibe?
Well, my vibe, I don't know. I like Ooh at the moment. He's in a decent spot. And once he gets this BKB, I worry for RNG.
All right. That's a bad vibe, but it's a vibe nonetheless.
No, I mean, it's a bad vibe if you're an RNG fan. Good vibe if you're an Aster.Aries fan.
Yeah, but you were worrying about it. You weren't, like, hyped for him.
That is true. It's because I'm a Sagittarius, not an Aries.
Is that a horoscope reference?
Just restating the horoscopes.
True.
You think Aster.Aries does read the Aries like horoscopes when they play?
Yeah, absolutely. They just refuse to play if it's a bad horoscope.
Okay. Glad we're on the same page here.
Or they only schedule their match dates for good horoscope days.
When Mercury's in retrograde.
Yeah, I have no idea what that means, but totally.
Rolling Thunder. Yee has the blink, so he's able to jump on top of X-Nova. Uses the defusal. There's the rebound. And Dawnbreaker coming in with a sword. Guardian Red Panda gets taken out. There's the finger with the stun on the Ooh. No damage from that CK. Omni Slash. And he chisels the rock into a gravestone. TK very quickly dispatched, and it's looking like the Necro is next. Good Aether Remnant there from Somnus, and it's a mega kill streak from Somnus.
He stuns him as he completes the TP on Red Panda. He's not able to get this off on anyone.
Oh, Winter's Curse just on Chalice. That feels bad. Celestial Hammer. There's the dieback. When that buyback symbol is still under your name, it is certainly a dieback, and Somnus getting credit for a couple of them in that fight. That is a expanding lead there for RNG as they're going to take the tier 1 over mid.
That must have looked so good for the Winter Wyvern. He's like, buy back and TP's in. He's like, go baby, they're all grouped up. I have a 3-second TP. I can easily get this. But Kaka was in position. He drops the Earth Spike the moment the TP completes, so he's never able to get off that Winter's Curse. And they just separate, break him down afterwards. They only got that one off on the Chalice there. Ends up being completely wasted by. They just end up feeding him another kill. Amazing positioning there from Kaka.
Kaka, God, the only guy that can play Lion, apparently. Is what it is.
Play him in both.
You're asking about the horoscope for Aries today? Well, I got one up, you guys.
Yeah, all right. Here
Are
we
you
go.
seeking the perfect +1 for a creative endeavor or new business? As optimistic
am.
Venus clashes with stern Saturn in your collaboration zone this Saturday, you normally sharp instincts could not be available. When it comes to screening candidates, don't overlook any red flags just because you like someone's personality. If you have concerns about their experience or maturity level, ask deep diving questions to quell any reservations.
Uh-oh. Looks like you overlooked a couple of red flags on Aster.Aries this game, B-Cop.
Seems that
I
way.
might have. And Blink, Earth Spike, Solar Guardian coming crashing down, and there's Chalice with another kill. Can you do Sagittarius for me real quick?
Absolutely not.
Thank you for drawing the line.
Professional
Is it in the
standard.
sand? Because I'll just, wipe it away. Dry erase marker.
I'll
Is it
DM
gonna
you.
say I'm gonna find one soon? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, what's our item status of these big items that turn around the game? I mean, BKB coming out in Pangolier, I imagine, is going to be a big one. Chaos Knight just recently ended up completing his, but until Pango's got his BKB, there's a lot of unrealized net worth on the side of Aster.Aries, and given that they're already 7k net worth behind, I don't think they're going to take a fight until this one is done. So
Yeah, the net worth
Pango.
has expanded pretty drastically in the last few minutes, right? Like this has been 2 bad fights from Aster.Aries. They should be waiting on the Sagittarius horoscope, which hopefully says I'll stop crying in the shower. I mean, it'll say that they're going to start winning this game.
right, one of those two things. It looks like RNG have an Negative Scepter coming up on Somnus. So the crying in the shower isn't going to end anytime soon for Aster.Aries.
Apparently not. I get the feeling.
He's got a lot of burst damage as well, man. He's got a fairy trinket this game, the Kai Assange. And once this thing's completed, very easy time jumping the backline, getting on top of Red Panda, going to shut this guy's game down. He's just working on a blink day right now, but this isn't going to be complete for ages at the rate he's going yet. There it is. Egg Scepter done. And smoke already on Kaka. As soon as he clears out this wave, I imagine they're going to hunt for something inside the enemy team's jungle, but they smoked up themselves, heading for the mid lane. They're close to the tower here, though. This could turn around very badly for them.
Gotta remember, Kaka does have a blink dagger if he wants to make the jump and try and get some save there. Unfortunately, he won't have the time to do so. Somnus gets taken out very quickly with the BKB being popped by Ooh. They go to the Witcher's Curse that is out through onto Chalice to pop his own BKB. The chase is on for Kaka, and now he's out of the fight. Toss up in the air on the Yi. Omni Slash bouncing around. Goes to Ooh. Now over to the Necro. Buyback on Kaka. It's like they kind of want to turn this around. Dispose, finger, and they've done so. They get the kill. Ooh, they land the stun through onto the Necrophos, and the Blade Fury right on top of him. There's the Hex onto the Necro too. X-Nova gets taken out, but if they can get the kill to the Necro, they'll feel all right. The Cold Embrace keeps Necro alive for a little bit longer, but the inevitable has taken place, and they will finish him off.
Kaka coming back into that team fight was crucial to them, letting that Finger of Death, maybe not the most, but the stuns that he ended up landing as he comes back into the team fight, and the mana drain off onto the Necrophos, who's in the Cold Embrace, stopped him being able to pop Ghost Shroud, Death Pulse, anything when he got out of that Cold Embrace. So nice plays there by Kaka. I recognize he needs to come back into the game, but that was about as good of a start to that team fight as you could have gotten from Aster.Aries. You're smoked up. You managed to get that Observer Ward off onto the high ground there, and you catch the Void Spirit who had just completed his Aghanim Scepter. This guy would have destroyed you in the team fight with this AoE silence if you didn't initiate onto him. So despite that best case scenario, things not going their way, I think it only gets worse for them from here on out unless they can make another play like that happen, but I don't imagine RNG are going to let their guard down like that again.
Making them jump in. They've got the Hex, and they will slam it down on a Red Panda. They get the kill on a Red Panda as well as Ooh. So 2 kills there right quick. And Ghost getting credit for the one of them. And I agree with you. Like, they got the Void Spirit, the buyback. Like, the net worth only changed for Aster.Aries in a positive direction because of the fact that Kaka did buy back. And it was necessary to the fight, right? Like, it does cost them the net worth, the lead, like the whatever deficit they end up giving back. But without him buying back, they don't get anything from that fight at all, and it's probably a little bit worse, if not completely worse. They go in with the Solar Guardian. They're going to land the Solar Guardian on 2. The finger out onto Yi. They will clean up this Pangolier. Now they're going to look over for the Necro. Kaka with the double kill. Kaka is on it with this Lion, and there is the rebound. They're looking for the dispose onto TK. They'll throw him over his shoulder. It's a little bit of a suplex coming in from X-Nova, and a kill there for Ghost, who's on a mega kill streak. And, you know, I will admit that I've kind of talked a little bit poorly of him earlier, but Ghost has certainly found his way into these fights. Something that has been a bit of a problem with him, where he doesn't exactly know where to interject, but at least at the moment, he's fought with his team, and I think the communication's certainly been there.
Yeah, now that he's, you know, like worked out, ripped, and rich, maybe, you know, you'll be friends with him. Maybe he'll loan you $20.
I'm gonna need more than that.
And we'll forget about you ever talking bad about him, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Don't clip it. Don't ship it.
Woody, how do you feel about this Eye of Scotty? You know, we'll give you the opportunity to talk him up a little bit, at least after this team fight.
Ooh, good Aether Remnant, followed up by the Earth Spike. They get the kill on a Red Panda. Kaka with another one. He's now dominating. They look for the Rolling Thunder on the other side. That's going to land on a Kaka. Avalanche comes out, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. The Omni Slash bouncing around and getting shared, so no kill there for Ghost off of that. 3-second stun on a Chalice, and still Yi trying to find something out of this, but he needs to be a little bit careful. The whole team on the side of RNG is alive. They get the kill on a Ooh, they'll take out TK. 3 heroes down on the side of Aster.Aries, and they're right in onto the bottom tier 3. And this has looked real good from RNG, start to finish so far.
Yeah, I imagine they've got, well, they don't have a healing ward available, but, you know, these heroes are so tanky they continue to push forward here. Wood Wyvern does come back up in a couple of seconds, but no Blink Dagger to instantly gap close and get on top of it if they do group up. They have to be careful as well. Marcy could just rebound, dispose this Winter Wyvern. Just like that, game would be over. So they're forced to give up this Rax here. And it does give us a chance to go back to that question, Pickoff, give you the chance to talk up Ghost a little bit. How do you feel about this Eye of Scotty that he's going for as his next item in this game?
I'm for it. Whatever he picks, I'm going to back him up from here on out. I never said a poor thing about him, ever.
Yeah. I do like
Solar Guardian. Oh, no chance. Not even needed. Finger again. Kaka, how many stacks? 5 stacks. Considering the fact that he missed the first one, he's found himself quite a bit.
Yep. This is the highest stacks a Lion has ever had in the DPC this DPC so far.
I'm not shocked. It's Kaka. He's the man.
Yeah, doing it.
But you better keep him, RNG. You know what happens when you don't.
That's the thing. Once
Just
you
ask
have
Newbie.
Kaka, you can't let him go. You're cursed to keep him forever.
What do you mean? You mean he's a wonderful partner / teammate, you know?
He also comes with the curse. Ask Newbie, ask Keen Gaming. You know, those teams are definitely around still.
I thought this was like you treat him right sort of thing, but no, it's a curse scenario. Nice stuff, you guys.
You have to treat him right.
Yeah.
He's a queen. He deserves to be treated as such.
This could be the last iteration of RNG.
All right, boxed to their base at the moment. They still have got Aegis for another minute and 20 seconds here. All their abilities are up right now on Aster.Aries. Other than this Phantasm, they'll have backup relatively soon. What is it you think that they're waiting on? Just as Lincoln Sphere coming out on Void Spirit?
I don't really think they're waiting on anything. They took the top tier 2, right? Like, they're still moving. They're still doing their thing. They're
I guess it's just Dawnbreaker on the other side of the map, and she'll be able to come back in with the Solar Guardian and snatch these 2 bounty runes. Get that bag, Queen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hoping that someone exits the base here. You can see Kaka smoked up, hidden behind the trees, as is Somnus. They're not going to fall for it. Ulu, if you have any sense, you'll just send your Phantasm illusions. Oh, he's going to send his hero out with it.
Do they know which
He
one
thinks better of it. That was a very high risk, low reward play. That's what that was. If he sent his hero out.
CS, always nice.
Yeah, but like maybe he gets maybe someone thinks they're illusions and goes to clear them, and then he gets like the Chaos Bolt set up, and then the rest of the team comes in. Like that could happen there. Or he loses his hero, he doesn't have buyback, and then he loses the game because of it. So he thought better of it and turned back around.
Age is going to expire. There we go. But 5-man smoke from Aster.Aries, almost feeling a little bit desperate because they definitely need to win the. Oh.
Go on.
Oh dear.
Please finish that thought.
So what did it say in that Aries horoscope again? Red flags?
Red flags.
That
Red
might
flags.
be.
Don't overlook red flags.
Yeah, well, you can't overlook a Reaper Scythe onto an illusion. I'll tell you that
Look,
much.
after a day of dealing with other people, you may feel the need to have a little me time on Sunday. As the moon cozies up in Pisces, cull up with a good book or your favorite streaming series. Or maybe a solo picnic in the park.
Ooh.
Or a solo picnic in the park. That's a bad omen
Wait,
for the
yeah,
team.
a solo picnic.
Who's going for a solo picnic?
Yeah, everybody else is just looking at that guy like, I bet he's waiting for someone.
Right. Marcy's ready for the team picnic
wasn't.
with the Wraith Pact. How about that?
Great segue, Neff. Thank you.
That's the best I can do, honestly.
Short notice, we got it.
Well, it's still a popular item despite the nerfs to it. It is pretty easy for Winter Wyvern to target down the Wraith Pack inside the team fights now. One being one less attack, the model's bigger. What else did they change about it? Oh yeah, they made it like a better bounty and whatnot as well.
100 gold.
But still, on a hero like Marcy, you already mostly have what you need, especially X-Nova playing this with relatively low farm. Position 5 this game. You're much less likely to build up like a BKB or something else that we sometimes see on this hero. Blink Dagger seems to be one of the most popular choices on it as well, but Wraith Pact, like, you go in, you get your rebound, you dispose off the disposition enemy, your Wraith Pact is still providing an impact even if you like become the Suicide Initiator. So I kind of like it.
For their moment to jump in.
We could just be waiting for the next Roshan. Also, Juggernaut's working on this Nullifier as his next item, which is pretty important up against this Necrophos. It's not going to dispel Cold Embrace, unfortunately, but we talked about the 1400 gold E-Blade or the Ghost Shroud this guy's been popping. He's got himself out of a lot of Omni Slashes so far with it, so at this point he could just be frustrated with it. Even if they can win the team fight without the Nullifier, I think he wants to be able to take on this Necrophos, blow him up at the beginning, or whoever he's trying to save.
Roach potentially in 10 seconds.
Yep. I think it's the last thing they're waiting for, and yeah, they know it, and they're smoking out of the base because of it. Good positioning right now from Kaka, though.
23
Ready to
seconds.
Reaper Scythe another illusion.
Come on, man. That was
That's
one
what
time.
happened last time. Reruns. Avalanche and the toss. Or Guardian's not going to be. They do get themselves a little bit of help with Chalice going in. Lands the Starbreaker, and they've got some lockdown into well, they take out TK. Goes into the ulti with the Phantasm. Ghost ready with the Omni Slash. That's going to bounce on some creeps, bounce on some illusions, and now they've got the Aether Remnant. They get the kill into they'll take him out for 64 seconds.
GG.
Down goes Red Panda, and GG has in fact been called. They'll also get the Necro, and it will be game 1 going the way of Royal Never Give Up.
Unfortunate final team fight there.
It was indeed, Neff. It was indeed. RNG take game number 1 off Aster.Aries in this series. And, look close for a while, a bit of back and forth, but in the end, unfortunately, it goes away of RNG. And, this is RNG. He looks sad, but he just won. So, whatever.
Not hard enough.
Yeah. God, I wish I had a KDA. God damn it. Neff, you want to say something about the last team fight before I rudely cut you up?
I rudely cut you off, Nomad. Apologies. Trying to segue out of the game. Necrophos ended up throwing off the Death Seeker onto the CK there, but it just ended up amping the damage from Somnus. But I think at that point the game was so far gone that things like that really didn't matter.
Yeah, I actually feel like there was a bigger mistake there where they tossed back the Void Spirit, which actually meant that he could get off the Silence onto the Necrophos, which means he couldn't get Reapers scythed. I thought that was the biggest mistake they made, because if they'd have tossed in place, then Necro would have just been able to get the Reaper scythe onto the Void Spirit and he'd be dead. But unfortunately, they tossed him back. he had the Yags, which means he get the AoE silence off on the Necro, and then they're very sad boys on the side of Aster.Aries. But even so, it was a bit of a Hail Mary from them. It felt like they were in a tricky position, and yeah, I mean, who would your MVP be? Because I feel like Ghost had an amazing performance.
Kaka.
Yeah, I was thinking Kaka. I feel like it's very easy to choose Kaka. So like Ghost, like yeah, he had a great performance, but I don't know, Kaka. I'm always hoping he does well, especially back into the scene, doing his thing. So I'm biased. Kaka.
Kaka. Well, I mean, he definitely had a good performance as well, and on a hero which no one else has really been having much success on. But then again, this has been pretty much permanently Kaka's signature hero since the dawn of time. You know, this is the Kaka special, so no surprises to see him kicking off here on this line and doing a hell of work. I thought that, especially that mid play where he jumped in and caught the Wyvern on the TP back in to stop the curse coming out, that was just. That was beautiful. That was probably the highlight of the game for me. Yeah,
well, chef's kiss on that one for sure.
Absolute chef's kiss. Neff, what did you think of the Dawnbreaker this game? Because did you think RNG utilized it well?
Yeah, I'd say that they utilized it pretty well. They came into a couple of team fights. They punished Winter Wyvern with it. It was this tanky hero they couldn't ever shut down. We're going to look at some of the highlights here. We might see the opportunity to it. And one thing that you did end up missing in that last team fight is when he tossed the Void Spirit out. He tossed him out of the Dawnbreaker, so it did prevent a little bit of healing, but it also meant that they didn't find that kill and you managed to get the silence off to the Necropose and whatnot. So the Dawnbreaker was a massive nuisance. It was on the other side of the map farming. He had pretty good net worth on Chalice's game as well. I think that, we see Reason this game. It's a great example of why it is picked up and banned out so often at the moment. Provides a ton of utility, does great damage, and anybody who can travel around the map very quickly is a good hero in my eyes.
Yeah, I think it also opens up new avenues of getting net worth for your team as well. If you can play anywhere on the map and always be able to travel to your team, it kind of means that you have another hero that can just kind of farm waves and, go back and defend and that kind of thing, or just, even jungle and always still be active in the fights just with that global presence and healing as well. I think that aspect of it is really, really strong, and that's something which Chalice made good use of because, he was a pretty rich boy by the end, despite playing on their side of the map where you don't normally want to play if you're trying to trap the enemy inside their base. But Dawnbreaker allows you to do that.
Yeah. Here we see that set up by Kaka. He ends up getting that stun immediately off onto Red Panda before he can TP in and get that ultimate off. This is one of the highlights of the game, in my opinion, because it stopped them from being able to turn this fight around and find a couple of kills.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff. We go through the rest of these highlights. So, what do you think the major mistakes were from the side of RNG then? From the side of Aster.Aries? It has to be asked.
I think Uwu was out of position a lot. You were relying on this CK to get things done, and it felt like he was blown up so early in so many fights. Especially like Kaka was just able to get him down to a certain point, throw the finger out, make sure it was just like that he's the first one dead, and they really weren't doing a good job of protecting Uwu, and Uwu wasn't putting himself in a position to succeed, truthfully. And I think they really desperately needed CK to be in a decent spot throughout this game. And look at where he is in the net worth. He's 5K behind this Jug. And I know it's already a 13K lead at this point in the clips, but he was never really on pace with the Jug at all. He just never really had a good game. And I felt like he was kind of putting himself in precarious positions a lot.
Do you agree with that, Neff?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think B-Cop's learned his lesson. He's never going to say a single bad thing about Ghost again. Learned to respect his carry. Now he's become critical of other carries.
He's moved targets now. He's shifted his crosshairs.
Exactly. Needs another target for his abuse.
Yeah. Ooh. The crosshair's on you now.
CK not the hero he was previously. I mean, I was kind of expecting this Juggernaut to struggle more, honestly, because I felt like they had good answers. You've got Wyvern, who I always like against Jug, because you've got the Cold Embrace against the Omni Slash, and then you've got the ultimate to go through the spin, but didn't matter, didn't care.
Everyone played a pretty big part in doing a lot of damage in that last game. I mean, Juggernaut ended doing 24k hero damage, same as Chalice, but I feel like everyone played a pretty big part there, and they came up with decent answers to these things coming out, because again, when the Cold Embraces came out, like it sets up Chalice to come in with the Dawnbreaker ult, or you have all of your mana drained by Kaka on this Lion. Like, yes, Aster.Aries had solutions to this Juggernaut, but the rest of RNG had solutions to everyone on the side of Aster.Aries.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, by the way, I love when production or the Chinese production agrees with me and Neff on who should be MVP. It's like they're listening. I agree. Just saying. We know who to call it out for.
It is the Neff and B-Cop show, isn't it? You're going to say the B-Cop and Neff show?
Yeah. No, it's the Neff and B-Cop show.
My name first, really?
Yeah, you're on the bill. I'm giving you first chair.
Thank you. I need to get into the lobby. I need to get in a single chair.
Yes.
Agreed. Get in here, boy. We're ready to go. Talking about game number 2, anything we're hoping for? Any hero you guys have been missing? I'll be honest, my boxes are ticked. I want to see more Dawnbreaker. I want to see more Marcy. We get to see RNG play it. They win with it as well. Some sick Marcy gameplay. And I actually really liked what Xnova was doing on Marcy as well, where he was just like, yes, this hero has awesome save. This hero has awesome jump. But I'm also just going to buy normal support stuff. I'm going to buy a Glimmer. I'm going to buy a Wraith Pact because that's what my team needs, you know? I'm not going to buy like this Blink and this Shard, even though it's super cool and rad to jump around and save people and catch people out. I've got Kaka for that, you know? I don't need to be that guy. I just need to be the homie who saves my friends.
I will say Xnova on Marcy does feel a little bit better than it did the other game. He's starting to, like, he's playing well. I think he is getting used to this Marcy a little bit more and more. And the more and more he's getting used to this hero, the more and more dangerous he's getting. Xnova looking pretty good. And I like it because it's a little bit different than the Xnova of the LGD days, right? Like the Witch Doctors and the Dazzles. And let me sit back and help my team. Oh my God. Heal, please. Mech. Oh my God. Wards. Like everybody knew Xnova is one of the best warders as a position 5 in China. He's playing Marcy. He's frontlining. He's trying to get in, helping his team get kills and play aggressive. Like, that's so not what we used to see from him years ago. I'm so down for it. Xnova Marcy every game. Hit me with it. I'm so ready.
He's having a great time. I mean, he's definitely been a very high variety hero, but player. But I absolutely agree. Like, with these, his classic play style was very different. And like, the old position 6 days when everyone used to just be like, never had enough money to survive more than like a sneeze in a team fight, meaning you just had to be so far backlines that you're basically in another game. But as long as you're getting your wards down, kid, you're doing a good job. Absolutely. So game number 2 just around the corner. And what are the major changes in the draft which you want to see coming out from Aster.Aries?
Better picks.
Better picks. Thank you, B-Cup. You're the guy in my pub who was like, what do we do? How do we win this game? Just play better, guys.
Pudge safe lane, please.
Pudge safe lane? I mean, hero is legit. We've heard Black talk about it a lot. The hero is definitely legit. For me, I'd like to see Aster.Aries kind of move towards a more kind of draft focused around themselves. And I want to see them come up with a consistent game strategy because I didn't really feel like there was one in this game. It was kind of just like 5 heroes which were good and they answered what RNG were doing, but they didn't really seem to, when it got to like the kind of early late game / late mid game, they didn't really seem to have much of a game plan in mind for these fights. It was kind of like, get a good curse off on Wyvern and then, I don't know, Pango can roll around and do some stuff. Like, I almost want to see them pick like a Tide or an Underlord or something, give them something to play around, that big portal or Ravage or something. I feel like that would help them a lot.
Enigma, he has been more popular recently, and I feel like we do just as good a job shutting down the enemy team's safe lane there as, you did, or you tried to do with the Winter Wyvern and Necrophos pick.
Yeah. I also think that lane was... It's not a great lane, and the Marcy jug lane is really strong. I actually think they got away with that lane more than maybe they should have. The game could have gone worse for them, but there were a couple of mistakes made in that lane from Xnova and from Ghost, but they managed to pull it together. But in the like kind of first 3 minutes of the lane, I think they actually got away with it much more than they should. I think they should have been dead on the Necro at level 2, and he didn't die, and that was a pretty big deal. So yeah, I think they got away with it. But again, draft yourself slightly stronger lanes and give yourself like a big hero to play around, like that Enigma, like that Underlord, and yeah, hopefully we get a nice big game 2 coming out. Speaking of which, guys, you don't have to wait around any longer because the draft is now live. So we'll jump into it for game number 2 of Aster.Aries versus RNG here at the China DPC and find out what heroes exactly are going to be coming up on your screens right now. And we're going to start things up with the Death Prophet and the Coddle banned out from RNG. Meanwhile, Aster.Aries, they're going to get rid of the Nature's Prophet and one more ban still to come. Are you guys surprised to see there's nothing from the last game which is going to be taken out the pool by the looks of it? Or do you reckon Aster.Aries are going to get rid of something here?
Marcy right here. They're going to get rid of it.
Nah. I reckon they'll get
How
rid of the
crazy.
Dawnbreaker, if anything.
How crazy would it be
One
if
of
they
the
got rid
two.
of Lion? How crazy would that be?
I say you're out of your mind, Neff.
That would be the first Lion ban of the entire DPC. That's not happening, Neff. You're crazy.
Look at them. They're mind flayed right now. They're burning
There's no
through their
way.
reserve time in the first phase of this draft. Ban 2? They're thinking about it. They're discussing it, and they're talking about how crazy it is right now. These people, Kaka absolutely destroyed their mental.
I'll eat my cat if they ban the Lion. It's not happening.
Absolutely not. I'm putting my foot down on that one, just like you put your foot down on the horoscope thing earlier.
All right.
Hey, I'm still waiting for my Sagittarius horoscope in my DMs.
Absolutely not.
By the way, I have no new messages. Just saying.
Maybe that's a sign from the gods.
That's your sign.
Who does horoscopes? Who's in charge? Oh no, it's the planets and the stars, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a sign from the planets, speak up. That you don't need a horoscope. The horoscope was inside you all along.
They've got 1 minute left. Are they disconnected right now? Okay, no.
No.
They ban out the Timber Saw instead.
All right.
They will in a second here. I called that one a little bit too early because I was so surprised they ended up only having 54 seconds of reserve time left.
Mr. Wilfred Whiskerson gets away once again, uneaten. Lucky cat.
Mm-hmm. Good name.
Thank you. It's actually Sir Wilfred Whiskerson. We like to call him Sir. I feel like he's
My cat's name is Bogdan.
I know Bogdan, yeah. So it's an excellent name as well. I feel like we've gone in different directions with that one.
Yeah, just complete opposite ends of the spectrum there.
Very much so.
So as far as what they're going to pick up this game, I feel like the openings last time were pretty solid.
Actually, I want to ask Chat actually what their pet's name is. Chat, can you just tell me what just write what your pet's name is and what kind of animal it is in the chat, or maybe we could guess what kind of animal it is. That sounds kind of fun. Tell me your pet names. I'm interested. I want to hear the best and brightest as we start things off with the Marcy.
And we'll rate them later.
My dog's name is Cooper.
That's average. That's like
Average. It's like the Spot of 2022.
What the are you? I've never been more offended. Like, let me tell you. Oh gosh,
I've got a golden retriever named Scout.
That's the Spot of 20.
Nah, Scout was the Spot of like 2015.
I'm so mad.
What is his opening?
I mean, the double strength opening makes the Timber Saw band make a lot more sense all of a sudden.
You know what makes a lot of sense? The name Cooper.
That was like 20 minutes ago we were talking about that. I can't believe you brought it back.
An hour ago, dude. Get over it.
Yeah.
Can't with you guys.
Yeah, there we go. The counter to the double melee strength start. The Razor possibly is a carry here. At least that's what I think.
This is a very telegraphed opening from Aster.Aries, something they've obviously planned to run. There's no way you ban out the Timbersaw and then the first phase out Mars, unless you already knew you were going to first phase out Mars. So this is curious. This is something that they're clearly planning. But how?
But how and why is my question. I mean, the Mars we've seen. Who indeed? Who Mars? The Mars is something that's been run in position 2 in China as well. In South America, a couple of times I've seen it flex like the 4 and the 5 role, but here it is most likely going to be either position 2 or 3, and they'll flex this one around. But I think the Marcy Razor opening is like this being your safe lane that you're playing against. If you put the Mars against it, it gets zoned. You put almost anything against it, it gets zoned. You need somebody with an escape ability up in the off lane. And that means somebody like, I don't know, Wind Ranger, maybe? It is a very scary lane to play against. You just get walked down by the mass movement speed you have from the powerful and interesting Storm Surge. You know what that ability does?
It causes storms in the weather.
Mm-hmm. But it is one of the more complicated abilities in Dota. It gives you movement speed.
Nice.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, and that's it. It's
You
just
become
allows you to cosplay.
Sonic.
Yeah, do your Sonic cosplay.
I will say, the last time Aster.Aries played Alchemist, it was a 5 position.
Yep. Yeah.
Red Panda Alchemist handing out ags like it's 1999. Bold move. We'll see if it pays off.
redistributing the
Dodgeball
wealth on the
reference for
team.
Dodgeball reference. Yeah, speak up. We got it.
Gotcha.
Thank you
I
very
actually
much.
missed that one, but thanks, Speak Up. Okay, next pick's coming out here. I mean, you're playing against an Alchemist and a Mars to open this one up. I feel like the Razor and the Marcy is a decent way to start for this one, but you generally want to just shut down the Alchemist's lane. You don't want him to snowball off the beginning. As long as you can stop him from having that great initial start, I think you're in pretty good shape. Marcy is one of the better heroes you can do that with, assuming that this is a position 1 Alchemist. Didn't we saw a support Alch the other
No,
day?
we're literally just talking about, it's probably going to be a support Alchemist. Red Panda Alch is definitely on the cards here. I'd say that's the most likely situation, as Beacon pointed out.
There's no way it's a likely situation.
It's
It is when I say it.
Yeah. I mean, this is something which has been done, I think, like across other regions. I mean, Puppy's playing it in pubs as well, where he's, but Puppy plays it really interestingly, where he doesn't actually take any points in Grievel's Greed, and he doesn't farm at all. He just goes stun acid and then stacks a ton and uses the acid to allow his carry to farm the stacks really early and just fly into their farming item like super fast. It's really cool, actually.
I'm looking this up on Dota 2 Pro Tracker.
Go for it,
Support 5, win rate 73 matches, 45% win rate is a support 5.
Yeah, it's almost 50%.
That's because people are bad.
Significantly lower than 50%.
I mean, whatever you think significantly means, I feel like it's all opinion based there.
Oh, whatever. Go predict Aster.Aries again.
All right, Mr. Nostradamus over here, who agreed with
in
me.
fairness, right? We've had out of all the Alchemist games we've had, it's been played as position 1, 65% of the time. It's been played mid 24% of the time. It's played off lane 6% of the time, and pos 5 6% of the time. So make of that what you will.
In pubs, carry it is played 69% of the time. Is carry 69.4 to be exact.
Ooh. Okay. I like this little 1-2 combo coming out from RNG. 4 tiny, maybe? No, 3 tiny.
Who knows? We got the pet names coming in though. We got the pet names coming in.
Ooh.
Someone typed Sir Wilfred Whiskerson. I don't think that's accurate. I think you've just either that or we're very similar people. Someone said my cat's name is Beef. That's pretty excellent.
Yeah, that's good. I like Beef.
We got Simba. We got Mason. We got Inigo. It's Lucy. Cat Dunlevy. Someone's named their cat Dunlevy. I love that. That's brilliant. Beacon.
I will say everybody's like saying Cooper's a good name.
No one said that. That's not true.
I don't think anyone brought up Cooper.
Lucy.
Controlist, I like Cooper.
Okay. All right.
That person's a hero.
Frederick Fredrickson. Excellent. Kit the cat. My pet name is Dave. Excellent. Some excellent names. Good job, everyone. Appreciate
And
that.
the next person said Cooper, oh my dog. I mean, come on.
All right, we might have to make a poll. I'm going to ask them to make a poll, the admin to make a poll during this game, just to clarify what the consensus is.
Yeah, we're not doing predictions. We're just doing
polls.
Yeah, polls to the cat names. Somebody asked for predictions with points and whatnot. They could have. They're going to be very upset in just a moment. I want to bring it back to the draft here. Tree Protector, Queen of Pain on the side of Aster.Aries, Lena Tiny on Royal Never Give Up. Lots of early game power here on the side of RNG. It almost looks like they plan on running this Razor in the offlane at this point. They plan on picking up something else as like a gotcha as their last pick. You know what I would like to see here? And it is not banned out yet. I'd like to see a Brewmaster for RNG and then just run this Razor as a safe lane.
Interesting. And why would you like to see that?
Especially if this Mars is especially if this Alchemist does happen to end up being a support. Whatever their last pick is going to be coming out here on Aster.Aries, it needs to be something that's able to do a lot of damage in these team fights. If it's a support Alch, even if it's a carry Alch, for that matter, you just toss up whatever safe lane carry into the air for the majority of these team fights. They're not able to do any damage. You very easily win with the heroes that you have so far. Not to mention, you can actually dispel the overgrowth from Treant Protector with the dispel magic on the Storm Panda.
Very good.
Yeah,
I'm down for it. I'm here for it. Let's go.
Love to see that.
Yeah. Treant Protector, by the way, he's had a really good win rate actually. Out of 44 games, he's on 65%, which is actually very high. There's not many heroes who are like boasting particularly high win rates this DPC season compared to last one. I mean, there's a few which are really high, but yeah, out of the heroes which are picked like more than 20 times, Treant is the highest.
They just put him. They go for a Lone Druid last. The only person I see playing this lately is Gunner. That is crazy. Are you a Lone Druid fan, Nomad? Peacock?
Nah.
No? Neither of you?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No.
Peacock, why don't you like Lone Druid? This hero owns.
In what world?
In Gunner's world.
Well, that's like NA. Who cares?
People consistently ban this hero out against him because he is so good on it. He wins the mid lane, he shuts people down, although it's probably going to be Lina playing them in this game, then Lone Druid's going to be playing in the safe lane. And PA picked up last. I mean, they need a gap close in order to get on top as Lina probably like burst down this Lone Druid. So Phantom Assassin makes sense for that one. And I did think that they would pick up like a super hard carry as their last pick here. It would be TK on the Alchemist. Thoughts on that one?
Yep. So TK going to be playing the Alchemist for this one, meaning it's not going to be the support. As what a twist once again. Aster.Aries never want to be too predictable. That's for sure. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be the same thing though, right? You know, it's pos 4. He's going to be building the Aghanims. It just means that in the safe lane they'll have Red Panda on the Treant. It kind of makes sense, right? He's just going to be the one holding the towers. It definitely feels like just a kind of wait and delay kind of game from Aster.Aries. My only issue with this draft is that I don't know if I particularly love the Ags on the PA and the Mars enough. The Queen of Pain one's really good. I don't know if I love it on the Actually, no. The PA one is actually super filthy broken if you can get it from an Alchemist where you've got other items up as well. So, yeah, I do actually really like this from Aster.Aries. I think it's cool what they're doing. I like it. They're shaking things up. But do I like it enough to bet against the Lina Somnus, the 1v5 Rampage Lina Somnus? Yeah, I do. Screw it. Let's go Aster.Aries game 2.
All right.
Aster.Aries winning game 2, Nomad. I mean, that's bold.
But is it
Very
bold enough for you to jump into this into the breach with me?
That's a UK org. I don't know if I could do that for you.
My man.
I'm gonna have to go on. Oh, you had me until you said that. I'm not gonna lie. You had me. RNG. I don't know. Even though Ghost is only 1-1 in pro games with his Lone Druid, I'm gonna trust him.
Alrighty, Neff.
I am absolutely with RNG. Lone Druid is busted in this patch. People don't recognize it yet, or they just don't care about him enough. This Lina is going to be super sick. It is Somnus we're talking about here.
Hell yeah.
Chalice is going to be sick. Everyone is going to be sick. And Marcy is going to make things happen in the early game. They're never going to get an opportunity to actually get the ball rolling with this, I think, late game oriented lineup of the Phantom Assassin and the support Alch.
Alright, let's get into it. Game number 2. No pauses this time as it's RNG versus Aster.Aries. Can RNG close it out and make it a clean 2-0 and thus put themselves at the head of the pack? Or it's going to be Aster.Aries leveling the score and getting the 1-1. Let's find out. We've got B-Cop and Neff talking over this game, and I'll be throwing in some stats here and then as well.
Stats.
Yeah, like all the
Stats,
stats I bought last game, like horoscopes and dumb jokes, but you know, we can
Sagittarius
pretend.
horoscope.
Well, there was a Beatty question there where you talked about how quick that diffusal blade came up. That was a stat
That's true.
that I'm never going to forgive you for.
Ooh. I will say, by the way, definitely the producers as well as all of us. I don't know if we were watching the game, but they kind of stood eye to eye again, and then nothing happened.
They just, pacifist Dota at the beginning of the game.
There was some dewarding for both teams.
Yeah. Several words taken down and whatnot. I managed to find one there on Kaka. Not bad. All right. So, down in the bottom lane, I'm worried about how much farm Ulu's going to be able to provide. Look at what they're doing down here, though. They bought a Quelling Blade, both on Chalice and Kaka, to be able to cut down as many trees as possible, to stop them from being able to get angles in and walk in and out of the trees off one of these heroes. I really like this. This is what everyone should be doing against Train Protector. Like, Quelling Blade is so cheap, it completely shuts down Train Protector's lane. Only 100 gold for this item. Look at this. They've clear-cut the top side of the trees here. Ownage stuff.
That's also if you've drafted for it, right? Like, you're not going to buy a Quelling Blade on, say, like a Lion or a Shadow Shaman.
Sure they will.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean,
I have my doubts.
Why? I mean, it's just useful on those heroes. It is the tiny.
Both these guys getting punched, by the way, by the Treant.
Yep. But look, he's like got no trees over here. So not only does he not get the extra 40% regen, he loses a lot of movement speed, and he's forced to walk even further over to these trees here, or to pop his tangos and whatnot. So you've completely ruined the tree line that he likes playing around. Every time off of cooldown, he's using this as long as he's like nearby the trees here. I really like what they're doing.
I really like the Nature's Grasp with the Stifling Dagger and the right clicks coming in from Aster.Aries in this bottom lane.
Yeah, it keeps him inside the Nature's Grasp for just a little bit longer. That Stifling Dagger, it actually couples pretty nicely.
DK in some trouble, gets rooted on like one of the first hits, and now on the run from X-Nova.
Yeah, not level 2 yet though, so no disposed to reposition him, bring him back into the attack range of the Sun Bear. That's the name of this one. I'm not sure if our observer can click on the bear. I do like the naming though.
I can't even click on it.
Oh, he's clicking on it. Yes, the Sun Bear. Thanks, observer. You're my favorite. Oh, it died. This is a new bear with the same name. This is Sun Bear too.
Sun Bear Jr.
Well, just don't tell little Johnny.
Yeah, it is Father's Day after all. Don't tell him about the bear that was before him. Okay, so what's going on here with TK? What's he getting done on this Alchemist?
Not much. I don't know why you're asking me this question. I was not an advocate for this one during the drafting phase. Again, the reason they're playing this position 4 because it becomes much easier to stack the ancients and whatnot. Make time to walk over there. And I think that's what Nomad was talking about as well, that Poppy was doing in his games, Nomad said. He's just stacking the ancients, dropping the acid spray, then allowing his carries to clean those up with the minus armor and the damage over time the acid spray does. He hasn't made any movements over the ancient stacks yet, though. And I imagine X-Nova, who's still holding observers and sentries, grabbed himself vision of his triangle and shuts down TK from being able to take full advantage of this stuff.
Charges up that stun and hides behind. He still gets hit by the stun, but hides behind that tree. That was honestly pretty funny because he wanted to avoid the stun, but unfortunately still got hit.
Yeah,
He's really not like, he can't do anything.
Yeah. I mean,
All of a sudden, Red Panda probably going down for first blood, as he will. They have that level 2 in the static link, so you get a little bit of extra damage. By a little bit, he had 72 extra attack damage. X-Nova, well, he might be dead this time around. Does he get denied? Yes. Somnus with a deny after the rebound.
yeah, not bad. They managed to secure both water runes, denying those from Queen of Pain, who's completely empty bottle, so going to run out of mana pretty shortly here. A skill build, I'd say, is normal for Quap. You go 2-1-2 up against range heroes, so you punish them reasonably well with this Shadow Strike. Yeah, he's gone 2-1-2, yeah. Bottom lane, a little bit of action.
Ooh, let's see if they can get anything in this bottom lane. Not looking like they will at the moment. I say that. Avalanche comes in. Chalice no static link, and that allows Kaka to end up dead to Uu. Plasma field available if he wanted to go and try and get a kill here onto the Phantom Assassin, but there's the Nature's Grasp. Nothing doing.
Yep. You got to be a little bit careful about like actually going in on either the Phantom Assassin or the Treant Protector here, because things can very quickly turn around on you when the Treant Protector goes for this build of 2 points Leech Seed at level 3 here. Like all of a sudden, you start healing up very quickly and taking a lot more damage if you're within melee range of them. So it's good that Chalice didn't end up committing forward to try to finish off the Phantom Assassin. Definitely would have died. I actually like this build quite a bit. I go 1-2-1 on my Treant Protector as well. Then I usually start maxing out the Living Armor after that, so I can help globally on the map and start healing up towers.
I've seen some Treants like only get 1 level in the Living Armor and go 4-4-1.
Mid. Channeling up the stun here on Alec. He TP'd in. Doesn't look like he's actually going to be able to connect this one though.
And still no stacks made. It doesn't feel like this TK Alc is really getting anything done.
Yep. Clears out the Observer Ward. Somnus is... I mean, he's going to try to contest the rune here. X-Nova's up on the top one. Grab the illusion. Denies that from the Queen of Pain.
They'll have the Dispose. Line up with the LSA. Look at the quick damage there. And that was pretty 1-2 punch with the Laguna Blade. Certainly looking real good. And meanwhile, Uu's Courier that had the Orb of Corrosion gets taken out before it could deliver the items.
Yeah, it's going to make this lane even more difficult. I mean, great rundown potential with that Orb of Corrosion. Now all of a sudden, not able to deal with Chalice, just walking at them.
Already a 2K lead for RNG.
Yeah, even better than last time. I mean, last time they had way more kills in RNG, but, you know, we saw it like 9 minutes, it was 9-3.
TK
Going
over towards bot. Wants to throw the stun out, tossed into the air, stunned as he's in the air, and they'll get the kill on a TK. They look for Red Panda. Somnus is over bottom, and Dragon Slave for the kill. That's going to be 2 dead on the side of Aster.Aries, and RNG still on a complete and utter roll at the moment, and rolling like a boulder like Tiny.
Nice. That's a good one, buddy.
You can't see it, but I'm giving 2 thumbs up.
Yeah. Surprised they didn't try to go for that tier 1 tower there. They let the catapult die. It would have taken a little bit of damage trying to keep it alive. Tiny going a little bit too far back. Certainly gets punished for this one, right?
You'd like to think so, but TK fighting head-to-head isn't exactly the strongest matchup. They bring the Mars down towards bottom. They get the kill on the Kaka. Somnus in a bit far, throws out a Laguna Blade, and he ends up dying in that one.
That level 6 rotation for the Mars is a little bit too much to handle. Of course, not able to get away. One of the better heroes up against Lina up until she gets her BKB is this Mars. Maybe overstayed your welcome a little bit. They get punished there both on the Tiny and the Lina, and they bring... God, I want to say they bring back the net worth advantage a little bit in their favor, but still 2K at the way of RNG despite finding those 2 kills there. TK's got to be careful here. Alright, he walks far enough away that he's fine. And X-Nova moving into the triangle. You have wards coming up, yeah, on the Courier. So, gonna make an invasion here. Shutting down this strategy that we talked about on this Alchemist, where you just build up stacks and try to do things with the acid spray. He gets an Observer Ward down pretty deep. I don't believe this was scouted by TK, but they did see TK walk by, so... Rebound. Disposed to set this one up. Light Strike Rain is going to be an easy kill. Boy, no Light Strike Rain.
TK going down, and with that rebound, you really can just get away with saying peekaboo, as they do find TK.
Pops the Invis, and they did see that one there, though. Thanks to that Observer Ward. He's going to TP down on the bottom lane instead. They're setting up here on Chalice. They have Arena available. There's no way he gets away from this one.
Well, right now he is living, but then of course the Sonic Wave comes in. And well, that Sonic Wave, no chance it was going to miss once they had that spear and lined up Chalice on the trees.
I might have been able to get him out of the arena. I think it's difficult to do it. Don't think I've seen it done myself yet, but the dispose with Marcy, you can certainly toss someone out of the arena, but it would be difficult to get that angle. But Sonic Wave secures that kill.
Kaka now on the run. Throws out the avalanche, also steps forward. There's the haste. He needs to avoid the follow-up spear, and will do so by throwing Mars up in the air with the toss. However, there's still 3 heroes, and they will end up getting the kill. Overgrowth used. That's on 2. Plasma Field hits on a Red Panda. We've got Ghost's Bear hitting away. That is the Bear.
Thank you. A throwback.
A little Sun Bear. You think he'd show up in an episode of We Bear Bears, starring Dimitri Martin as Ice Bear.
Totally know what that one is.
It's a great show.
Yeah. Look at the Mask of Madness right now for his bear. He's got a quarterstaff, Orb of Corrosion. I do like this build. Although you're kind of further behind than I'd like to see. 4.1k net worth actually at almost 11 minutes in. This is a reasonable amount of farm for a safe lane carry, I feel. Somnus doing very well. Usually the target is the mid lane. He's about 5k net worth here at 5 minutes in the game. But it's no surprise that he's doing so well on the Lina. Or sorry, 10 minutes in the game. It's no surprise he's doing well on the Lina, though. And we talked about this at, we saw this last season, him just 1v5ing the games if he has to.
Yeah, we've seen him do it before. We'll see him do it again. Question is, how much weight can the back of Somnus carry?
A lot from what we've seen. It is super annoying playing against this. They did manage to take the mid-tier 1 tower, despite playing against this Treant Protector, who is, looks like going to be maxing out his living armor. But whenever you make a push, you got to be damn sure that you completely take the tower in just one go. Having 2 so far is pretty impressive, and you know it gets more difficult the closer it gets to this 4 points of living armor. Decide to back off here, though. Yeah.
Top lane. You know, they sent these 3 heroes up here with smoke, or really 4 heroes with the +1 of Ulu, but you gotta wonder, is it worth it just for X-Nova? You'd want to say that they definitely need to procure this tower if they want to say it's worth it. But here comes Chalice to defend.
Yeah. He's reasonably tanky as well. 11-1 charges, Ogre Rex, Ocean Heart, Raindrops, and Strength Treads. So they all back off. Not worth trying to dive from underneath the tower. They'd very easily get punished for that one. Despite the fact that a bunch of heroes just made a rotation up to the top, Ghost isn't trying to shove the bottom lane yet himself. Instead, he's just over here in the jungle, finishing that Mask of Madness and going for an MKB is his next item on this bear.
Top lane.
Oh,
like
top
they're
lane.
setting up.
Looks like they'll just back away from this one. Just so you guys know, from the laning phase, at least when last hits are concerned, the most interesting thing is that Lina was significantly under her target for last hits, about 10 last hits under average. But then, considering she was just murdering everybody she saw, it's okay. At the top lane.
Arena and Chalice in some trouble, but here comes Ghost. They're on the chase. They're on the run. Ooh, already dead to Somnus. And that's Somnus getting the kill over mid while this is happening over top. It took out Yee's Courier. TK throws the stun over out onto Chalice, but there's the root. And now they're going to try and body block him, which they successfully have, and Ghost gets the kill there out on to the Alchemist. So unfortunately for Aster.Aries, they can't dodge, they can't duck, they can't dip, dive, or dodge again. And that is unfortunate for them. As they go to the Overgrowth, they look for Somnus. Here comes the Bear. And Panda in some trouble, stifling dagger, but Queen of Pain going in. The spear lands onto the Tiny, but it's not going to matter. He went in and he ends up dead. He have gotten in a little bit too far.
I don't think Ghost was the intended toss target there. Treant Protector survives that one at the beginning of that team fight, though, just because the bear is a little bit too far ahead of Ghost. So had the disarm from that max range being there. Never managed to get that root off, but still solid fight there for RNG. Now they're up 4k net worth. I'm not crazy about this MKB coming out as the first item, but I guess against a Phantom Assassin it makes sense. It's going to be you dealing with this PA. Maelstrom would have made a little bit more sense over the Mask of Madness, but I guess they want to answer these other heroes first and the Phantom Assassin later. There's a logic behind this first real item being an MKB.
So what do you think now Aster.Aries need to do? I mean, do they even see on this bear it's that they're going for this? Not really, right? Like, it's just the javelin. You can assume it's the Maelstrom, and if it's just the javelin, maybe you think it's the Maelstrom and not the MKB.
Yeah, I think it's a ramp-up item and not something to just end the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, possible. I mean, they're still pretty far away from things that they need in order to take team fights. This Queen of Pain has very little at the moment. Not even the Witchblade completed here at 15 minutes in the game. And I feel like this Mars definitely needs his BKB. He hasn't even started on it, though. The only item he has is this Blink Dagger. So RNG are going to run them over as soon as this MKB gets completed. And this is one of the items that they're waiting for at the moment, was this BKB on the Razor. It allows them to run in the middle of these team fights without a care in the world, in and out of these arenas. And very close to it on Somnus as well. I think that'll be the end of them once this BKB is done on Somnus.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to need this MKB. Like, they're just in a position where they're far enough ahead where they can run them down. Especially once Kaka gets this Blink Dagger. You have two heroes that can kind of make the jump in X-Nova, as well as the Tiny, played by Kaka. They'll go for the arena. They're going to try and make something happen with this. So Laguna Blade gets thrown out. They've got the stun out onto Somnus, but the spear pushes him away. Not to a safe location. Unfortunate for RNG, but he gets credit for that one. They take at the Mars. They'll look over at TK. There is the stun being charged up, thrown over with the Stifling Dagger to follow it up. Ghost Bear, the Bear going in and saying, hey, we just are some bears.
Good trade, though. I mean, maybe went forward there a little bit too quick and getting stunned there by the Unstable Concoction into the Overgrowth. That wouldn't have happened if you did have the BKB completed, but did happen on their side of the river. Aster.Aries kind of forced that team fight, so this is one of the few opportunities they have to get back into the game. Despite that, I don't think they got enough from it. Am I being too much of a doomsayer?
No.
Tower as well. Max stun off on a Razor. This actually is a lot better.
He doesn't have BKB, but he does have wand charges. Spear not going to land on anything. They'll go after Chalice. They'll try to get the kill. He ends up dead, but they already taken out TK. They've got the dispose. The LSA lands on a 2. Kaka coming over lands an avalanche onto both Red Panda as well as the Mars. But they don't want to fight this as bottom. Ghost just continuing to farm up, and they did buy that Blitz Knuckle on Ghost. So he's got that working for him. Doesn't necessarily mean he's gonna fully buy out on this MKB. Like, that's doesn't have to be the case.
I think it's going to happen at this point.
But yeah, I mean, just saying it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be the case, but we'll see. X-Nova ends up dead. Avalanche toss coming through. Queen of Pain in some trouble. The Overgrowth's not going to help. They'll take out E, and they'll very much trade that for a kill on X-Nova. And Red Panda.
Yeah. Was it tips off onto him? 3 tips off onto him.
TK, mid. Somnus has double damage. The right clicks are going to start being thrown at a faster pace. And Kaka looking to land that avalanche, but there's the pig pole. But he charged up the stun. Oh, just throws it out. However, now TK's just dead anyway.
That's a crazy person move. Charging your stun and then pig pulling immediately after and only giving yourself a 0.5 second window to throw it.
Legit crazy.
Psychopath behavior. Yeah. They find the kill off into him, though. They have the BKB completed on Somnus now. His life is significantly easier. I don't imagine he'll go down the same way he did earlier. You did buy yourself a bunch of time. You didn't close the net worth gap at all, but it didn't increase in the last couple of minutes. What a Kaka here. Surprised you didn't try to toss one of them back into Chalice there.
Maybe knowing that there's not anybody there to follow that up. Ghost is 600 gold away from finishing this MKB.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Is that the guy that they're waiting for now? I feel like they could be playing aggressive even without that one. Little Sword being worked on by Razor. I guess so. Just the MKB that they're waiting on now.
Did they see that smoke? Might be why they're playing a little bit passive.
They scanned it.
Yeah. And I know they scanned by Roche, but they might have seen it before that as well. I mean, Red Panda looking for the overgrowth. Try and get out of this one. The Laguna Bit is going to be thrown over onto the Mars. So a two-pronged attempt here from RNG, but only grants them 1 kill on the Mars, which is fine.
Good find. Leaning in a TP over here to the mid lane now. Certainly they don't try to go for Roshan right now, do they? No. Right? No.
What's that?
They're
double
shoving in the mid lane. It almost
stop.
looks like that's what they're going for.
Well, do they have MKB, maybe? I don't know. Somnus going the other way. Not making it look like he wants to.
Yeah, Next Nova was heading up to the top, trying to scout the Queen of Pain. Was smoked up as he went for the trees, so if the smoke popped, we would have known that Quap would have been up there. But they clear out a huge area around the Roche pit.
Ooh. Felt as if maybe that Phantom Assassin was about to jump if they didn't break that smoke. Threw a Stifling Dagger out and maybe even thought about going in, but instead they'll get the kill onto this Alchemist. Only 1 level in the Grievel's Greed. Hasn't really built up any gold to do anything in terms of giving away ags or help.
True. They do go for Roshan, though. They establish vision a massive area around the pit. They clear out any enemies that are even close to it. So this is going to be where they start to ramp up and close out the game. BKB is done on both the Razor and the Lina. She's got a Shadow Blade now. She's bottled up a Haste. And the MKB, of course, being completed on the Sun Bear Bear. So.
Yeah. Well, I guess at this point in the game, it's really the Sun Bear.
Yeah. True. Queen of Pain still working on her own BKB. 600 gold off of that one. Or she's going to feel that comfortable fighting into them. Oh, the blink. That was within frames of landing there. That was so incredibly close. And Chalice waiting down here with the smoke. He's going to see the courier with the TP on it, so they're going to know whoever this is flying out to, the Queen of Pain, doesn't have a TP. You just need to, smoke pops. Just drop your plasma field. Vision,
Hit them both.
Catch them out in the trees.
Oh, look for the avalanche, but it's not on the money, so Yee's actually able to TP out. They get TK, but they certainly would have loved that Queen of Pain instead.
Yeah. Try to follow the Quap to the location instead of just taking out the courier carrying the portal scroll.
This tower mate is in so much trouble. Double damage on this bear. Oh my.
Yeah, it does a ridiculous amount of damage. This hero's strong, man. A lot of people don't think so. There's just not enough bear players out there.
They still got the Queen of Pain.
Ends up dying up in the top lane regardless. Still pretty far from the BKB. I mean, just trying to teleport to the opposite side of the map where she was just caught. Thinking you maybe should be able to get the farm for the last of this. But they tear through these towers so quickly with this bear, man. Like, this living armor barely even matters.
Yeah, usually meant to slow down slower pushes, but not going to be the case here.
Backing off. I guess it just... I mean, they still have this Aegis available, but if they want to keep them boxed in their base, they need to shove in the top lane, which they've done a decent job at keeping pushed in. Red Panda is now in the bottom lane playing the wave cutting game, trying to make it so not all the lanes are being shoved in at the same time. Be able to find himself a little bit of farm with this one, but I don't imagine that they'll even have their next item before pushing into the base. Looks like they're going to connect with... No, never mind. They're going to try to connect with the Mars. They're positioned so aggressively here, and they see TK.
Yeah, TK's in trouble. Static link, and nothing TK can do. Dead on the screen already. Taking out the Alk, looking for that advantage, which they've got a 1% advantage. Avalanche now the toss. It's onto the Phantom Assassin. They're going to need the buyback. Jumps over to Red Panda. Now throws a Stifling Dagger. They get the arena down, but is it going to be enough? They get the kill on Akaka. They'll look for more, but there's the root coming through out onto the Mars. They land a great overgrowth. Sonic Wave to follow it up. They get the kill on X Nova. Both supports taken out of the fight for RNG, and now they're on the run. Stifling Dagger goes for the TP attempt, and the bear for 300 gold is almost as good as getting the hero.
Yeah. Has to resummon it, so if you manage to get it again, it will be down for quite a while. BKB completed on the Queen of Pain after that one as well. Oh, not bad. I think you would have been able to stop them from TPing out as well if you had the Aghanim Shard completed on the Train Protector. His time on this one is a little bit slow this game, but it hasn't been easy for him to find farm. All he's got is this Blink Dagger. Gotta reclaim the outpost, get a little bit more control of the map. They tried to give him the... They just about lost a tier 3 there. That one could have turned out a lot worse. Yeah, they ended up losing Red Panda. One thing that almost ended up going the way of RNG in that last team fight is before the Phantom Assassin had her BKB completed, when that toss came out, it looked like on my screen that Light Strike Ray landed on the PA, like as he was tossed back, but I guess it was just like fractions off.
Wow, that really worked. Chalice chase, thinking that he could get the kill on the TK. TK charges up the stun, hides behind the tree, doesn't go any further, and the second Chalice showed himself, threw the stun out just about max duration, and then they had the follow-up from both the Phantom Assassin as well as the Queen of Pain and Queen of Chalice instantly.
Yeah. He's been on point with these stuns, like max duration ones. They're going to try to cut these heroes off as they move back and escape. TK inside the trees. He is very dead.
Dispose and dead. Won't be getting anybody else though.
Yep. We'll be getting this. To make quick work of this tower once the wave ends up meeting. This bear just rips through it.
It really feels like they don't have a way to slow down the push when it's efficient. I guess what I mean by that is when they're not diving tier 4s to try and avalanche toss these heroes and put themselves out of position to be locked in via Mars Arena. Still 9k lead for RNG.
Yeah. I think they'll wait for this next Roshan B Cup.
They could. It's a long ways out. They could just keep the pressure on. Make sure that Aster.Aries don't feel comfortable pushing out these creep waves.
I like their vision right now. If they leave the base, they'll be able to see them. Look at where these observers are placed. It's difficult to get D wards off on these ones as well. So they've got good vision of up in the top lane. They'll see anyone exiting this because of the positioning of this observer ward. They'll just barely catch it on it. Same with the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, ward's pretty much catching every lane.
It doesn't look like they want to wait for this next Roshan. They're positioning themselves in such a way where they're waiting for them to leave their base, and they're trying to smoke out at the moment. I do think they know, though.
Super risky. Charging up the stun, thrown over into Chalice. I kind of think you're okay with that, forcing out a BKB for just the charged up stun. That feels more than fine, honestly.
Yeah.
Because it's going to keep RNG from fighting.
You didn't know there's an observer ward there, though, because he did not have the vision to be able to throw that one out. They ping it out as well. Yeah. So. Oh, the illusion!
Again.
They got baited!
Again. Back-to-back games.
You hate to see it. They read them like a book there. RNG, they knew that Aster.Aries would know they would deboard that. They throw the illusion out. They completely bait them.
How can they keep getting away with it?
Man, it's like the Giga Braid play is to like punish them for trying to get the D ward off as soon as they do it, but then like the Galaxy Brain play is to know that's what they're going to try to do and send an illusion instead.
Now they get the top tier 3 and they're just going to rip up the racks.
They can't defend this when they don't have arena. It's such a massive tool in their kit they no longer have access to. That is rough.
Roche potential soon.
So interestingly, the Alchemist gave up on his Blink Dagger and is now moving in towards an Aghanim Scepter. Don't know who's going to be, who that's going to be given to.
Money to burn.
Oh, interesting. I mean,
It's got to be the Quap, I guess.
I'm getting a flame for this, but I don't think any of these heroes have amazing Aghanim Scepters this game.
You're wrong and you're stupid. I hate you.
Okay, that's fair. All valid points, I guess.
Sound like Twitch chat there, Nomad.
Yeah. I've been learning from the best.
That is true. Arena down, and well, Tiny's the one who's caught. They want to try and save him, and Nature's Grasp, they've got the kill. Ooh, now a little bit far forward. Stifling Dagger thrown out. They just need one root from this bear, and then we're able to get that kill. TK charges up the stun, maybe looking to throw it out. There's the blink forward, never gets it off.
He bought the blink anyway. What a twist.
What can you do? I thought they'd be able to stall enough time with that. You'll separate for the rest of RNG to be able to arrive, but it's not the end of the world losing that Tiny there. The hardest thing is just being boxed into your base while RNG build themselves a bigger net worth lead. Tiny's going to be back up around the same time Roche respawns, which actually works out pretty nicely for RNG, though. If it had been like an instant respawn, then they might have been able to force a Roche here on Aster.Aries, get themselves a little bit more, or force a buyback on Tiny, or potentially like sneak the Roche on, but it's favors RNG instead, and they scout this one out almost immediately after it spawns, and they ping it. Vladimir's offering completed on the Marcy as well. Still doesn't have the Wraith pack, though.
Yeah, that was the move from X-Nova last game as well.
Has drums this one, though, instead of the Glimmer Cape. I like that a lot more with this lineup. You have a lot more people clicking. So, Bear gets a huge benefit from that one.
It's also, yeah, building into the Boots of Bearing.
Yeah, once you get through the charges anyways. I've been max those. All right. Ghost disconnect from the game. This gives us a chance to analyze where we are with this game. All right. Take a look at this one, VCOP. Sauna's down the bottom lane, and they know this on the side of Aster.Aries. He has Boots of Travel, though, so he can get back in this fight instantly. I believe he can just TP over to this bear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Be able to instantly join the team fight as long as the bear isn't just like directly on top of anything, but that's the case. You can just shift Q your BKB to pop afterwards. The question is if Aster.Aries gets baited out by Lina being down in the bottom lane, because they probably see this and think, okay, this is our only opportunity to push this one. Maybe the Lina just TP down there. The TP is going to be on cooldown. We're able to take this fight for a couple of seconds without the Lina being there. It's going to look tempting, given how far behind they are. Like this small chance at it being a window of opportunity for them.
A very small chance, right?
Yeah. But this is something that's probably going to be discussed right now while the game is paused, even more than before, whether or not the Lina TP down here. I didn't catch her to see if she was on the previous wave, and it was scared out by Aster. I don't think she was, though.
I think, honestly, if they all kind of commit on that fight, does Somnus not just take the racks?
Somnus TP's in and wins the fight with the team.
I mean, I guess you could do both, right?
Because that tower's at full HP. It could get living armored up. Not to mention
would it survive, though?
Yeah, you'll lose your stacks of Fiery Soul after this creep wave dies. Because you can't refresh it if you have nothing to hit with it now. They ruined Fiery Soul. For at least Lina being able to play solo on places. It's a lot worse than before. So Carry Lina was nerfed a little bit for that reason. She might be able to take the rags, but honestly, if you can take a team fight and take this further into the late game, you're a lot better off just do this like late game Alchemist Egg Synth potential along with the Phantom Assassin. So she definitely wants to join her team in this fight here.
Would you like some matchup information?
No.
Absolutely. No? B-Cop.
No,
Respect our statsman / host.
So the combos we have, I think we only have one real combo in this game, and that is the Mars and the Treant, actually. And they've got 8 games together, and they're boasting a 6-2 win rate, so it's pretty good. Cute little combo they've got together. Obviously, the Treant giving the information for the Mars to jump in with the good arenas, and then the Overgrowth can be used to keep heroes on the side of the arena, cause them to take a lot of extra damage from the arena. So that's some nice little stuff there. The other interesting one as well is that Tiny actually doesn't do too well against Treant. At least he hasn't done too well against Treant in the DPC so far. No, only a 36% win rate against the Tiny against the Tree. So yeah, Tree has the advantage in that matchup. So according to the stats, Aster.Aries has the better matchups over the statistically significant ones. But of course, it's still quite small sample sizes due to us being in very early days of the DPC. But the pubs do reflect those to a lesser extent as well.
Well, interesting stats. I think they'd be doing a lot better this game if the Alchemist today was able to provide a little bit more. It is not looking great on my screen. He's been playing it reasonably well, but I think he's hindered by what the hero is able to offer.
I mean, it's a tricky one, right? I feel like if you play as Alchemist, you need to decide whether you're going to be a factory or whether you're going to be a active Alchemist. And he couldn't quite decide. And he ended up being like, queuing up at Ags and kind of like farming wares and stuff, even though he was like bottom of net worth still. It didn't really work. And I actually wanted to see this Alchemist as a 5. And I wanted to see it making stacks to a PA and helping her farm these stacks with the acid spray. I think that's a really legitimate way to play it, like, especially in lane, right? If you can just like win your lane early on level 1 with unstable concoction and then run to the jungle and just make stacks and collect bounty runes and, just try and be annoying without giving up on your lane. Obviously, you still need to be in the lane, but I feel like that's a way you can play. But then again, PA is a bit too weak of a laner to really be left alone, so maybe that doesn't work. Maybe you need to run that something with a jug. But yeah, I'm not sold on the opening. I mean, the Mars Alchemist lane did actually do very well. The Mars was above his last hits average quite significantly by about 5 last hits, which is decent. So the lane didn't go too badly, but at the same time, the Druid didn't really stop farming. It's a bear, right? You can't really stop the bear farming in that matchup. So I don't know why they did this thing where they banned Timber in first phase those 2 heroes. It didn't look impressive enough for me to kind of base your draft around. But who knows? Maybe it would be impressed further down the line. It just feels like they're a bit lost with how they play the Alk.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge gamble, and they obviously spent a long time talking about it. We saw them go down. They spent more than 1 minute and 10 seconds of the reserve time on that first ban because they were discussing the openings when they banned out that Timber Saw.
Yeah, it was about 2 minutes it took them to pick the actual to make the ban, right?
Yeah,
in total.
So it definitely was something they were conflicted about. They weren't like, yeah, this is a great idea. I'm 100% all in on this strategy that we're going for right now. And it was an okay start, like you mentioned, but you mentioned it like kind of playing annoying. Marcy was just as annoying though. Like when you tried to make stacks, we saw X Nova just chase TK over into the jungle, over into that triangle. The moment he tried to walk away from lane, it wasn't able to do anything. So the Marcy definitely making Alchemist, the support Alchemist's life miserable. And there's no way you're ever able to get away from the hero because you have rebound to work with.
If you have an ally nearby, then yeah, for sure.
You have more movement speed in the Alk as well. And you have Dispose to work with as well. So it will just like run the hero down no matter what, essentially, if it's just the 2 of you. So, and then at this point in the game, like you compare yourself to a lot of other supports, you are just an unstable concoction if you're not able to get the ball rolling and pass some egg scepters along. Berserk Potion is decent as well, but he's still pretty far away from that one as well. I wonder how useful the basic Dispel would be this game. You're not really dispelling anything. Wait, dispel the fear from the bear, right? Saboteur?
Oh, I don't actually know if you can dispel that one. I'm not sure that's dispellable.
It is. It says it on the ability.
Okay, that's fair enough then. Yeah, I think that'd be very good. Honestly, just get rid of entanglement as well.
That wasn't too
Pretty nice counter to Ghost there. Could be an option. Beyond that, not really a whole lot to worry about. You can't get rid. I mean, you can get rid of the Razor Slow on Plasma Field, Polgo. But yeah.
Let's go!
Whoa, hard countered. Razor in the bin. That 1 second slow.
So we got Ghost reconnected again. Probably get the ball rolling again pretty quickly here. Aghanim Scepter, Refresher Orb's just about done on Chalice as well. I think that'll be maybe the last nail in the coffin. Who do you think this Egg Shard is going to go to after they complete this next Rosh here? Or am I getting ahead of myself? Is Aster.Aries going to sweep this team fight?
Yeah, that's it. That's what's going to happen. And then we get the Alk Shard for free. Wow. Yeah, I'm not too sure. By the way, where did the PA go for the Fan of Knives? Is that just like a percentage-based damage versus the bear?
It's great against everyone. It applies the break onto a lot of these targets as well.
Yeah.
You lose
Actually, send the Mars
Tangle,
back.
you lose Fiery Soul. At least building up extra stacked.
Back to you guys. This is very
Sending the
exciting.
Mars back, it almost feels like conceded the Roshan immediately. Like, I don't know how you go into this one without Mars, and there it is. Aegis already picked up. TK gets killed. Seems very underwhelming if that was the idea, and it looks as though X-Nova, well, he'll pass the shard over to Chalice. I thought he was going to take it himself.
Same.
Pass to Chalice, so now we have real Storm Surge. An ability that actually makes sense with the tooltip.
BKB gets popped by the Mars, but look at the damage he takes just to walk out of that.
Yeah. Bear's in a cage right now.
Kaka in well too far. But he's got a Yules up into the air. They have the static link. The Sonic Wave is used, and Chalice just wants to walk through. Ooh.
Oh. Very unfortunate timing on this pause here.
G?
Right.
Oh, G or just singular G?
Ooh. And then gets the plasma field off. They'll kill the Mars. They're chasing in far, but they don't want to get caught chasing in too far again. That being said, mid-racks are gone. It's Ghost who's able to rip through them while the rest of the team is out there just pushing the team back on the side of Aster.Aries.
I also like the pause works on B-Cup in that fight as well, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's how it goes.
Surprise. Like, gotta keep that in mind.
Mars again. Rooted up, killed off, toss in. Ooh, trying to get out of this one. They've got the Aegis taken out of the hands of Samus. The stun lands on the 3 heroes. And it's still not going to be enough, though. Ooh, ends up dead. That's now 4 gone with TK hitting the deck. And GG is called as RNG will take the series 2-0.
I gotta say, that last team fight was like one of the best case scenarios, but they were just so far behind RNG at that point. They had the arena come out, they had the overgrowth come out afterwards. That bear was done, like, stuck in place for 10 seconds, but it didn't matter. They still swept the team fight there on RNG.
And there's those happy little kitty ears as RNG take the series 2-0 over Aster.Aries. And hell of a convincing performance from this team. Honestly, they looked really, really crispy. They looked well together, and they looked like they knew what they were doing, which is a really nice sign for this RNG team. Again, you know, this is the second game in a row, second series in a row, where we've seen them look like they've kind of, they're playing with Ghost, you know? It's not overcommitting to Ghost's ideas, and it's not kind of just forgetting Ghost on the sidelines and being like, we don't know what you're up to, as they've decided to censor my face because I'm just too beautiful to understand that. But yeah, a hell of a game from RNG. It was really nice to see. I mean, how much of your faith been restored in this carry play at B-Cup? Because I know you had your doubts earlier on in the season.
It's still definitely up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I say that is like he beat eHome. I guess that's not like the hardest team in the region. I don't think Aster.Aries is really the hardest team in the region. It's gonna come down to whether he can swipe 1 or 2 wins away from like Extreme, LGD, Aster, and maybe Vici/Dandelion. If he can get 2 of those 4, I think overall, to me, Ghost is kind of like in the mix. He's legit. He's the real deal, because getting 2 of those 4, now that you've got 2 wins, probably secures you at least the tiebreaker to go to the major. So, like, the test starts now, I would say, and maybe that's a little bit harsh. He's had a couple great performances so far leading up to this point, but we'll see what he can do. Like, what's going to happen, because RNG, they lost to Dandelion, so like that's not available to them anymore. So you've got Aster, Extreme, Vici, LGD, right? That's who I said originally. Yeah. So you know, it's tough. It's tough moving forward for Ghost, but we'll see. I liked what he did. I don't want to take anything away from that. I thought he looked really good, and hopefully he grows on that. Like, keep it consistent, keep it going.
Neff, you got a new favorite lone druid player after that?
Absolutely not. Still incredibly biased caster. North America, best region, got the greatest lone druid on earth. But I'd say that he did a pretty good job. I'd like seeing this hero picked up more in other regions. It sucks that we don't see as much inter-regional play, especially China with the other regions. They didn't have the opportunity to attend the last major, which means that they're even less likely to adopt play from other regions, in my opinion. But I'm glad they're experimenting with new heroes, because things get dreadfully boring, especially with how long we're on 7.30 or 7.31 for that matter. So props to them for picking some new heroes, mixing things up, despite the fact that, Lion isn't that new for Kaka. We'll still give it to them.
Yeah, we'll give it to him. It's a very underpicked hero, so we're definitely happy to see that one. And I do feel like Lone Druid, showed a bit of promise in this game. He kind of reminds me of Tiny. Although he can't farm as well, he can definitely take towers as well. And that's something which is very important, and something which RNG did took very good use of in this game. Like, it allowed them to play at a really fast pace, which was great for them. But I think
it's a treant too.
Yeah, for sure. Like just ignoring the tree and sending the bear into the brambles, just be like, whatever. I know I'm going to heal up enough off this using my ability, so all good. No concerns at all.
Yeah, I think the big thing is just being able to take towers in one burst, though. With Lone Druid as your tower pusher, like same sort of thing goes for Tiny, who despite playing support this game, still I think did a reasonable chunk of tower damage this game.
Yeah.
Nope, absolutely not. He did 125.
Yeah, the whole chunk. That's one chunk, actually.
Compared to the Lone Druid's 23k tower damage.
Wow, chatted on. Yep. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected though. He was chief building hitter extraordinaire this game, and absolutely delivered on that front. But what did you think of the opening from Aster.Aries? I know we talked about it a little bit, but I'd like to talk about it more because this is very interesting to me. I mean, the Alchemist Mars. What did you think of it, B-Cup? I want to hear your take.
I just don't think they knew what they wanted to do with the Alchemist. Maybe they had taken the idea from something else and they wanted to try it out. I don't really know if DPC is exactly the timing to try that out. Maybe they had a game plan in their mind, but the second the game plan got messed up, and the one of the best ways to say it is that typical like MMA saying, everybody has a game plan until they get punched in the face. Well, they had an Alk plan until they had an X-Nova in their face, and Alk had a plan. Then X-Nova made sure that plan didn't happen, and from there it felt like they were lost. Like, they were confident enough to make this 1-2 pick, but they needed more behind just the confidence of the pick. They needed to be able to like make the pick work, even if it didn't get off the ground immediately.
I believe that's a Mike Tyson quote. I actually used that earlier on in the in our first series today. So good to see you're on the same page, that's for sure. But yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's definitely something they've scrimmed with, like for sure. There's no way you open with this one in a DPC League match without having tried it before. Although that said, we did have, who was it who played the Pudge? I can't remember who played the Pudge now. But somebody played Pudge, and then in the interview afterwards said, "Oh yeah, I haven't played it before. I just saw other people doing it and thought it looked fun." And we're just like, "All right, cool. You
Erica.
do you." Was that Erica? Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Just memeing it up, just taking some risks on the DPC. Why not? So maybe you are right, but I don't know. It felt like something they'd tried before, but this game it just didn't really work. They didn't have the space to make it work. That's a problem. They were just squeezed off the map by RNG from the very get-go and didn't get any of that map back at all. So. Well, I mean, are you worried for Aster.Aries after this series, Neff? Do you think they underperformed enough for you to be like concerned about them dropping down to Div 2, or do you think their early performance against Extreme Gaming still gives you hope in them?
It's all part of the script, Nomad. These teams are going to 2-2 all by the end of next week. We won one in the previous week. I'm not concerned at all. They'll win their next matches. It's everything's going according to plan.
All according to plan. Excellent. Well, MVP for this game, B-Cup?
X-Nova. I think he shut down the Alk early, and that shut down everything that was going to come afterwards. And, it's not the numbers, it's not the KDA, but that Alk was a part of their game plan to do more. And when X-Nova took that away, I think whether or not that's assists or kills or whatever, that's MVP to me, because that shut down everything else that was coming afterwards.
Yeah, it really did. Did the Alchemist work last time they played at B-Cup?
I think it did. I want to say, it was against Extreme, wasn't it? Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, I think it has a 100% win rate on POS 5.
Not anymore, does? Oh well, I guess that was POS 5.
Well, technically, yeah, it's still okay.
POS 5
saved. Yeah, POS 5 net worth, but not a POS 5 performance, unfortunately. There for TK is what it is. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think Aster.Aries just seem to be inconsistent, which I guess shouldn't surprise us as a Div 2 team coming up into Div 1. It's kind of the calling card of any of these teams. You know, Magma had the same issue, LBZS had the same issue, and even like eHome last season they had that issue. Yeah, it's not surprising, is it, Pico?
No, you know, it's a big opportunity to come to Division 1. I think a lot of these Division 2 teams have a lot of similar mistakes that they make. One of the biggest ones that we talk about is closing. These teams tend to get a lot of those early leads because that's what happens. The early game of these teams are really good. So it's a little bit surprising to see Aster.Aries struggle more so in the early game because that's been like the consistent keys to victory for these teams is like, hey, our lanes are really good. We get to the mid game with a little bit of a lead and then we don't know what to do with it. Here, it felt a little bit different, whereas Aster.Aries, they didn't know what to do once their game plans kind of got shook up a little bit, which is a little bit concerning, not only for Aster.Aries, but I would say maybe even Extreme, because if Extreme couldn't shake up Aster.Aries, but RNG could, maybe you need to think about that. But I don't know. Overall, Div 2 teams that are here is what, Dandelion and Aster.Aries. We still haven't seen everything from Dandelion yet. I think they're a decent team, but it's also a team that's made up of guys who have tried to go from Div 2 to Div 1 previously. So I'm waiting for the inconsistencies to show, but I'm hoping that they don't.
Damn.
So we'll see. Like we do see a lot of these struggles. Like it's almost always like it's the same story every time. It feels like we're on Scream 5, right? It's Magma and LBZS, they're in the Division 1. All right, they're getting relegated. Here come the other Division 2 teams. Oh, they're getting relegated. Here comes Magma and LBZS. They're back. Like, it's been the script for so long. Like, it really has just been the same story all the time. So I'm waiting for the inconsistencies to go away, but we'll see. I think Aster.Aries are kind of plagued by this similar like processes.
Alrighty, well, it is time for our interview. It's time to talk to the winners, and we get the pleasure, the honor of sitting down and talking to the man, the legend himself. We get to speak with Kaka. So, Kaka, firstly, how are you doing? How are you feeling after this win? And is this the result you expected coming into this series?
卡师傅，恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。现在感觉怎么样？是不是跟你们赛前的预期比较一致？
就是就打起来跟我们想的差不多吧，就是整体发挥跟阵容选择。
The draft and how the game progressed was kind of similar with our expectation.
Fair enough. So I want to ask you about Lion because that hero hasn't won in any other DPC game. It's 0-5, but you still managed to win with it. Do you think the hero is weak at the moment and you're just a god, or do you think other people are playing it wrong?
就是莱恩这个英雄在所有联赛、所有赛区加起来是0-5的战绩嘛，然后你今天拿莱恩赢了一把，你觉得这个英雄这个版本还能用吗？还是你觉得上一场赢了是因为你个人对这个英雄的发挥比较超神？
我觉得这个游戏就基本上大部分人都能用吧，就看你的阵容需要跟你想要打什么控制还是打团战方面吧。我觉得就是这个英雄，我觉得强度还是有的，然后很看配置，就是，然后也是个人的手缘度，就是你用的越多，你就用的越好，你就使用的效果就越好。
I think in Dota 2, most of hero can be drafted into a pro game. It really depends on the lineup. So for Lion specifically, I think he is still a strong hero. It just requires a personal skill. You have to be familiar with Lion and also require to have a good lineup with him.
All right. And what kind of lineup, works the best with Lion then?
那卡师傅觉得什么样的阵容会比较搭配莱恩呢？
这个东西太大了，我觉得就是说起来就要说很多了。我觉得就莱恩的话，一个是他线上跟游走吧，就一个是他保证他那条线有一定的战斗力、战线能力和中路游走，或者说有条线他的游走，然后中期就是开悟节奏会比较关键，就是你的每一波判断会比较关键吧，就每波开悟的行动，因为这个英雄很吃前期。
This question is contains too much information, so I just gonna say that you have to think about the landing stage. So your partner, your position 3 have to have a good landing ability, so you can roam around. You're either gonna roam to middle lane, or you have to roam to some lane to gank. And when you do that, you have to manage to roam successfully to secure your early game. And things like small gank and good early game farms will make this hero become really strong in the middle game.
All right, great insight there. Great insight. And then another hero question as well. Did you see the Alchemist coming? Were you expecting the Alchemist to come out from Aster.Aries? And did you have a plan on how to deal with it? Because it looked like Xnova knew exactly what to do in that game.
就是对面选到炼金的时候，你们赛前是有预料到吗？然后当他们把炼金放到辅助位置上的时候，感觉你们应对的很好，是不是赛前就有一定的这个处理的方式了？
想过他们5号位炼金吧，没想过他们是4号位炼金。就炼金这英雄打4有点白给，我觉得他们5号位炼金，其实我看起来我觉得就蛮有强度的，所以我也不知道他们为什么会突然就不选了。
We thought they're gonna play Alchemist as a hard support. We didn't think they're gonna put him into position 4. I think position 4 Alchemist is kind of a free giveaway. I don't know why they do that, but I saw their position 5 Alchem. I think it was really good. I just don't know why they put him into position 4.
It's a good question. We don't know either. I'm going to hand over to my panelists and see if they want to ask any questions. Speak up on Neff. Either of you two want to jump in?
Yeah, I've got a question. Kaka, obviously RNG have seen what have happened to Newbie, Keen Gaming, and now IG. When you came over to sign with RNG, have they been treating you like an absolute king? Like, has it just been godsmanship over there?
就是在你来 RNG 之前的话，你在 Newbie、在 KG、在那个 IG 都有非常好的成绩了。然后你到了 RNG 之后，你的队友有没有就是把你当卡神一样去照顾你？
我觉得就是你去一个队，怎么说？他问什么来着？
就是你之前的话已经是一个比较
知道
这个荣誉感很多的老将了嘛，你队友有没有把你当卡神一样在那个欢迎你？
没有吧？我觉得大家都是打过很多年职业的，就是大家都成绩都比较好的那种选手。我觉得就是，就是正常沟通、正常聊吧。我觉得就是没有说看到我就卡神，就没有那种。因为其实大家其实都应该都比我牛逼一点，我觉得大家成绩都比我好。然后我觉得，等一下，我刚才我又忘了问了啥来着？就是气氛是吧？
对，现在跟队里气氛怎么样？
气氛就挺好的呀，然后大家都很聊得开。然后我觉得我来这个队跟别的队最大的区别就是，我队就非常打过很多比赛，他们经验都非常丰富，就他们知道一个点会干什么事情。不像我之前去一些新队的时候，就需要我一直说那些东西，就很累。然后这种我基本上就是只要打好自己的本职工作，基本上就能赢了，就比较轻松，相比于之前的队来说。
I think this time in RNG, most of player has good resumes as well. So it's not like they will come as a god or not. We just all good friends. But mainly the main difference in this team than other teams is like I said, this team has a lot of good players and they are very experienced and they knew what to do at what point in the game. So it saved me a lot of energy. I don't need to post game. I don't need to talk to them too much. I just take one point and we all understand what happened in that game and what we should make the change. Something like that. It's different in other teams to talk with young players. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to jump in quickly and ask a follow-up question. Regarding your old teams, the unfortunate result of you leaving any team in the past has been their inevitable downfall. Is anybody in your family suspicious? Do you have like maybe a grandma who's putting a curse on the teams which you leave? Because there seems to be something going on here, Kaka. I'm not going to lie.
但是就是再跟进一下，就是每个你离开的队伍，你离开来之后，他们都不行了嘛？就是你的亲朋好友里面，是不是有人帮你们偷偷的，就是 可能帮你们就是给他们加了个小人，还是怎么样？就是你这方面，就是你怎么评价这个比较灵异的事件呢？
这个我不知道呀，运气吧，我觉得我觉得打劫也需要一点运气成分吧。就是我去的时候，刚好的队友都很牛逼，我觉得就是这个东西吧。
I have no idea. I think to play in a pro scene, you require some luck. I have no idea. Like when I joined the team, all my teammates was great. I have no idea what happened when I left.
Fair enough. Neff, any closing questions?
Yes. My only question for you is, Kaka, you're known as being a skilled in-game leader, but you're one of the newest members of this team. When you joined this one, did you start introducing your ideas right away, or were you using your team's ideas and building on them?
Good question.
你在加入安 G 的话，也是那个一个非常有经验的老将，然后之前的话也是在队里做指挥的嘛。那你加入这支 RNG 之后，你是先入为主，就是用你之前的那套经验去跟大家去做一些沟通呢，还是说你会主动的配合 RNG 已经有的这些他们的思路，去跟他们一起去做战术上的讨论？
我感觉这个版本就大家打法都差不多吧，然后线上比较强，然后打中期运营。就我感觉，就现在职业就大家打的方向都差不多，所以说大家的想法都很接近，就是没有说出现就是你想那样打，我想这样打的说法，就是大家都是很好聊，很好聊得开的，所以我觉得就没有什么困难，加入进来就很自然。
I think for this patch specifically, every team has the same idea. Every player has the same idea. You have to secure your lane, get a good landing stage, and win in the middle stage of the game. So the idea is similar, I think, for every team, every player. So it's really easy for me to get along with team. So we all have the same goal. It's kind of what happened. So it's quite easy for me to fit into the team.
All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Kaka, and best of luck to you and RNG for the rest of the season.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们以后有好运。
Thank you, bye bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Wow, excellent. Good stuff there from Kaka. And of course, huge thanks to our translator, Marshall, from continuing to be excellent at his job every available opportunity. It's good to have such a connection to these players. But yeah, anything there which surprised you guys?
He is not a big believer in the curse. I don't know. He's trying to play it off. I think RNG know what they signed into it. That's a blood contract. Come on, we all know it. But honestly... honestly, no, I love these interviews. It's really, I don't know if you guys get super nervous, but I've been watching these guys for so long, like Kaka specifically. I never thought like we'd have this chance to talk to him, and he's just like super calm in the interview, just being like, well, you know, this is cool. Alk, I thought that, like, he was like even complimenting the Alk 5, right? Like he was pretty open as much as he could be, obviously, with like the whole.
He didn't want to talk about the Lion strength and what heroes you play with. Yeah, isn't what he wanted to talk about.
Exactly. He's not out here sabotage his team. Putting down the curse.
Yeah, but he gave some great insight into the hero. I mean, it's good how open they are, and that's something we found across these interviews is that these players are just super open. You know, they just love to talk about Dota, and that's an awesome way and a great way to connect to these Chinese legends who we hold in such high regard. And yeah, I completely agree. It's awesome to speak to them.
I get so nervous. I'm just like, I love you, Kaka. You've done so many amazing things. Like, and then he's just like, yeah, well, you know, their Alk was pretty good.
Yeah, I seem to win. I'm lucky.
Just like us. We said the same thing.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I'm just lucky. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm just lucky. That was a part two. I'm like, you're so humble, dude. You're so humble. I'm just lucky, you know. That's such a crazy mentality, but one which he's is working out for him. But yeah, definitely when we asked him the superstition question, you know, the fact that like, you know, I was laughing, you guys were laughing, the translator was laughing, Kaka just deadpan, like, nope, don't know what's going on there, guys. Don't know. Your guess is good as mine.
I don't know
guys.
what you mean. I don't know what you mean by newbie disbanding, King Gaming disbanding, IG. They're gonna disband. Who knows? Like, well, you know, like he knows what's up. He knows what's going down. It's I love it. I don't know.
Just grandma coming in the back lines with like a voodoo doll. He's like, "Get out the shot, grandma! I'm trying to do an interview."
She's just got like an
part of the
IG
team.
voodoo doll.
Yeah.
Like, get him out of here.
Every game. Alrighty, guys. Well, I think that's just gonna do it for this series today. RNG looking pretty damn crispy after that one, and yeah, you got to be pretty crazy to not have them being one of your top 4 at this point, as they look damn good and seem to be getting better by the day, which I think is the scariest part about it. Which means we move on to our third and final series of the day. Yes, that is right. We have an LGD matchup. They are going to be playing into Vici Gaming as the final match of the day, guys. It's going to be great. It's going to be exciting. Stick around as that one's coming up after a short break. But from us here today, I'll be saying goodbye. I'll be signing off for the evening. I believe Neff will be coming with me. We'll be skipping off into the sunset together. So thanks for watching. Of course, stick around for LGD versus Vici Gaming. We'll see you later.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
All right, and welcome back to some more DPC action. Still in the Division 1. We're not going back to Division 2 today. We're keeping it top notch, keeping it S-class, as the ticket for Chinese Dota says. And this time we've got ourselves Vici up against LGD. I am joined by my very handsome, very muscular, very awesome, amazing, passionate, all those adjectives and compliments. And, well, it's Neff and it's Lizard. Guys, well, more so Lizard, because Neff, we've already seen you today and we've heard from you, but we'll go with Lizard first. We'll come back to you, Neff. Lizard, how you doing? You're looking spiffy. You're looking good.
Don't skip over Neff.
We're going back to
Thank
him.
you, Lizard.
Like, it's you, the Neff, then me. I can see it. I can see these 3 pictures on the screen.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I'll go back. All right. Neff, handsome, passionate, amazing. How you doing?
Teehee. I'm doing great now that you've asked. I had Lizard here with me. He talked me up just before we ended up going live. Thank you very much for that one, Lizard. He is frozen, so now I'm all you've got. All right, he's unfrozen. I was about to say I'm all you've got now, B-Cop, but Lizard is still here. Lizard,
I'm here, I guess.
Yeah, we cast very little together with each other recently. Isn't that right?
Yeah, very little. And by the looks of my camera, like...
We're losing him.
Uh-oh. He's on life support.
Yeah.
We should all
fix this, though.
Neff, me and you should freeze frame in solidarity. Go.
I feel like they're paying us to move, though.
Yeah, they are paying us to move and talk and do things.
We get ourselves in trouble before the match even starts. There might be a little bit of a delay for this one, right?
A little bit. Right now, it's just all Vici in the lobby. Just waiting on LGD. Usually, they show up as like all 5. They are in a party, I guess. They just kind of join the lobby and do their thing. But all right. Now coming in 1080p, looking even more handsome than before. All right.
It's unfair to the rest of us, honestly.
Yeah. Honestly, I think we should all refresh in solidarity.
Like, look at you 2 guys. Like, you're amazing. What are you talking about? Like, please. With this.
True.
Oh. See, VMix knew he was lying, so it froze, so he couldn't tell us that we were looking handsome.
No, he's got the brains, he's got the MMR, he's got the looks. If he had good internet too, he'd have too much. So
yeah, we have to take something away from him. We can't just let him have everything. It wouldn't be fair.
I'm just not in the chair, seeing if I'm front.
Just constantly moving.
It works. Can you guys hear me? You can, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything is fine. Like, I can see my camera as well in the upper left corner moving. It's just that it's fine. Enough about me. Talk about the teams, guys. It's an important match.
It is a very important match. LGD, Vici. I don't want to cut you off, Neff. It sounded like you were going to give a seminar on how good this match was going to be. So I know I'm currently in the leftmost camera, but that doesn't mean you can't take it away right now. Let me hear.
Go for it, B-Couple.
I just transitioned to you taking it away. You take it away.
I insist.
All right. Well, it sounds like he got a little further away from his camera there. I think we might show back up to cameras and he might just not be there anymore. It sounded like he went to close his door or something like that. But we are getting a look at these teams. Not gonna lie, Faith Beyond looking even more handsome. Xiaoma showing on the flex right there. Victoria back in action. Like everybody's looking real nice on these teams. I'm very excited for both these squads. Both of them having slip ups, but also both of them having good victories. LGD slipping up, some would say, to eHome, whereas Vici, they didn't really slip up. I feel like this was the expected result against Extreme, but for them, that could be considered a slip up, but also defeated Aster. That's a big win for Vici, considering where Aster's been all year round, and Vici still kind of finding themselves throughout this year and finding what they want to do, as now they officially have Yang. It's not Irving anymore. The back problems don't matter anymore because it is Yang. And well, you could see here they're trying to get it done, and they are showing off the strength, showing off the looks of a full squad. We take a look here at LGD, and look at this: cool, calm, collected, confident. Faith Beyond's he's got a hair summer going on. He's got a lot. He's got the looks, right?
Absolutely. I'm impressed with you today, B Cup. I'm gonna be honest. I was expecting you to come on this one incredibly biased with PSG.LGD. So far, that has not been the case. You've been a great host in the small time that we've had here for this PSG.LGD game.
Just give him time, Nev. It's the first couple of minutes. When
Come on. Do I get any slack?
No, absolutely not.
He's already wearing the PSG.LGD socks. You know, like give it a minute or two. Here's gonna come a jersey. You know, PSG.LGD. He's gonna put on a jacket as well. PSG.LGD, a cap. He probably has it. PSG.LGD. Don't worry. Just give it some time.
Production, could you keep it on like these screens for like 2.5 minutes? I could totally arrange this to get into a jersey, a jacket, and I don't have a hat or anything, but I could get into that.
By the way, B-Cop, I don't know if you can speak Russian now, but you're in the Russian channel. So, давай, my bratan, come to English.
Okie dokie. Sure. I thought I wasn't sure if there was going to be another person joining, but I'll come over. I got you.
We've lost our main observer, in fact.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't in there. I was trying to. I was trying to figure it out. I didn't want to like just jump in or anything like that. But yeah, I feel like they're giving me time by keeping these screens up. I almost want to make the chance and go for the jersey, but I can't risk it. I have too much anxiety to make the jump and then have just a camera screen or me switching shirts in the background. I've already been caught sleeping on the broadcast before. I can't, have any more slip ups. I was given one strike, and new season or not, that's all I get. That's all I'm allowed to earn here.
Yep.
It's like vacation days. It doesn't roll over.
Everyone has to leave the broadcast slot and then let Todas join it. Otherwise, he doesn't have control of the camera, by the way.
Okay, I just left.
I left?
Okay, cool.
So,
frozen for you, it's not, right?
It was for a moment, and still is.
Sure.
Technical difficulties here on our end. I'm not sure if the actual Twitch stream is frozen out. We'll probably figure that one out in a second.
I'm not sure, but it does look like there is no movement. There it is. I feel like they were giving me time. I feel like that was exactly what they were doing, and I
you did ask
them.
for the 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think they gave it to me, and I didn't have the confidence to switch. I didn't hear a yes or anything like that, so I'm still, I'll come back after the next game. We'll see. There will be a quick little, there will be a switch, outfit change. I'm like, what's his name? McJagger. I make a bunch of outfit changes during the broadcast. This is already my second outfit of the broadcast. I was in something else before. McJagger, he switches outfits like 8 times.
Yeah, that's true. You want to switch your outfits. I want to switch my PC as well. So we're going to get some time, I hope, in between the games just to quickly do that. But, man, I'm extremely hyped for the next series. The suit on. It's no longer just the shirt. It's like a full getup. I think that this is one of... there's PSG.LGD versus Aster as well.
Mm-hmm.
But this is probably one of the best series in the region, especially now with how well Vici Gaming has improved. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. Vici looking better, especially once they picked up Yang in the last tour. Obviously, that kind of came to a weird standstill when it was stand-in, like, amount of games that they were allowed to use or whatever with Irving. Very fun set of rules that obviously hurt some teams, but now they're here. They're legit. They've got Yang. They're ready to go. We're all in the lobby. I feel like we're so close to a draft, but we are so close we can almost taste it. What heroes are you thinking are going to come your way? What are you looking for the most? What are you tasting in this moment?
Which one of us? Me?
Both of
Start
you
with
guys
me?
talk at the same time. I want you to talk over each other and make
absolutely.
it hard to listen to.
Tiny.
Was
Dawn
it Coddle
Breaker.
I'm done with this Coddle hero. Coddle is out. Marcy is in. I want to see more Marcy.
Treant.
It's nonstop action. You want Treant? Treant's boring here.
Treant. 100%. It's not about boring, man. It's about winning, right? It's about winning games.
Not about having fun.
No, nobody cares about having fun. I guess if you're PSG.LGD, you could, but usually people don't. I was just reading, there was this interview with Mourinho, right? And they asked him, you guys won, but the enemy team had 95% possession of the ball. And his answer is, yeah, we won. They can take the ball home if they want, like I don't care. They can keep it. So it's the same here. You pick that tree, you heal your towers, you hide in the trees. Is it fun? 100% it isn't. Does it get the job done? 100% it does. So I expect the hero.
I have a question for you, Lizard.
Mhm.
Based on your Pudge experiences in the last 24 hours, what are you expecting in terms of Pudge in this series? Anything we've seen Ame Pudge in the past? Is it back?
I wouldn't mind. I think Pudge is a pretty legit position 1. I would love to see it. Will we see it? I'm not sure, but I do believe that teams will become braver and braver on picking that hero as position 1.
I'd be happy to see it. Neff, do you feel the same? Pudge, position 1. Are you a man of the people who wanted Pudge?
I've seen position 2 Pudge. I'm not sure if you managed to catch the TSM versus Quincy Crew game. Brylan ended up playing that one over the mid lane. Did not end up winning, but it almost came back before one unfortunate play ended up happening. I think this hero could be running a lot of places with how good Flesh Heap is now. The fact that the thing blocks so much damage is insane. It ends up farming very fast because of it. It fixes so many problems that the hero has. I think that you can definitely pick around it, but it is an issue. I'm not sure if I believe in the position 1 Pudge. 2, 3, and 4 I think is pretty good. People have been talking up the carry Pudge, but until I see it with my own eyes in games that I choose to actively watch, I don't believe in it.
No. Well, we'll have to see if it does in fact get picked. We have ourselves a draft. We'll shift our way into it. The screen will swipe, and then all of a sudden we'll be in the draft when it is time. And it's looking like it's pretty close. So in just a few seconds, we'll be there and we'll give you your answer, Neff. Will we see the Pudge? There it is. Look at us. Off to the races. Dawnbreaker, first pick. Lizard, how do you feel about this hero?
Yeah, she's just a scary Thai lady. Overall, when I say Thai, I mean not nationality, but the ties. Big ties.
Thai lady, yes.
Exactly.
That's the accent there for sure. Almost got you in hot water.
Yeah, she's really strong. I love her. I love her on offlane. I love the Aghanim's build. She's very flexible as well. Like Neff was saying about Pudge, it's same with the Dawnbreaker. She's played all over the place, on 4, on 1, on offlane. I like her on offlane the most with the Axe build, but there are some different things, like you build that Shard plus Blink, you jump in with a Starbreaker. There's Echo Saber, Dazzle builds for right-click damage. They're all viable. I still like her on the most.
A big fan of it. I just like how tanky she is, and the fact that she can farm elsewhere on the map and then be able to initiate in team fights. She has a ton of utility for that one. It's the same sort of thing as Mars, where it's almost always going to be useful in some capacity, which I really like about it. They pick up the Viper, but they don't pick up something immediately after here. B-Cop, and in my opinion, picking up a Viper first is a little bit weird, but this is a Chinese region staple. The Viper and Pangolier, the Viper and Tusk offlane.
Now, how you feeling about these first 2 picks for both teams, Neff?
I'm liking it for the side of VC. I mean, as far back as like Perfect World League, where I started paying more attention to the Chinese region, the Viper and Tusk was like a staple. Like there's so much kill potential between the two. There's so much slow here. There's gap close. If they choose, even once they start rotating like out of the lane, or once you secure yourself an early advantage for the Viper, he's able to do things by himself. He move over to the mid, gank lanes, be a nuisance inside the jungle. I think it's a solid opener that can play into most things, and it's not that easy to counter. I hate that Lizard was right, though. This Keeper of the Light ends up getting picked up on the side of PSG.LGD. I thought we'd seen the end of this hero, but it is as popular as ever, unfortunately. Do you think this will be run mid?
Potentially. I Know Nothing to Say is very versatile on the heroes that he likes. So it just becomes a question of whether or not they want to secure it there. I will say, though, we've seen Dawnbreaker in the off lane quite a bit, and it does make me a little bit worried if they were to just pick two cores like this, 1-2 out of the gate. I guess the same thing could be said for Vici here too, whether or not they want to play like Viper mid and Tusk off lane, or Viper off lane, Tusk 4. Like they have options, or even hasn't it been popular elsewhere? The Viper 5 we've seen.
Yes, and that was even running like NA and SA every so often. It was getting popular for a while because Poison Attack was just so good.
Yeah, I've been really interested in to see, like, maybe Vici have even brought us our 1-2 here with Xiaoma and Victoria on these 1-2 punches with this Tusk Viper. If for all you guys, by the way, who don't know who Xiaoma 123 is, that is the artist formerly known as YDS. You may know him as YDS. I believe YDS had come from CDEC prior to his seasons with Vici, and now he's going by Xiaoma 123 because I know there have been other Xiaomas in the region as well. And then Victoria is the 5, and you guys might know him from his earlier iteration of LGD. So just trying to get those maybe less popular names out there a little bit more. But those two guys, they've looked really good. YDS especially. I know back when YDS was playing with CDC, you know who was big on YDS? Kips. She really was high on YDS. And for the right reasons. Xiaoma has, again, YDS, Xiaoma has really found a place with this team, and I think he's looked really good. Maybe not the best. It's hard to beat the likes of Bobica in the 4 position or Shinkyu in the 4 position. Like, it's hard to stand out, but he's certainly done really well.
What was that Kips liked about Xiaoma's gameplay the most?
I think it was his game, like his style, his aggression, and how he was working well with CDC, because it felt like he was the playmaker for them. Well, so I wonder if that was the case.
If this is Xiaoma playing on the Tusk, it's an excellent hero to be a playmaker and to be aggressive on. You can make a lot happen with this hero.
Yep. I do totally agree.
So it'll be interesting to see how he chooses to play this one. Last ban coming out here ends up being the Pango. So they've gotten rid of the Morphling. One of the few heroes that's able to survive the aggression coming out from this Viper in the Tusk in the safe, if they choose to run this into the 3 and the 4. Of course, being able to like waveform out or being able to, switch attribute shift enough HP back up in order to get to the tower. Just run the hell away from these guys is essentially the only way out. Same goes for like Pangolier. It plays pretty well around the Viper and the Tusk. It doesn't shut down the Pango, and you struggle to gap distance against a hero like Lina. And I guess what their next pick is going to be, because this next one is going to reveal the majority of what's happening on the map. I think you just go for a Spirit here, but I feel like the Spirits aren't that amazing against mid Keeper of the Light. They struggle quite a bit.
And again, that is to say, if Keeper of the Light is going to be over mid, for nothing to say, I guess that's the feeling with what we've seen in recent history with Keeper of the Light. We've really seen Kato have his struggles, though, here in China, and that's the thing that kind of makes me a little bit worried. I would say that Nothing to Say does feel like one of the better mids, if not the best mid in the region, going up against XM, who is up there as well. So it definitely feels like this is going to be hero matchup based, right? Like it's going to be very important to get the proper matchup. And XM, he had his moment to prove himself when he stood in for LGD at Dream League Season 11. That was really what brought him kind of on the map. So to have him here now and really playing in this Div 1 does show a lot to where he's been and what he's been doing. And I think he's kind of feared a little bit.
Pico.
Yes.
Of all the heroes that I mentioned when I is the odd one out of all those heroes. Like, this meta has already become so predictable. Don't you guys think so? Like, all these heroes,
you could listen, you could at least pretend that the meta isn't stale and pretend to be surprised by some of these
2
picks
weeks
coming
in.
in. Yeah.
Hey, you are right though, Lizard. I do really agree. Like, it does feel like things have been. I mean, it's that early. Do you think it's early meta? Like,
it's
fear of experimentation.
Exactly. I don't think that it's stale. I think that at it completely right now. There's still a lot of unexplored stuff, and they're just sticking with what everyone is picking across all regions. And it looks like it will be nothing sick. Like, this should be your offlane Dawn, most likely offlane Dawnbreaker for 5, Kotl mid. That's probably the simplest way to lane this, right, for PSG.LGD.
Yeah, it's probably the way that it's going to be laned, and at least that's what it's looking to, unless they wanted to do something a little bit different. I know Ame likes to try a thing out here or there. I don't think any of these 4 heroes are something that Ame is going to like test, but it would be interesting to see. Maybe Faith Beyond goes to the Phoenix. We've seen that every now and then, and they throw like Y on the Dawnbreaker. I could see that switch being made. But it seems pretty straightforward, right? Dawnbreaker 3, Coddle 2, Hoodwink 4, Phoenix 5, because Innocence really does love his Phoenix. And then on the other side, Vici, I have a lot more faith in Vici when Erica's not playing Wraith King. We had that conversation a lot, Tour 1, and I do really love Erica when he's on something else. And I like this draft. I like this lineup. It kind of, to me, maybe even screams Erica gets something to fight with early, like a Maelstrom, and Vici go off to the races to try and make something happen and get ahead of LGD, because LGD kind of know how to handle aggression, and maybe Vici are trying to beat him at that game.
So despite the fact they know how to handle aggression, go for the aggression anyways, because
fight fire with fire, because fight fire with fire. Like, LGD play aggressive. They know how to play against aggression. I mean, if you told me LGD know how to play against something, it's pretty much everything, right? Like
there it is. There's the bias. Well, that's not even bias. I think that's just facts at this point.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
Continue. I'm just saying, like, you beat them fire with fire. I think a lot of teams let LGD off the hook, and they don't really try to play too fast. But Viper and Tusk, like, that seems like level 6 fight, right?
Yeah, it does. The Viper, the Tusk, even the Dream Protector, tons of strength at your level 6. Overgrowth is a crazy strong ability.
Even the Jug, right?
Pretty well in your lane for too. Yeah.
I like Vici Gaming's draft overall. They're very aggressive very early on, and you have this Jug to deal with, to somewhat deal with the egg. Meanwhile, when you look at PSG.LGD, they're so elusive. That's probably the best way to put it, right? Like, they have global presence with the Dawnbreaker,
that's
with the
one
Nature's
word
Prophet.
For it.
Yeah.
This is a miserable lineup to play against. I would not enjoy this game.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. But eventually, as a Jug, I feel like you can do well, right? If you get your items online. What do they pick in the end? They need something, I don't know, something like an Ember Spirit to deal with. Okay, Bat instead. It's pretty good versus Prophet, right?
It's okay. You don't have the flying vision anymore, like you used to be able to catch him out in the trees with Firefly. That was one of the reasons why he was a better counter to Nature's Prophet in the past, but he's still pretty good. Your natural boot's a travel builder. You can kind of follow him around and catch him out. It's a decent answer. Not the best, it's decent.
So mid Viper, off lane, Bat Rider, and that Bat Rider is going to be up against the Nature's Prophet, yeah. So I'm on something a little bit different.
I don't know. I still think that in the lanes, Bat is pretty solid. Like, later on, perhaps the catch potential isn't as great, but early on, it's definitely there. We'll see how it works. I do like what Vici Gaming have got, but I feel like PSG.LGD, they're more in the meta. Like they're modern. This draft feels more modern. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think that Nature's Prophet also, that pick kind of senses that Vici want to play fast, and Prophet can play pretty quick given the right items and a decent lane. Like, I think it allows him to get to fights early enough. Wrath of Nature level 6 is a good solid team fight early on. Like, I think LGD, they kind of made this audible. They didn't go to something that wants to sit back and farm for Ame, which he does a lot with, say, the Monkey King. Goes Battle Fury into Ags and waits and waits and waits to get that gold. But now he's here and he's going to be trying to fight with that Nature's Prophet. So we'll see how it ends up going. But we get some predictions from you guys. Neff, Vici, LGD, who do you think is going to win?
As annoying as PSG.LGD's draft is to play, I think the Treant Protect will enable them to be defensive enough and heal up the towers to punish, or at least deal with his Nature's Prophet gameplay alongside the Bat Rider. So I'm going to go with VC for this first game.
Okay, and Lizard, who are you thinking? He's got Vici. Are you going the same way?
Nah, I'm gonna go with PSG.LGD. I think they can do it. I think
So
they're
brave.
Yeah, it's not. I actually think that these two
It's still alive.
teams look like PSG.LGD lost to eHome, right, in the last. By the way, nice shirt, Big Cop. I just noticed that. Nice switch up.
I had to do it to you.
I
had to make a switch up.
I'm gonna go with that shirt. That's it.
That's the LGD that looks like he's going to go for. But yeah, I think I'm going to go for a good game of Dota. If I say LGD, there's going to be a thread, bias cop. It's just going to be there. So I'm just looking for some good fashioned Dota. And well, hopefully we get that here between LGD and Vici. We're going to send it into the game where we're going to be ready to go and get ourselves some good fashioned Dota. Let's see what we can do here, guys.
I am excited for this one. LGD, despite being 1-1, with the rest of the region, I imagine was it to see some interesting stuff. I want to see more Dawnbreaker. I want to see what they do with Dawnbreaker specifically. I don't think it'll be that unique. I mean, in our interview that we just ended up having with Kaka, he said that everyone kind of plays the same in this patch. Everyone has similar ideas. With PSG.LGD, in previous years, we've seen them just a little bit ahead of the curve. They did the most innovative stuff. Do you think they'll continue to innovate, Lizard, or do you think they'll play a little bit safer given they've dropped a map?
I mean, for Vici Gaming, they can't. They have to force everything. But for PSG.LGD, like, do you even care at this point?
Right, because they've got the DPC points, is what you mean.
Exactly. Like you can have as much fun as possible, enjoy the game. I think like when you're in a position such as this one, it's not as important to grind as it is to have fun. Like just have fun. I swear it's so
Whoa!
important.
You just did a 180 at the beginning of the game. You said that the fun didn't matter. It was all about winning. Hold on here.
There are. This is like that one example that proves the rule. Like
okay.
Here you can do it in a game such as this one. You can do it. I do like the fact that Vici Gaming is completely switching up the lanes. This is super important. I mean, one of the reasons why this Prophet was picked is to kind of negate the Viper factor in the laning stage, and now they dodged it. So I mean, it was to be expected though, right? Like you knew that this Yang on his Bat Rider will be annoying you on the safe lane. You knew he was coming.
Were you expecting? When I saw these two heroes picked alongside each other at the beginning, because the Viper and the Tusk is so common inside the Chinese region, I thought they'd be the 3 and 4. So you definitely have a lot less kill potential with the Bat Tusk than you would the Tusk Viper. And I don't even think that Viper's that amazing against the Keeper of the Light in the mid lane, just because this hero, plays from so far back and has so much movement speed. You'd never actually be able to run him down.
I mean, you can't approach the lane as a Kotl as well. And even just the corrosive skin gives you magic resistance on Viper. So it's not as bad as you might think. You will not... How to put it? You will not be owning the Kotl, but the lane isn't hard for Viper. It's not one of those heroes that should be completely ran out of the lane with Illuminate Blast spam, right? So
Yeah, like a lot of other heroes would. But I have a cookie cutter question for you then. Objectively, as far as net worth goes, who's going to have the advantage at, say, 7 minutes between the Viper and the Coddle?
It depends how many stacks Kotl gets. Like, let me. It's a cop-out answer, but it's. I mean, it's Dota. You can't really predict these things.
I gave you a cookie cutter question. You give me a cop-out answer.
No, it should be. It should be a Kotl if he manages to make enough stacks. Like it's always like that. They haven't blocked anything for him. I have a mean question for you, however, as we're starting with this. Is Nature's Prophet cosplaying with 4 iron branches build? Like, is that what it is? Like, you're master of the trees, you build the branches.
Oh yeah, he's a powerful role player in this game. I can see. I mean, this is just the meme. The less meme answer to this one is that people just go stats at the beginning of the game, and I guess he wanted a Blightstone as well. It's just what people do at the moment. But I do like the cosplay theory better. That's my headcanon from now on.
Thank you for making me understand that it's not just the role play here. Mid lane is crazy. Nothing to say. Just running from XM. They wave at each other. Sure, man. Like it's as a Kotl, you can't approach this hero. Like, you cannot get close to the Viper. If you do, you're just gonna die. So he's managing to keep his distance for now.
Oh my! He didn't get a single. Wait, he got like one last hit on that creep wave there on the Keeper of the Light. The rest of it just got denied by XM. That's actually pretty sick.
He's a
That's due to the Illuminate change too, right? Like it doesn't do enough damage to the range creep. Like the damage has been lowered. It gives that opportunity to XM to kind of get those denies, right? Like this lane's a little bit more difficult for nothing to say. That being said, though, he's 16-1, so it's not like he's exactly losing out completely in terms of CS numbers.
Yeah, but he will be behind on XP because you still have 3 creeps standing right now. Viper will be close to level 5 off of this one, so XM's playing this about as well as you can. If you do this well against LTSA, you're doing pretty good, man.
Yeah, you just as a Keeper of the Light on mid, you have to approach the creep wave, hit it a couple of times, and then Illuminate Blast on these early levels. Else you're not getting the CS. It will be denied, and that's pretty much how every single Keeper of the Light player plays it. But you can't do it versus some heroes such as Viper, as if you do try, he will just hit you twice and you lose half of your HP. So you're constantly zoned. Keep in mind.
Do you think he's playing a little bit too aggressive or greedy right now, not going for any regen items? Because he's continuing to go straight Boots of Travel right now, and he is sitting at like 300 HP.
I mean, I guess he could get some more regen, but so far he's not really approaching the wave. Why didn't that aggro? What the hell just happened? Never mind. On the mid lane, he was hitting the creep. It still continued hitting the tower. Didn't really aggro at all towards the Kotl. He's like, would I like to see a set of tangos at least on him? Sure, but it is nothing to say. So he knows his stuff. He's keeping close to the tower. He has that health regen.
+1.
+1. Amazing.
True that.
He's behind almost a level on nothing to say.
And he's not stacking for himself as well. That's worrisome. A little bit at least. Yang. Dropping a bit lower, but it's like on this lane it's hard to kill anyone. I believe Ame should be the easiest one to perhaps take down, but he obviously started with the roleplay build with the branches, so he's tankier than usual, than your classic Prophet.
Yeah. It doesn't get any easier. He's got one of like the highest overall stat growth rates in the game, so he gets tons of HP and armor with each level.
6
What do you guys think
already.
about top lane so far? Fadebian keeping up, like only 3 CS behind.
It seems to be pretty like balanced, right? Like I just saw Faith Beyond try to go into Erica, but Erica's got the early healing ward. Without the supports, it just seems like a farming lane at the moment, at least from what I've been seeing.
Yeah, and they do have 2 supports that can run through trees as well, so it's Xinkyu can't right now, but he'll be able to. Oh, it's very balanced, symmetrical, some would say even.
Jama is getting run down right now.
And so is Ame. Ame's getting burned apart. They get the kill on Xiaoma. Y gets first blood on that, but Ame gets the kill on Yang before he ends up burning.
That's so worth it. That's so worth it. That's what I was talking about. Batrider overall, what we discussed actually, Batrider versus Prophet, right? It can definitely go in Batrider's favor, but no, that was a slight outplay by PSG.LGD.
You get a lot of XP there. Yeah, the fact that you go down afterwards, he doesn't get any of the XP for getting that kill off of the Nature's Prophet is wonderful. You get closer to your level 6. It does a lot of damage in early team fights if you get a quick 6 on MP.
Trying to search for Innocence, but he's of course got that Icarus dive.
Like all these timings are coming for Innocence in such a nice way, man. Like, first, he survived on the lane, right? So he's the one that soaked all the experience. He's almost level 5, like 1 creep pretty much. Now he has Tranquils as well. It's like the Dream Phoenix game. He might die here, though.
I think this time he might have been caught. XM, though, he's the one who's getting caught by nothing to say. And that is a kill for the Coddle over mid, with a little bit of help there from Xingqiu showing up. He didn't get an assist on it. He just, the presence was felt. It was a solo kill by nothing to say.
Yeah, as levels get higher on Kotl, obviously he gets that level 4 Illuminate. Suddenly he hits like a truck, and you have to be extremely careful about your positioning, especially when you're something like a Viper, right? Like you aren't really mobile. You're one of the slower heroes, so if he catches you, you won't be dodging that. I like the fact that he's going for that Atos build on XM, however, it will help them out a little bit with the catch. Plus, he tanks up a bit.
Yep. So you're crazy about it. Just catch on to who? Like the Keeper Light specifically, or Nature's Prophet as well, being able to hunt him down?
I think on anyone, really, on their side. Because, yeah, they do have some catch on their side, but it's kind of long cooldown. You can't expect Yang to be using Flaming Lasso every single time, right? It's not that great. And if you think about the Tusk, it's kind of telegraphed. By the time he gets to you, you're already gone. So at least getting something extra on your side will be nice for Vici Gaming.
Oh, NP ulted. It didn't quite finish off Yang. I think that ult ended just before it ended up connecting with them. I definitely would have killed him there, though.
Pretty quiet game overall, though. At least for the moment. Who does that benefit the most?
I think it's hard to say at the moment. Like, both of these teams are fine with just farming up. On one side you have Jack, who's going into a Battle Fury, right? So he's not really looking to fight. On the other side you have an NP, and NP isn't what he used to be. This isn't your hero that goes from one tower to another 10 minutes in, right? Like, he can actually go to the jungle, get that Maelstrom, get some farm, and then join fights. So I think they're both satisfied with the pace of the game at the moment.
Yeah. I see that Nature's Prophet Ame here, he doesn't have a Aghanim Shard queued up as one of his next items. Do you think that's a mistake, or is this common for position 1 Nature's Prophet?
No, I see the shard very often on position 1. I think it's all right. He might get it. He doesn't have it queued up. Doesn't mean that he won't get it. But I hate it when I see players just completely focus on Nature's Call as position 1. You know, just constantly taking those talents and also just thinking about split pushing with the trees and whatnot, and then not joining too many fights. It does happen. Like, I've seen it in Eastern Europe as well, when someone isn't as experienced with Nature's Prophet.
I did that all the way up until recently. Then I started going, like, depending on the game, if the enemies can clear out my trance really easily, then I'll go the attack speed, I'll go the Wrath of Nature base damage, because, you know, the plus 30 actually ends up being a lot by the time it adds up.
You hit quite hard. Like, that's why the hero is played on 1. Like, you're an extremely strong right clicker at some point. So playing Eric.
Nothing to say. He's gone top. So he pushes Erica right off the lane. Like, does this secure the tower for them? Is this exactly what they need to do to kind of shut down Jug? Make sure he doesn't get anything?
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised right now that Ame doesn't TP up to the top lane and try to shove down this tier 1 alongside the team. Like, they have the catapult up here. It looks like they're confident they can take this without the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about, right? Like these prophets, they can very often just stay in the jungle, not join the fights, defend mid tier 1. He might get punished here though.
Guardian down bottom, Yang in some trouble. They've got the Blade Fury from Erica and the healing ward down, but Yang's not going to survive this snowball over to Xinkyu. But the Icarus dive in, some Fire Spirits being thrown over, the Omni Slash being tanked by Xinkyu, keeping Faith Beyond alive. Also threw out a Supernova on that. So back and forth, and I would say ultimately at the end of the day, it's probably LGD who get the better of that in terms of trades, but at the same time, you use Supernova, you use Solar Guardian. There's a lot used there to protect on that. As top lane, Ame's been caught, and with the Rod of Atos, the damage coming in, there's no chance he survives, and XM gets credit for the kill, and they deny the tower.
I think he didn't have to, right? Like
I don't think he had to.
But he did. And yeah, the Kotl is around. I mean, he didn't have to, really. You do have the Treant Protector. He could heal it up, but it was so low, I guess. It's like, whatever. Let's just let this go. Nice Atos usage instantly on the Prophet, and probably one of the reasons why we don't see Prophets do things like this very often early on. Like, you really want to choose your fights very carefully. I think it was a careful option going top. He saw the huge fight on bottom. He's thinking to himself, yeah, why not go top? There's no way they reached that fast, but they were really quick with answering that.
Yeah, the brown boots into Atos is one of like the few games that this actually would have happened. And he gets Atos by the Viper like that and then taken down. I think it might have partially been like, okay, they've got this Treant Protector as well. I didn't make the rotation of the top lane earlier. If we put this much like effort into taking this top tier 1, I want to make sure this is secured.
Faith Beyond getting the kill on Najama. I also want to add to that. Do you think that they saw the Rod of Atos available on the Viper, or was that just the debut of it? So not expecting that little bit of
I think he did see it. I think he did see it. He started TPing away very early. It's just that because you also saw the build-up, right? Like you saw the 2 Iron Crowns 5 minutes ago even, so you know that he has it. It's just that he got caught, plain and simple. Like they were a bit quicker to respond to that move. Jug also, by the way, switched up from the Battle Fury into the Maelstrom, so he already has that. And it's kind of similar, right?
I feel kind of like I want to pat myself on the back. That's what I said Erica was going to end up building if they wanted to play this aggression game. I feel kind of proud a little bit. I don't know. Sorry to like.
I want to hug you right now. You know?
Lizard, it was what I was talking about earlier today, at least today for me, when I was like, oh, I finally said something smart. The rest can be dumb. Shards, Snowball, why? Trying to use that Sunray to get away, but there are enough heroes here to make sure that doesn't happen. So Yang gets the kill, and Erica takes the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, they're moving really well, really nicely, and they could transition into some sort of a tier 1 mid push. They have to be careful though. They just used some of their spells, and Phoenix will respawn. He'll have that tag. And they're doing quite all right for themselves so far on the side of Ichi Gaming. They're not being completely destroyed by this global presence of PSG.LGD that can be massive early on. So many games, Prophet plus Dawnbreaker just crushes you early on.
You're gonna run into them here. They do have Lasso available, but walking straight into them, pretty risky. You get knocked back with a blinding light or stuck in place with that the bushwhack if Yang just move forward there.
If he's got Firefly active, where he lands on the bushwhack, does that burn that tree down?
You mean, yeah, it should. It should.
So it should be like an instant release,
very
right?
often. Yeah, it cuts it very often. So it's not really the easiest hero to play against. Dawnbreaker.
Solar Guardian going up towards top. Xinkyu's not going to survive this. They got the shards on Faith Beyond, but he uses the Celestial Hammer to get over the shards, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. They take Victoria, but they end up losing Xinkyu.
Phoenix is rotating in. They're fighting around this cliff.
Celestial Hammer again. Starbreaker avoided via the snowball. Now the Rod of Atos, Sunray, Lasso, all out on the Dawnbreaker. Faith Beyond pretty tanky. Supernova, Xiaomo looks right into the sun and burns his body out.
And he's very
Faith Beyond
tanky.
killed off.
He's very tanky because of a different build. Like it's not something that you see very often. A Mage Slayer, first item on the Dawnbreaker.
You know what? This is actually kind of sick against like the Viper and the Batrider.
Yeah, it's amazing, this game, really.
Yeah. I did not see that. Yeah, that's actually super sick, man.
It's just that it's one of those items, like, I feel like if the item is not broken, it's hard to justify buying it first. As there's like BKB, there's Blink, there's a shard that you could get, but definitely I can see it working, because you have the heals from Kotl as well, right? And then if they do not kill you, most likely they won't kill you, as you'll get those Illuminate Blasts to heal you up a bit.
Yeah, you'll get those. I mean, it gives you slightly more magic resistance in the hood now. And a lot of people used to build Echo Saber on this hero just because like the good stats in it and the mana regen allow you to spam your skills. So you can farm faster than the Starbreak, and if you actually hit the heroes with it, like the Mage Slayer debuff is going to do a lot. I actually really like this.
Yeah, 100%. Do you guys notice how many more is in Q bottom lane? Let's notice him getting killed first. Maybe not.
Potentially killed. Use the sharpshooter to get over the shards. That was impressive.
Nice one.
He shot it off so quickly. I mean, that is quick fingers.
Are you guys noticing how many Force Staffs are being built now in the game? Way
So
more
many.
than. And I was literally, we were talking about it on the panel a couple of days back, and now it's happening. I mean, it's been happening for a while, but
Force Staffs. We talked about the 5 Force Staff build. Now Galma in some trouble, and it's a snowball all the way over to Ame, but Ame's already got this Mjolnir. So he'll put it on himself, the shield that is, and then go for the right clicks to get the kill on the Xiaoma. They'll go in with the Solar Guardian. That's right onto the Viper. And then, again, we just talked about it, the Mage Slayer. So the spell damage a little bit less. They go into the Omni Slash. That's going to be bouncing around. Goes on a Faith Beyond. Then over to Y, who goes right into the Supernova, but gets chopped in half. It's omelets for Erica, and nothing to say. He falls to Yang. They want to continue to go. They want to try and get Faith Beyond. He's got the Celestial Hammer. He's going to try and juke here, Delta style. And moving over as the Acorn shot bounces from Erica to Yang, but they've got the Nature's Grasp, and Faith Beyond slowed up enough where I think he understands that he's dead to rights and will go after them instead and end up dead to Yang too.
It was a nice attempt to kill off the Viper, as they were killing Tusk. Nothing to say catches Viper, and it's so easy to follow up with Starbreaker and ulti from Dawnbreaker, right? Like Solar Guardian when he's slowed by Solar Bind.
BKB, Yang, Ame, caught and killed. Caught, killed very quickly. They do end up losing Victoria, but is that really worth it? It's just why. The Bushwhack way off the mark. It felt like it was almost at a triple the ping.
He connected the first Bushwhack with him. It's despite the fact he was Firefly up as well. I think it was one of those rare instances where it didn't end up breaking the tree as he was pulled in.
It doesn't have to break it, right? But it can. It depends. By the way, these BKBs are common. Like, Viper is gonna have his. Batrider already has his.
Great Bushwhack and Sharpshooter.
I'm just saying, they're unable to kill these heroes already. It's not gonna get any easier.
Yeah.
They need the damage from Ame, right? But he's getting caught out in these fights. He's dead 3 times already.
Exactly.
I owe these deaths to Mjolnir, man. I feel like you've got the Maelstrom. Yeah, why go for the full Mjolnir? I feel like if you're playing against illusions, it'd be super sick, but this is definitely too much, right?
Maybe a bit too early, but I love Mjolnir on Prophet. I feel like Maelstrom doesn't cut it. I actually love it, but maybe it's too early. Maybe he needed some.
Yeah, but in this economy?
In this economy, yeah, definitely.
In this recession?
The price is inflated.
Yeah, you've seen the markets lately, right, man?
Of course. We've been dooming about it since January, remember?
Been dooming about it since last year. We were on it. Well, you were on it.
Here are these greater trains. Despite the fact that he didn't have them queued up, he did build them pretty quickly. I think it came out after Mjolnir, but these things are so useful for shoving out the lanes. It is incredibly annoying to play against when one lane's being shoved by treants. You can constantly resummon the greater treants as well. But
literally, the greater treants are 108 damage. Are so annoying. The two of them alone can push towers.
yeah, but thankfully they have the treant protector, so the chip damage that you get off onto these towers, which is normally super frustrating, is healed up pretty effectively by the tree.
Here's the BKB for the Viper. XM, he's level 16 compared to Nothing to Say. He's about a level behind. Nothing to Say, of course, we were talking about, went to that 4-staff first. You've got Phoenix with a 4-staff. Anybody else? No, just those two, at least for now.
Yeah, the 4 staffs versus the 3 versus the Tusk. Pretty solid here to get rid of the Nether Toxin as well. Get out of that. And there's a couple of really good uses here. I feel that on Keeper of the Light, it's a core item anyway. Erica bottom lane. Oh, that was. I feel like the only way you catch him there is if you instantly bushwhack. You don't acorn shot. You just try to catch him by the tree, right?
Oh, you tip him off. Mid? Oh, alright, he cancelled. I thought he was teleporting to his death there.
Up top.
Yeah.
That's not
And the
good.
mid tower, this one's going to get finished off by XM here. He's confident enough to walk forward like that because he's got this BKB now.
Yeah, and Shauma also has Blink,
You're going
right?
Roche.
So you have save.
And they're going to
They
turn that
feel-
to mid tier 1 to Roshan right away.
Yeah. And they feel really far ahead. Like, the net worth lead only says 1k, but it just feels like the item timings and what they've got, especially like the Blink Dagger on the Tusk, that little thing that feels very strong. And here it is, being shown off. Bottom. A blink in, shards out. There's the Snowball as well as the Walrus Punch. Yang's ready to go. He's got the Flame Break as well as the Lasso. It's not going to be too confident there for Faith Beyond. They're going to send these heroes in, though. They want the Illuminate. Faith Beyond surviving. They get the Overgrowth. They finally get the kill on a Faith Beyond, but they're going to lose Jalma? No, not yet, he says. They've got the Snowball. Bushwhack comes in. New Supernova. It was used up top. They get the kill on the Jalma. The Sharpshooter takes out Yang. They could not save Mr. President.
2 heroes got sniped there, both super far back. They ended up catching this Tusk at the edge of an Illuminate, and they ended up sharpshooting down the Bat Rider as well.
Yeah, the good old Aetherlance. Nothing to say, Keeper of the Light as well coming into play now. It's. Do you guys remember when you had Mana Leak Aetherlance? That was the best thing ever. I
Bring it
loved
back.
this game so much. Like, it was the
The
perfect way
outplay
to
that you
annoy
do on people, the outplay, and they just can't do anything because all of a sudden they're out of mana. It is hilarious. You'd always go 4-staff on the hero then because you just 4-staff the enemies. I miss aggressive 4-staffing. It used to happen way more often.
Same, man. Do you guys think that these kind of changes are, like, I don't know, good or bad? Like,
Bad.
Getting rid of all the annoying things in game. It's like, just let me make people's life hell, you know?
Yes, please. It's the only joy I feel.
Right? Phoenix. No joy for him, perhaps. Dives out.
He's got the Icarus dive, but does he have the way out? Sunray, TP, Fey Grenade, not enough. There's another 4-staff, this one built by Viper.
Very nicely done by Wido. Like, forces himself out of Nether Toxin and Atos, then uses dive. And Sunrays with the TP. Everything on point.
All of it ended up being just enough. Like, if he wasn't Sunraying as he TP'd out there, you definitely would have died.
Yeah, for sure.
TPing over onto Erica right now on NP.
Yeah, they want to make a move, but they don't get the Bushwhack off in time. Erica, though,
He's stuck.
he's got the
stuck.
Aegis.
TP.
I think he's confident with the team nearby. With the Aegis, too.
All right, I mean, he's alive. I'm definitely wrong then.
Well, I was talking about Ame. He was stuck.
Oh.
He was in the trees. He couldn't move. He was trying to right-click the healing ward, but he couldn't get there. He couldn't move. His Nature's Call was on cooldown. Everything was on cooldown pretty much. He's going to get that level 20 soon. That changes things a little bit for the Nature's Prophet as you get the leash talent, right? It's nice. Plus the BKB that's going to come as that satanic, like the Prophet that was feeding before and dying every single fight. It still can happen. They do have a lot of catch, but it's way harder. Like he's.
Hold on, I have a question. The 100% mischance for sprouted units, is that Pierce Magic Immunity?
That's a good question. I'm not completely sure.
I know the Sprout Leash does. And I ask this because I'm curious if you Sprout Juggernaut, does he miss all of his Omni Slash attacks?
They are really just trying to walk forward and get the Omni Slash off. Sword Guardian already used, and the
I feel like
Aegis was used.
I feel like there is no way in hell that happens. Like the team misses, but
Yeah.
I mean, I've been surprised before in this game, so
Yeah.
it's possible, I guess. But I don't think so.
Yeah. I'll test it between games. It sounds like it shouldn't work like that, but you know, Dota's strange sometimes. It works in mysterious ways.
It's a strange cookie, definitely.
Walrus Punch, Phoenix, no chance at a Supernova. Not even sure you really want to get it off in that point because it would have been killed immediately.
Yeah, Jug also has that Mjolnir, so Hyperstone build-up, naturally a lot of attack speed. He'd destroy that egg in a matter of seconds.
Yep.
At this point, you see what he's building on Innocence. It's Hex. Like, you get to this point in a game in which you have to either have a Hex or a Halberd if you want to even use your egg ever.
Yeah, this Mjolnir making it even more difficult. This is why he opted to go for this item instead of the Battle Fury. Extra attack speed, be able to just clear out that Phoenix egg instantly if he ever pops it.
I know he's got Scotty finished.
Yeah, and the Skadi full one completed. I think it helps, but it might not be the only reason. Maybe he just wanted to get that Maelstrom, as Battle Fury timing was a bit slower as well. So it's kind of.
Oh boy!
I do like the
Bottom lane.
Yang.
Ame in trouble. He has been hit with this lasso. They got the Blade Fury right on top of him, and they're gonna get both him and Xingqiu. This is all because of the fact that they wanted to go for Yang. Xingqiu, he has just not been hitting many bushwhacks, throws it out from the trees, misses it, and then the second that happens, Yang turns BKB, sees his team coming down the river, and they go.
Yeah, and most likely the plan was, if they do fight after Pat is dead, we do have Solar Guardian, right? So we can commit, we can come in, we can help. There's global presence, there's travels on the Kotl, like there's many ways to connect to that fight, but the moment Prophet is caught, you just have to back off. It looks weird, right? Like that fight looked like something, why are they doing this? It's next to tier 2, they're gonna get punished. But when you think about it, they just have so much presence.
Nothing to say. Caught between two heroes here.
And the Omni committed to this. They're gonna get that kill and get Xingqiu just TP'd into that and just died very quickly. Exactly.
It's so true. I was just about to say, it feels like Xingqiu just feels off this game. He's not been able to make much happen on this Hoodwink. I mean, other than that one snipe shot from the Bat Rider. The bushwhacks come out a lot of time after the acorn shots when he's been trying to jump Juggernaut. Gameplay just feels a little bit slow.
You guys think that we've seen enough Hoodwink right now that every single carry that has a Quelling Blade should be able to cut down the tree instantly? I feel that we're in that point. Like, Acorn should never catch you. If it's, at least if it's casted... if you have casted, before the bushwhack, you know.
Yeah, if you have the Aether Lens...
Okay.
Yeah, if you have the Aether Lens, you can bushwhack, then Acorn shot, right?
That's fine. That's fine. Like, that you cannot stop. But if it's casted before, 100% it's on you. I mean, overall, I think it's in this game, it's not that easy to catch someone with a bushwhack.
Yep. Everyone's carrying well, we had Quelling Blades on a couple heroes for that reason. I mean, Jama's still carrying one, but I suppose you are playing against a Nature's Prophet as well.
You can fly as a bat, then you have spider legs on Jug, and like, there's just so many ways.
Yep. I mean, he's still got his Quelling Blade on the Juggernaut as well. Be able to get out of these things, the bushwhack and the Sprout. But the spider legs are a better solution for that.
one nice thing, if he would have had Battle Fury, he wouldn't have that slot occupied, right? Like it would be there with the Battle Fury, but he decided not to. Still working out so far for them. 4K ahead, not a great lead, but a decent one. Still, the game is in anyone's hands. Like, it's so easy for PSG.LGD to start ratting this.
Feels like they definitely are trying towards that, right?
It's not that easy, though, because, again, you're playing against this Stream Protector.
BKB early from Yang, but it avoids the sharpshooter, and now they're going to go forward, but they put the Lincolns on a Xingqiu, and Yang, wisely enough, stops the lasso from being placed on that Hoodwink too. However, now Xingqiu on the run, as behind them, though, is Y getting chased by that Tusk. Xingqiu will be chopped apart by Yang, Erica, as well as Victoria, and that's with the new Swift Slash, thanks to the Ags that was minted recently for the Jug.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Basher not completed on the Dawnbreaker. Be able to pierce these BKBs and interrupt TBs and whatnot now. But yeah, they definitely want to wrap them. I think it is just super difficult playing against this Stream Protector. That's another reason why this pick is super good. I think it's like an S tier support right now regardless, but against Nature's Prophet with this like reworked Aghanim Shard Sprout spawns a graded trance, it's just even more effective. It completely shuts down the way the MP wants to play.
And the NP isn't building any more damage, right? Hex does definitely add some damage to him, but it's not that extra move.
Yeah.
So it's mostly about the trees. They are setting some things up. You can see the way they're moving in the triangle. Innocence wants to perhaps deep ward. Actually misses it. Okay. He was diving for that ward 100% there, but is this? Yeah, it's just free Roche for DPC Gaming.
With Shard, yeah. And the Shard's going to be given over to XM, which increases the max stacks of poison attack and armor reduction. They'll get nothing to say in a precarious spot, and there's no way to really save him. Ame just going for the TP, no BKB, and he'll be lassoed. So this is a big problem for Ame, who's trying to survive, throwing out some right clicks to go after Xiaoma. They get to kill the Tusk. They look over at Erica with the Blade Fury, but here comes Victoria with that overgrowth. Sharpshooter lands, Gleipnir down. That lands on a couple. They'll take out Ame post BKB. Starbreaker, no chance to get the kill there, though, as he's got the split slash to kill off Faithian. They'll go after Y. They'll take out the Phoenix. Ame buys back and comes right back in to die again. He has died twice. They called GG, and Vici wiped the floor with LGD.
Man, this reminds me of Invictus Gaming. If you remember last season, like not the last season, but like 2 seasons ago, after they won the major, they would literally just GG out. A couple of buybacks, and they noticed that the game is far too way out of control, and then they just call it. I actually have to agree completely with Neff and what he said about the split pushes. You have the Batrider, plus you have the tree, plus you have a Tusk with the Blink Dagger. Eventually it just isn't easy. What happened to PSG.LGD? They kind of fell apart all over the place. Too many mistakes, I would say, from all of them, and not something that you expect from PSG.LGD at all. Like, you expect these flawless games, right?
Yeah, never doubted Vici ever. I never had a doubt. They looked good the entire time. Definitely not recency bias cop, I'm telling you.
Did you just switch to a VC Gaming jersey?
No. What are you talking about? I had this on the whole time during the draft in the last game. What are you saying? That's ridiculous. I would never do that.
How did you do that?
He's quick, man. He's very quick.
Okay.
Vici looked really good. They read LGD's game plan, I think, really well, and it was something that we talked about on the draft, right? Fight aggression, or an aggressive lineup like LGD with aggression, and they fought them right on back. Obviously, the first 10 minutes or so, kind of quiet. I think it was 3-1 or whatever by the end of those 10 minutes. But once Vici kind of got their feet in the ground, and you saw the Rod of Atos on the Viper, and they hit that level 6, and they hit that mark where they felt like they could get the lassos and everything, they were off to the races and they did everything right to counter LGD. I mean, Lizard, what was there that LGD could do to even, I would guess, say counter the counter?
I feel that there was just way too many mistakes. It wasn't about like these two drafts obviously have completely different win conditions and a different play style that you want to be playing. Right, on one side, you want to be splitting them, having this global presence. On the other, you want to be grouping up plus defending as much as possible with the tree. I feel that the Batrider setups that he was making are very obvious, and they're obvious to a team such as PSG.LGD for sure. The question remains, how do you not manage to punish that? Like every time he would catch an NP while he was split pushing, they were setting up for that, and you could see like they would have the Solar Guardian, they would have the travels, but that one extra catch, that one extra bushwhack just wouldn't connect. Maybe that's it. Maybe it was way too difficult for them to actually control these targets easily, right? And once those BKBs are up, you don't have a hex. Did you have a normal stun on their side? You didn't, right? Like you didn't have a normal stun. That's a huge issue.
No stun gaming. It does not really find itself in an advantageous position. Neff, and the flip side of the coin, what did Vici do right to garner such an advantage and to get an easy victory here in game number 1?
They played against each individual thing that PSG.LGD did pretty well. They dealt with the Nature's Prophet by getting extra disables in the form of that Rod of Atos early. They had BKB piercing disables in the form of Tusk. They could deal with the ratting by, spamming living armor out. They itemized in a way to be able to clear that supernova super well with that Mjolnir. I feel like they had solutions to every problem that PSG.LGD presented them, and PSG.LGD could not do the same.
Yeah. I think Vici did a great job and a prime example of bringing it to LGD. I mean, something that eHome's already done. Erica had an amazing game. He's not on the Wraith King. I know I'm still holding on to that grudge from Tour 1, but yeah, he really can shine with heroes like this, like Jug. Certainly something that was like very much in his repertoire when it came to him on Keen Gaming Luminous. I think Erica is certainly one of those guys that, like, with this patch where PL's kind of seeing himself in the mix, Jug's certainly seeing himself in the mix, and they're not just shoehorning him on Wraith King all the time. We're going to see Erica have great performances like this. This is what brought him into the Division 1 is games like this. He farmed excessively well. He was needed when he was needed, and on top of which, he made that slight change to his build early on. You guys called it out. It was Battle Fury to start. He makes the switch. He sees the idea. He goes to the Mjolnir, or well, at that point, the Maelstrom. And I think Erica, his adaptability there was shown, and his ability to get it done. And we see this right here. That TP's gonna, yeah, there it is. Jinq just dying immediately off that Omni Slash. It's just, I thought Erica played a really good game. I think this whole team played really well. And Neff, who for you was the MVP?
That's a hard one. I don't want to say Treant Protector because it's a Treant Protector. So, you know what? Let's just make it Treant Protector. He played well.
Treant Protector MVP. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. He was, like, 1 hour ago, he was, like, the most boring hero in the game. Please get Treant out. Remove him from Dota. And now he's, like, MVP. Let's go, baby. You flip-flop with heroes just the way B-Cop flip-flops with his shirts and then teams.
I don't know what you're talking about. That never happened. I was always wearing this jersey. But who do you think was the MVP in your eyes, Lizard, if it wasn't the Treant?
If it wasn't the Treant, it could have been perhaps the Bat. Like, he had a decent couple of catches. But overall, it's hard. Like, I completely agree with Nev. The decision, it's hard to make because all of them played together as a team. There wasn't any huge stellar performance by either one of them. Shauma did a lot. He was feeding quite a lot, but he was giving a lot of info as well with his task. But I don't have a slot for the channel.
Gosh, I think that Tusk did a really good job, honestly. Got that blink dagger very quickly, and he started making a couple plays. I think the snowballs extended a lot of these fights and gave Vici a chance to kind of bring their way back into it. Like that kill score, 2, 6, and 9. Like it's not like an amazing thing to look at, but it did what it needed him to do, especially with the Walrus Punch too. Like his control was really good. I thought Snowball, Walrus Punch, I think he got it done when needed. Also, I again, not a beautiful kill line in 3, 1, and 8, but XM had a great time over mid, right? Like I thought he played really well.
He was all right. He got killed once, right, solo, but he controlled the Kotal as much as he could. I still feel that they perhaps should have mounted more pressure earlier on, right, on the side of PSG.LGD, and perhaps the game would have been a bit different for them if they have done that. They haven't. They lost those couple of crucial fights when the BKB timers were about to hit. BKB timers hit, and then suddenly, like, that's it. Like, they have no ways of killing targets.
Yeah, and it just never really seemed to pan out there for LGD. Vici did a really stellar job game number 1, but it looks like we are going right on into game number 2 with the draft. We got ourselves already going in, and what's something that you don't want to see from both these teams? Neff, what if there's one thing you don't want to see in this draft from LGD, what is it?
I don't want to see exactly what happened. I'm a big I talk up the mental game of Dota all the time, and the fact that PSG.LGD first banned as Viper means that their mental is destroyed this game.
Do you agree with that?
Thoughts on that?
Do you think their mental is destroyed?
I think they're in a good spot. Like overall, PSG.LGD right now, they, like we said before, DPC points are not that important for them. They can do whatever. Banning out the Viper, it's not about the mental. I feel that you just don't want to play against that, right? It's a beast of a hero. Just remove it. You have what now? You have Kotal, you have Treant left in the pool, Dawnbreaker as well left in the pool. There's just so many options for them. They can pick and choose.
At what point though does that become an excuse, right? Like, is that something like, they've got the points, they can do whatever they want, like
until TI?
Is that that's what I was gonna say? Like, is that the end all be all now of what they're allowed to just mess up here and get 2-0'd by everybody? As I honestly, good for the region. Bring in more teams to the major. I don't care. Bring more teams, Chinese teams into TI. I'm so down for that. But at the same time, I think a lot of people. I'm waiting for the Reddit thread that just says LGD are washed. They were terrible this season, blah, blah, blah. They'll come in last at TI. Some nonsense like that. But, I mean, when you look at the reality of the situation, they are in. They have qualified, and they're doing what they want with the Winter Wyvern first pick of all things.
Interesting. I mean, good at resetting team fights, but usually you pick this up as a counter to things. And I don't think it's an amazing counter to the Tiny. You could drop the Winter's Curse beside his teammates if this is running position 1, but position 1 Tiny has kind of fallen off recently. People are running this more as a support.
Yeah, because this could be Tiny Puck, right? And now you have position 4. Actually, Puck is banned. Never mind.
Yeah.
But, like you said, position 4 Tiny is very, very common at the moment. Plus, do you really want to play a Tiny core into Death Prophet and Wyvern? Probably not. I think the motive behind the Wyvern is they're playing something different. It's a different approach, a different draft. Plus, you have the DP. You have not only a reset, you have a save for her, somewhat of a save. It's decent versus Prophet, actually, as you have let it go through. Like, you let the Prophet go through, now you have Splinter Blast against the trees. It's a decent way of defending. Plus, it's a hero that doesn't really care about Sprout, which is also neat. And Wyvern overall is picking up with the picks. Like, you can see that more teams are playing Wyvern in different regions as well.
Prophet, Tiny, Death Prophet, and Winter Wyvern. Very interesting few picks. Very different from the first game we saw. Neff, who are you thinking has come out ahead with these first 2 picks?
VC with the mental game. And, the Vipers banned out. They pick up the Nature's Prophet despite the fact that PSG.LGD just ended up losing with it. They say, hey, let me show you how this is done. You guys are washed. Wait till you see the Reddit thread later. You have no idea what you're doing. We're going to own.
Okay. You agree with that, Wizard?
Do you agree with that, B Cop?
I don't know.
I
It
was just trying
depends.
to set B-Cop off.
It depends what shirt I'm wearing at the time.
I have a feeling he has both of those shirts on, and then he just switches. He just takes one off in the middle.
Don't give
that
out the secrets.
Is it a secret? Yeah,
That's
I got it.
Yeah, that's an industry secret right there.
Plus, it makes him look a bit bigger. It's like
Definitely
he's got
true.
those muscles.
Yeah, it is. It's cheating. You wear a little bit of a tighter shirt around the arms, but not around the chest, and all of a sudden, yeah, you're not wrong.
Well, my shirt's extra S, man, extra small. That's it.
I'm learning from the best.
Nice Timber ban, by the way, from Vici Gaming. Would be pretty solid versus both of these heroes, and is picking up when it comes to like some games that I have been watching. Timber has done exceptionally well, especially versus I don't know, Tiny and Pudge cores. Does make sense. I would like to see perhaps if this DP is mid, right, for PSG.LGD. If this is nothing to say, which it just might be. Maybe some sort of Alina on the side of VG Gaming on mid lane wouldn't be that bad. I don't like Nature's Prophet and Lina perhaps on those 1 and 2 too much, but it's a solid laner against the DP at least.
What do you think of Pudge being picked up here now on the side of VG?
I think Prophet is most likely one, right, for them. Do you guys think that Erica will be playing something else? Like Nature's Prophet doesn't strike me as the Erica hero, but he can definitely play it. He's done it before. I think Pudge, perhaps there are some like percentage-based abilities on the side of PSG.LGD, so the Pudge wouldn't be as amazing, but it's still really solid.
Does the Light Drain even hurt Pudge?
I mean, you have Arctic Burn as well, right? There's that, but
yeah.
But overall, I'm a big believer in a Pudge, so I just want to see that hero. 1, 2, or 3.
3. This is almost exclusively been run 3. The Sand King, unless you're talking about the Pudge 1, 2, or 3. In this case, I think position 3.
No, I was just saying I like Pudge on either one of those positions. When it comes to Sand King here with the Wyvern, right? Like you have so much potential to defend against the Prophet, so that's nice. Do you guys think that Treant could come out? Like it's all right for PSG.LGD, but perhaps a bit too passive with the Wyvern. One thing that I need to say is I love the fact that they actually have a stun now. That's what
I said the same thing. I think it's really important, and actually, I didn't want the Treant because I kind of want them to pick another stun. If they can get something out there in the position 5 to get themselves another stun, I think that would be really good for LGD here. But VG, I mean, they're working with Avalanche Toss in the moment, Sprout kind of lockdown. I would think that they kind of need another stun as well. Like you can only do so much with Avalanche Toss.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lizard. It sounds like you were just about to say something.
What? I didn't even make a noise.
You did. I swear you made a noise. I'm gaslighting him in that case.
It's fine. It's
it was
fine.
the reverb on your own noise.
I'll take this one. With the Queen, you do get a ton of damage versus Cold Embrace as well, right? So you're not safe in that quasi save from the Wyvern. The Wind Ranger definitely does bring you more control that you guys were asking for, and it's a hero that doesn't need a blink to bring that control, right? Like you can have that shackle shot much earlier, and here it goes, baby!
Your mic is just maxing and peaking.
Oh my!
Pudge. This is exactly what we were all hoping for.
So I don't think that the rest of them heard that because Lizard's using one mic in Discord for us, B-Cop, and a different one on the program.
Oh my god, his mic peaked so hard.
Yeah,
did it kill you?
It literally just clipped out. Like it sounded like you entered a wind tunnel of just yes energy.
Wait, I'll switch the mic.
I love it like this. It was amazing. I actually just oh my god.
I died a little. I was expecting the Pudge on the other side, but like those, it said the percentage-based damage means it was pretty unlikely that VG were going to take it. The Winter Wyvern and the Death Prophet. Even if the Flesh Heap is going to stop a lot of the Spirit Siphon damage, Flesh Heap isn't always going to be active. It doesn't stop the drain going from DP's way, but take it on their side. And it is a solid hero. It's going to block a lot of the toss avalanche damage, block a lot of what Queen of Pain's going to do to you. The Wind Ranger ult.
Why ban CK? Like, look at your draft, man. Like, you have so much AoE. You have a Pudge with Aghanims against CK. I don't know. Maybe an offlane CK would have been more of a problem. Not sure, but I feel that their draft is decent versus it.
I would agree. I think every one of their heroes is amazing against CK.
Right? Even the Wyvern with the ulti, with all those... but okay, they decide not to play against it. It is a strong hero overall.
Get rid of the Void, too.
I feel that there's this point... I literally played versus CK last night, and there's this point in which he's really strong against you until you get, like, Agh's Plate Mill. And then... Then it gets harder for him. Brewmaster instead.
Ooh,
all right.
Yang Brew, if they're gonna go that direction with like a 5 to support Tiny Windrunner combo.
I feel like those Brewlings are gonna die real quickly this game as well. You're gonna have one Earth Panda running around lonesome. But okay, Vici Gaming's draft is solid once again. I can't take anything away from it. Like overall, they have the control, they have the push potential. It should be, I think, Windranger 5 and Tiny 4 with MP safe lane and Brewmaster off lane. That's the way I see it, at least. They could switch things up a bit and mix up their lanes. You could put maybe a Prophet versus a Pudge even and have an easier lane against the Sand King. But here comes Doom. A good answer to the Brewmaster, right? A good answer for Quap as well early enough, but mostly for the Brew. Like if you have Xingqiu, if you get that blink early enough, you're able to jump the Brewmaster, Doom him up. Suddenly he's completely worthless. So perhaps Xingqiu didn't have the best Doom performances lately, but that's a sick looking Doom as well on his side.
Yeah, it looks really good. It looks like it's possible that they have a decent lineup ready to go with that 4-position Doom offlane Death Prophet. Mid Sand King is going to be interesting. I'm really excited to see how that ends up going. And for Vici, it is, of course, that Yang Brewmaster support duo, Tiny Windrunner. Neff, what are you thinking on these drafts right now? Who are you going for in your predictions?
VG, just because of the Brew.
Okay.
I refuse to elaborate.
Sure. I'll take it. Lizard, are you going to give me more words than that?
Yeah, gang, bro. But I'm not gonna give you. I'll give you one single hero, Pudge. Let's go.
Pudge, let's go. All right, so you guys are really toying with my emotions here. Like I said, I can't pick teams. That's recency bias. Yeah. I mean, I heard Lizard say this is a good draft for LGD, and I kind of hustled over to the other side of the room and grab myself a quick change of attire, if you will. So I did my thing, but I also always have Vici at heart. They're here, there, just in case. I get to be really biased when this is the matchup I've been waiting for, and this is the matchup I hope you guys are all gonna enjoy as we go into game number 2 here of LGD up against Vici. So it should be a fun one, and I'm hoping for a third game, truthfully.
I'm just gonna go into player perspective, click on Pudge, enjoy my. You
sit
guys
back,
can talk
relax.
about. I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy it. That's it.
Yeah, free coaching session. Pause 1, Pudge. Very cool. I don't know. I think this will probably get shut down.
Oh, gosh, Avalanche on 3. That was actually massive. Ame's already dead. Yang getting first blood. Yang gang. Buzz.
Okay, let me take off the player perspective, move somewhere else.
All I'm saying is I was talking up this Brewmaster, you're talking up the Pudge. Let's maybe switch over, be part of Yang Gang.
I'll switch over to the 3 ends. I'll be watching them.
The fellas.
Yeah, they really rushed that high ground. Like, I mean, it's something that these teams know about each other really well, and it's fun to watch these mind games early on. Sometimes they smoke up, they move where they expect a team to be. It's always fun to watch. Pudge misses up that hook. He actually tried to get the bounty, but gets tiny instead. That's how many? That's 3 for Vici Gaming, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? Or 2-2? It's still 2-2. Zincu got 2, Erika and Shama got 2. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's 2-2.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You saw the first blood just like me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
And I saw the plus 40 on the end of it as well. That one really threw me off. Wow. A stupid monkey brain looking for patterns.
Classic.
So, how does this lane go mid? Sand King up against the Queen of Pain.
I mean, this should be Quap favored, right? You're far enough back that he can't take advantage of the Caustic Finale. You're always able to get the Shadow Strikes off him. The only issue is you need to buy Sentry Wards for the lane.
It should be, right? Just spam the Shadow Strike with sentries. That's it. Then again,
they have control.
We used to hate Sand King mid so much. Like it used to, let's just say, not do as much in the Chinese region as it's usually expected from a Sand King. And there is overall just something about Sand King in the Chinese region, not even only mid, even offlane, that I dislike. I don't know, it just never seems to do as much as in different regions. Perhaps just not a region favorite hero, like not one that you see very often in pubs or something, so you don't practice it as much. Even on this level, like, how many times did we see an offlane Sand King just completely fall apart, even from PSG.LGD?
Yeah, certainly Sand King sometimes feels like it really misses the mark here in China, and I'm interested to see how Nothing to Say kind of plays it, especially considering the fact that, like,
Innocence?
This is now 2 heroes that Nothing to Say is kind of put together on this that have felt a little bit not his style. Ooh, gets the slow ward up top, trying to keep up with Y. I mean, the creeps certainly are.
He has a toss now. This should be a kill.
He's just gonna die to tower.
Yeah.
Oh, or yeah. Magma gets credit for the kill.
Gets the credit.
Didn't connect with them, but I think it's like a 30-second window, right?
Yeah, he still had time. And when you're talking about heroes that aren't necessarily Nothing to Say's style, like we were discussing his Pango as well, and it didn't look too great for like a couple of months even. I would say the majority of the last year, and then suddenly he started owning with it. So, you know, give this guy a couple of series and he just becomes so on point.
The Cinderbrew burning, they've got the toss again. Going into the Arctic Current over to the side is why, but they've got the Avalanche, they have the right clicks, they'll get the kill. Now, Ame not exactly having a fun time in this lane.
It's a huge creep wave coming to him, so he will get the farm, most likely if Y manages to control it before the tower. Yeah, he'll get it. Plus, he's only level 3. Like, you need level 2 Flash Sheep on the Pudge. Once you get that level 2 Flash Sheep, you start feeling kinda invincible already. Yeah. So we have to wait. We have to wait for that to happen at least.
By the way, Lizard, what's your opinion on the fact that Flesh Sheep does not say how long it lasts on the tooltip?
I mean, that's the way it should be on every single thing, right? Like Yank dropping really low, but yeah, skill based. You know, this was always a skill based game. We're not some League of Legends. Don't give us anything. Just give us pictures. Just give us question marks on spells. You know, you should know.
I like that attitude. It's the man who was forged for the fires of Dota 1.
Exactly, right? Like, we didn't even have stun indicators like up to, I don't know, couple of, what was it, 5-6 years ago that we got them?
Stun indicators? Yeah, you just had to kind of know how long you were stunned for.
You just had to know. You just had to feel it. And now these kids winning TI like Team Spirit, the hell they would win it in my time, man.
All right, old man. Get off my lawn. Avalanche up top. Xiaomo with the killing spree. Oh my.
Back in my time.
I remember not remembering any abilities.
Oh my gosh.
Does it look like... Okay, he has the second point of Flesh Heap at level 5, so he goes 1-2-2 on this one. I'm not familiar with the pause 1 Pudge build, but I imagine this is standard.
I think this is what you go on any. It's not even... Unless you're some support, which I don't see why you would be in this patch, but if you go mid, if you go off lane, if you go safe lane, you need to max out Rot and Flashy pretty much, so it's solid as well. It definitely makes the hero much harder to lane against.
And then it looks like he's going for phase boots immediately afterwards. A little bit of armor will probably go a long way here.
Yeah, he used the Flash Heap, so needs to be careful. Oh, okay. That hook.
Yeah, that hook was interesting.
Ambitious.
Ooh, avalanche and the toss.
Yeah,
toss from the avalanche.
I actually thought that he might get the Wind Ranger because of that, because he had Dismember, right? Like, but
Flesh Heap stacks never heard of him.
So
And he
lasting
was
twice as
giving
long on creeps. So he goes back to full HP by just dropping Dismember off of the Centaur here.
Meanwhile, Nothing to Say gets a kill solo on XM. I mean, that's pretty wild that he gets that solo kill, considering that he must have caught him without a blink, right?
Mm-hmm. With the Epicenter as well.
Yeah.
Just gets in a couple of Caustic Finale hits, and Queen of Pain isn't the tankiest hero at the moment.
Ame maybe 0-2, by the way, but he's top the net worth.
He's spamming the Soul Ring. Like, keep in mind that this hero on position 1, you get the Soul Ring and you just spam meat hooks on the hard camp. So and if you get down low, you just use Dismember with the Soul Ring and you heal up completely. So overall, the hero just farms incredibly fast.
Jama again trying to set up to get a kill here. Level 4 for Y and Avalanche toss. Cinder Brew has the Cold Embrace. Nobody coming to save the Winter Wyvern's life, and not even Pudge. Friendship with Y over. And there's the power shot kill.
Didn't have the mana to help out anyways. Did get at the moment the Winter Wyvern died, but I don't think would have been able to assist. Plus, if you use that hook to save the Winter Wyvern, you could be hooking a creep in that time.
I want to say I agree, because I feel like Soul Ring was off cooldown when that was going on, so he definitely had the mana.
It was on cooldown.
Ain't got no time for saving teammates. Gotta kill creeps.
Yeah, it could gain like 40 gold from hooking like an Alpha Wolf or something like that.
And he's going for this early Vanguard on Pudge. We've seen that. I've seen that with Black streams and Lizard streams. Everybody's going Vanguard when they go on this Pudge. And it's Vanguard into the Axe.
No, that's to be expected, right? Like you get the Vanguard combos it with the Flesh Sheep, just so much damage reduction. Then you get the Aghanims for the actual damage, and you become a beast, really. Like the hero, the Aghanims damage is a bit busted. It's way too strong. The Rot just cuts heroes.
The 220 damage per second with the 500 AoE or something like that. Yeah,
and the regen reduction as well.
Yeah, good stuff. Visually, it needs to be bigger because that's just thrown me off so many times in games where Pudge freshly completes his Aghanim Scepter, and I'm like
they
almost
might kill him
600 attack range away from him.
They're wrapping around him really nicely from all three sides. Yeah.
Ame on the run, nowhere for him to go though. Erica comes in, TP's forward, and they get another kill on Ame. Did for the third time this game, 6-1. They were looking for the +1 of Y, but he gets out with the Arctic Burn, going over to the east and making sure that he's away from these heroes. 4 showed up top. You really want to bail on that.
Yeah, we really just need to wait for the Sand King to get his blink, and that's right now. Minute 9:30, he gets the blink dagger. They instantly smoke up They move towards top.
Shackle. Why Cold Embrace? But there's the Cinder Brew. They should be able to ignite it. Probably going to die and make the score that Brazil line, and that's exactly what it is. But they're thinking about going to the epicenter. Primal split already. Blink Burrow Strike comes in. It's through on XM. The Shackle connects onto Nothing to Say. Primal split really hasn't done anything, and yeah, I mean the Burrow Strike coming in with the epicenter to kill off XM feels pretty decent.
They saw him. I wonder why XM doesn't just blink away or move away a bit. Like, they saw him. Brewmaster started splitting. There's a Radiant Ward. You can see it on the stairs right south from Fate Beyond. But okay, they get a really decent kill there for the Sand King. Good first usage of that Blink Dagger. They aren't getting any map control though. That has to be said. Like, bottom tier 1 tower completely full HP. Mid tier 1 tower almost full HP as well. So when it comes to the Death Prophet, these exorcisms have not been... It's very early on, obviously, but they haven't damaged any towers.
Right.
Do people still use this to damage towers? I feel like it's exclusively used for team fights now, like maybe get a bit of damage off on the buildings now that it's been reduced by 50%.
I mean, it was busted before. Now it's just the same.
Balanced.
Yeah, now it...
Ooh, hook lands. Jaume still has the toss, though. As Dismember, if he can get into range, and of course that's
illegal Dismember.
Very in range. That seemed like, yeah, sure. And
everything
gets tossed
working
away.
as Frog intended.
He has phase boots, right? So it makes it look like he's not really in range. I mean, you know, like I still need to keep good connections with Gabe and Ice Frog. I need to stay on the good side.
Yeah.
It's the
this is a
phase,
TI
guy.
caster here.
Yeah, it's the phases, guy. I want to go to Singapore. It's the phases.
Oh, sorry. Let me redo that then. That was very on point, just like this Blink Burrow Strike on a Victoria. They've got the dust on Nothing to Say. He's trying to TP out, thinking about the Sonic Wave, and throws it anyway, and delayed on it. Nothing to Say going to be able to TP out.
He barely lives even in the fountain. He had like Shadow Strike Urn on him. He also had the Cinder Brew. It wasn't that easy to survive.
Yeah, cast ranges are perfect in this game. Everything's been pretty much on point.
It's gonna be okay, buddy. All right, Pudge. He's Egnum Scepter queued up next.
Obviously, split was used. Zinq in trouble. They got the kill in a Y. They'll throw the Doom out onto the Nature's Prophet before he dies. Burrow Strike with the epicenter. They get the kill there on Erica. Again, Nothing to Say though. Dusted up and while trying to find himself a spot where he can survive. Burrow Strike comes in and now the hook to follow it up. XM. Ooh, gosh.
1 second on the Dismember. 1 second cooldown and he'd have her. Unfortunate.
It was a nice hook there for sure, though. He's gonna keep going. I think he's gonna try to grab this Tiny here. Oh, tries to go for the Brewmaster instead, but misses. Speaking of Brew, now has the gold for this Spirit Vessel. This is a big item in this game. You're playing against a lot of tanky heroes.
Yeah, versus the Pudge as well. Like, Doom, Pudge, Death Prophet, right? Plus the Cold Embrace. It's really important versus all of them.
Yeah,
I think the main target should be the Pudge. At this point, at least, right? Like, you really want to use it on him. Especially when he has this Vanguard plus Rot, he loses a ton of damage.
They found the Tiny. That was a very quick finger on the Exorcism. They really need to make something of this.
Yeah, well, he was right beside the mid tower. It's kind of like what Lizard was talking about. Like they really want to make towers happen with this one. So you might as well use it there.
When you look at their team, they don't have any other ways, right? Like they have no ways of taking objectives besides the Exorcism at the moment.
And there goes the Death Prophet, Faith Beyond. That's his first death of the game. Meanwhile, Y trying to escape the grasp of this Vici side, and it's now 12-6 with Yang dominating. He's 4-0-6.
And he's getting those vessel charges that are so important.
Yeah. Man, that's rough. It wasn't even like full damage that came out from the Cinder Brew there, but that Death Prophet ended up taking like 500 magic damage from the Spirit Vessel plus Cinder Brew. You're just ticking down. So little that you're able to do against this one. I love this hero, man.
Brewmaster?
Yeah.
I love him up to the point in which he gets like Aghanims plus Refresher, and then my game is infested with pandas.
Yeah. That's half the fun. It's when you're playing the Brewmaster, because you can rat with it as well.
Well, they're about to do something
They're gonna look
about
to get
him.
the kill. They've got the Doom, so this should at least try to help them secure it into the Dismember, and it's the Caustic Finale pop on Yang.
Yang Gang in shambles.
On one side you get Vessel Charges, on the other you get this Pudge with Flesh Heap. He has an Ogre Axe, 1500 gold, getting closer to the Aghanims. Just a couple of more minutes and he should be there.
As long as he has time to farm, right? That's one thing that I think VG's been doing pretty well with their lineup. They've just been running at them nonstop aggression. They've been doing a decent job with this with the Nature's Prophet.
They've been doing that, but
really
still, LGD has the net worth lead. Like, Pudge is at the top.
Look, you have Jinkyu on position 4 buying a Midas. And he has the same amount of net worth as the Brewmasters, so I believe that's probably that X factor that's bringing the net worth up.
Yeah, I will say though, Ame being top of the net worth is still in a decent spot, but this is typical Xingqiu going, I am the carry now. Blink, Orchid. Big pull, Spirit Vessel on the run, Sonic Wave, and dead, but the Burrow Strike comes through. Now toss on the Queen of Pain. They go into the Primal Split. They have the vision on Nothing to Say. He's trying to get away, but there's no chance for him to do so. This is allowing Ame to get the farm for an Ags, but they circle the map. They kind of have an inkling.
Very good inkling.
Of where, yeah, a very good spider senses as Ame's going to get the hook. But they've got Erica coming over. Here comes Xingqiu. There's the blink as well as the stun on the 2. Looks over. Erica shackle from Victoria. Power shot through. Exorcism used. Pudge in trouble. Dismembering, trying to survive. But eventually the Wrath of Nature cuts him in half. And Erica gets credit for the kill. They take out Jauma. They look over at Erica. Faith Beyond chasing. The Crypt Swarm lands. That's going to be 2 kills. Doom, Xingqiu in trouble. Spirit Vessel again doing enough damage. They've got the silence thanks to Faith Beyond, who's keeping up with this Spirit Siphon. Faith Beyond running down Yang. Triple kill for Faith Beyond. Can he get a 4th here on Victoria? The Ultra kill is in his sights, but not in his grasp, as Faith Beyond getting a lot out of that, and it ends up being an equal trade for gold. Again, Ame now falling just short of that Ags, which he almost had the gold for.
It was a nice play by them. They managed to stall the majority of that Flesh Heap as well. So afterwards, like by the time everyone had come in, they could spam their skills off to him, and the Pudge wasn't so tanky in the end and managed to bring him down. I think if they waste their abilities at first, they don't do enough to him, and PSG.LGD end up winning that team fight a lot harder than they did. Well, I'm not sure if you call it that one a win, but Faith Beyond is going to be pretty happy after that one.
Yeah, he picks up a good chunk of gold, has 1,400 now, ready to go. They've got the Gale Force of that first item of the Shard. Epicenter used, and Faith Beyond now dominating. He gets yet another kill. And they might even look to go for Yang, but Yang juking back and forth. Jauma also has this Blink Dagger to maybe Blink toss back into his team. Faith Beyond, he's under vision. They got the Wrath of Nature to land, and now they're going to get this kill into Faith Beyond very easily. XM getting the credit for that one and taking away to the spree.
Yeah. Aghanims has been completed now on Pudge, so they're ready to fight as a team. Fate Beyond dying there, they couldn't continue fighting. He had no mana. Sand King was also pretty damn low. He used Yules on himself already defensively, so they needed to back out. This Rosh, if they could contest it, if PSG.LGD understands what's happening and they run there fast enough, the Rosh already on 50%. They need to move.
They need to go now. They're waiting. They're trying to group up. They're trying to smoke. It's going to be really close. It might be down to the wire.
Getting it.
Hook. No. Why here? Winter's Curse. Not going to matter. They've got the Avalanche. That hits 4 heroes. The Gale Force comes in with a Sonic Wave. It's a symphony of skills. All coming in for Vici, but it only gets the Winter Wyvern. They've got the Doom on the Yang. They'll get the kill on the Brewmaster. And even though it all lined up, they're going to lose another Erica. He's been hit by the hook. They'll get the kill with Ame having that upgraded rot thanks to the Ags. And it's a double kill there for him, too. That all lined up perfectly for Vici, and yet they lose more than they gain.
It's like on one side you have this perfect symphony of skills, and on the other you just have a guy bashing his head against the keyboard. You know? And it doesn't matter. Like, it was so important for them to kill the Doom. That's really what did it. Like, the story to use the Doom on the Panda to kill the Panda. Yeah, the Brewmaster. After that, the team fight is way easier. Even and plus, you have to understand that they did waste a lot of their resources killing Roche, so they didn't necessarily have everything there ready for the fight.
It is a huge blessing they ended up winning that team fight, though, because VG ended up winning that, getting the Roshan and getting out. It would have been a disaster for LGD to just get run over at this point. Now, probably just time to pick up like his next item after this Aghanim Scepter. And then he started to feel very scary. The Blink Dagger and the BKB he's going for then. Once you have the BKB done, you just like exist in the team fight and no one can stop you. And you end up doing so much damage just from existing with this Rod active.
Zinq, he might be the one that gets jumped on, or Fade Beyond. Tiny is close enough. This is a really nice smoke from them, but they don't have the Panda close enough.
Erica? Epicenter? They're on him. They want to go after and get this kill on the Nature's Prophet. Yule's up into the air. And Erica looking like he is dead thanks to the Burrow Strike and the control there for nothing to say. I mean, Erica not exactly having the best game on this Nature's Prophet. And on the other side of the map, you look over, is now the Shackle lands out of the Death Prophet, but they've got the Blink as well as the stun. The follow-up from nothing to say with the Burrow Strike. Fade Grenade thrown, they take the Aegis out of the hands of XM. They think about the Primal Split, they go into the Gale Force, that's keeping LGD nearby. They've got the Orchid, they have some damage. There's the Sonic Wave as well as the Orchid burn, but the Yule's up in the air and he's gonna survive. They've got the Winter's Curse, nothing to say. Finally hit with a 3-point shot coming in from Jauma. They look to add a +1. Ame pretty tanky, but how tanky? Spirit Vessel's on him. Shackle connects. Of course, the 90-degree angle. That's very interesting. Blink stun on a 2. Ame already dead, but he does not have buyback. Faith Beyond chasing these heroes, but the Shackle again! Victoria! Absolutely controlling the side of LGD with ease.
Beautiful plays by Victoria, really. Kiting the Pudge, also using the Shackle shot on him. Gale Force was really nice early on, just winning that fight for them. The amount of dots that they have, it's ridiculous. Even a Pudge that's extremely tanky does feel the pressure from all the damage over time on the side of Vici Gaming. The Witchblade, the Shadow Strike, the Cinder Bro, the Vessel, it all adds up.
Yeah, it does. He ended up doing a lot of damage to himself with that rod. One of the bigger things that happened in that last team fight is the Death Prophet did make a slight mistake there on Beyond. He tried to throw the silence out to cancel the Brewmaster split, but Brew still ended up getting it. So when the Queen of Pain got back up, wasn't silenced, was able to blink away, he was able to get the Sonic Wave off and like free reign in that team fight instead of getting silenced immediately when responding with that Aegis. Tried to clutch out that, stop that Brewmaster ult a little bit too hard, even though it was like very unlikely you get that off.
Do you think the things change a lot once the BKBs are up? Like Doom almost has his. Pudge is kind of far away because he went for the blink first, but I have a feeling that the moment the BKBs do get there, those dots suddenly don't really matter anymore, and the amount of damage that Vici Gaming's dealing gets halved pretty much.
I agree. I think it doesn't help this build in Nature's Prophet went. The Witchblade into the Maelstrom, it's like magic damage. It's not being pumped out onto these enemy heroes from your right clicker, which makes it even harder.
Almost tags on Panda though, like he's got the gold right now.
Yeah, but the only issue with that is that gives you 2 ultimates. It doesn't improve your like quick team fight at all, and these team fights are going to come out pretty fast. It doesn't help with the Doom coming out onto you either. So I feel like this egg isn't a solution to these fights that are relatively even so far. It's
they do have Lincolns though, right? On co-op, so perhaps you can toss that on the Brew.
Yeah.
Looking for Victoria, looking for the Blink Burrow Strike, but the Gale Force once again pushing them back, short on the Burrow Strike.
Hook. Nice attempt. I feel that with the Aghanims on Brew, The way you could fight, perhaps, is you just use this ultimate and keep the Pudge cycloned. He doesn't have a BKB, so keep him cycloned, fight with everyone else, and then deal with him a little bit later.
Yeah.
It's an option, because there are more important targets to kill anyway.
The important target right now for PSG.LGD is Erica. They moved like 3 heroes to try to contest him split pushing. He realized something was wrong, and he ended up just like portal scrolling back to base instead of any lanes. Then he heads up top and managed to take that tower. This is one thing they have going their way that they didn't have on their side last time when PSG.LGD were running the Nature's Prophet. You know, you chip damage away at the tier 2 towers. I think he had like Nature's Call off on that tower earlier, managed to bring it down to like half HP. He doesn't have the shard yet, but you don't really need it in this kind of game. He's been much more active in these team fights. He does have it keyed up as his next item though, so
he'll have it. He'll have it in a couple of minutes.
It's pretty late actually. I take back what I said. I'm gonna do a 180. I'm not happy that he doesn't have the shard yet.
Yeah, I didn't go Mjolnir straight up like Ame did on Nature's Prophet. He's gone Witchblade, Maelstrom, BKB.
Because he went also Witchblade a bit early, so you get the attack speed from that. Then you get the Maelstrom, you get a ton of magic damage from those two. And the attack speed is obviously there, so it's not necessary to get that Mjolnir that early on.
Is that the money for the item shard right now? It still hasn't bought it out.
Maybe thinking about
certainly
off
doesn't
the
go
Mjolnir.
Come on, man, get the Trader Trans, triple lanes.
Doesn't need to. Feels confident that they're moving around as a team at the moment. Maybe saving out on the cash. Maybe thinking of even going into the Lincolns.
It's an investment. Then you have Greater Trans farming for you and pushing the lanes in, man.
I have to say they're doing a really good job at keeping up with the net worth. They're playing versus a Doom with a Midas. They're still doing... they're only 2k behind on the side of Vici Gaming. And yeah, Nature's Prophet does farm extremely fast. But between him and Queen of Pain, the farm has been distributed really, really nicely.
That means find our Titans. So Roshan respawning in 1 minute, by the way. So that's going to be the next objective. They scanned out on PSG.LGD as well. They realized that they did hit the timer just now. And Quap is sitting in this the entire time, so maybe they get baited out.
Gale Force again, pushing nothing to say into the side of Vici. They go for the primal split. They wanted to go 1-2 gut punch on this real quick. Unfortunately, not quick enough as LGD are able to reset, losing nothing at the moment.
And they do have a BKB now. It's flying out to the Pudge. Huge game changer, I believe, for them.
They have the second primal split available too.
Yep, they've got 9-second BKBs on 3 heroes now. So they're going to be more than happy to take this fight.
XM, Yang, they're trying to take back the outpost. There's the avalanche as well as the tosses come through with the Orchid out onto Innocence, but they caught themselves XM. They end up losing themselves the Witcher Wyvern, but they'll take that for a kill on the Queen of Pain, who doesn't have buyback. Jauma's going to die next. Now Victoria trying to help with the Gale Force to get Yang out. And that Earth Bear, or Earth Panda, is, well, looking to run. That doesn't work, by the way, Ame. You're not able to hook that. They get him back to form. The shackle lands, but it's not going to matter. Yang on the run. I say it's not going to matter, but look how slow they are. There's the hook from Ame, and the chase is on from Faith Beyond. Looking to get a kill here onto Victoria. Victoria doesn't have the mana to throw out a shackle to survive. He's feared up thanks to the shard on Faith Beyond with that Spirit Siphon, and they get the kill into Victoria, taking out 4 heroes on the side of Vici. It's Ouchtown for Vici. Population, well, XM, Yang, Jauma, and Victoria.
Yeah, just completely crushing them the moment that BKB is up on Pudge. The game becomes much, much easier. Queen of Pain perhaps dying a bit too early in that fight unnecessarily. Gets doomed, gets stunned as well by Doom. The Lincolns is fine, but if you get stunned by anything, you still die. I'm surprised they aren't taking Roche, by the way. They actually decided to go back.
They don't have an amazing right clicker, and the exorcism had just worn off, right? So
no, their damage isn't amazing. I thought maybe if they just all 5 of them, all 4 of them that were alive just started hitting it. They could, but it would be dangerous, definitely.
There's no
You
way
wanna go
that
in.
VG gets away with this, though, right?
Secretly going for it, or maybe LGD are aware and they want to wait for their moment to go in. Erica and XM are in the pit. There's just a second to go before they're in. They're looking for the Winter's Curse. It's not going to be in time. The Aegis is already picked up with the BKB being popped by Erica. And there's an easy kill onto why the hook was used. And now the Gale Force will not push back anybody on the side of LGD. It was close on the timing, but LGD a little hesitant and a little off.
It's hard to go in that fight because you don't have Doom. That's the biggest issue. And Wyvern is going in. Okay, he Innocence was a little bit late, but even if he was there on time, like, there's Lincolns. It's perhaps not that easy to instantly lock in on a target and Winter's Curse.
You have to choose the right one and hope that he doesn't press that Lincoln Sphere in time as you're going on him.
I don't know if he should have been going alone, though. And if that's like the guessing game, shouldn't you have maybe Doom, who's got the War Stomp, Blink War Stomp with that, or try to make
BKBs as well?
Yeah, I know, but you try to make a surprise play.
No, for sure. I meant Doom has a BKB as well.
Right.
So he could have went in. That's true. They just decided not to fight, wait out the next fight with Exorcism with level 20 with Doom when everything is ready. It's not like this Aegis changes things massively, but this smoke might.
Shard wasn't even passed over to Erica, by the way. It was used on the Queen of Pain.
I mean, that makes sense. The Queen of Pain shard is very good. It's one of the best in the games. It silences you, come into the middle of a team fight. I mean, you can stop or dismember just by blinking in now. Or, like, completely botch Sand King's initiation, for that matter. It's good for so many reasons. I really like Quap Shard. But yeah,
anything?
No, it doesn't look like it. They're just playing defensive at the moment. Now, Innocence is going for that Aeon disc to be able to stop him from just blowing him up, so he'll be able to consistently get off ultimates in team fight. It's been a rough game for him. He's like 0-11 right now.
It's been a very difficult game. I completely agree. I didn't really see any impact so far from the Wyvern. Even the cold embraces have been just completely negated by the dots and magic damage and Vessel. So
yeah. You were right about this one thing earlier. You're talking about how later in the game, these team fights, Brewmaster, it's just going to be the Earth Panda running around. It's exactly what happened on the previous team fight. And, you know, we talked about this. The Egg Scepter and the Refresher build on Brewmaster, yes, they'll give you, like, more splits. You can reset if they clear out, like, 2 of your pandas, but that's just going to happen again and again. If you think you need something else that's going to allow you to have an impact in these fights,
yeah, but what
whether
do
that be
what
like
do you
Shiva's
get?
Guard or...
Yeah, you could go for some AC, Shivas, whatever, but I still think that Refresher is the optimal build on you with the eggs, and maybe the plan should be to just keep the Pudge in the air. Just don't let him rot away all your Brewlings. Don't let them kill them that way, and then you are actually making use of that Refresher. You're forcing his BKB early, perhaps.
Yep.
I love how Ame went to try and hook the Earth Panda as well.
Yeah.
He was just like, all right, go.
Maybe he was... There is no way. Usually you click on the panda and you kind of know when he's about to turn back in.
Right.
And that's where you try to hook, but that Earth Panda was long and far away from being...
Maybe he thought he would end the
ult
ult early or something like that.
That's also possible. Maybe that's some like next level
Gale
thing.
Force, BKB, Avalanche, Easy Force.
That's his BKB though, and it's got a pretty big cooldown now. It's 90 seconds. So he's not going to have it for this next fight. Maybe they want to try to make something happen off of this. At the very least, it looks like they want to try to shove this mid tier 2, which is the last outer tower that they have. He still doesn't have his egg shard.
Ooh, hook on Erica. They've got the Dismember. They're gonna lock him down. Faith Beyond with the Exorcism pops his BKB now, and there goes Ame's Blink Burrow Strike hits the Lincolns. They've got the epicenter going off, but there's the toss out on and nothing to say. He's already dead. Sonic Wave pushes him back, keeps Jama alive, but the hook is hit by Ame. They've got the Gale Force keeping LGD in a bit of a precarious position as they get the kill to Ame. They'll take out the Pudge, but Faith Beyond's the damage dealer at the moment. They've got the working through out on a Y. Y's gonna die again. The Shackle continues to land here. They don't call him Victoria, they call him the Warden because he's putting all of LGD in shackles.
This is a serious problem at this point. I feel like now they just need to focus down the Wind Ranger. There's way too much disable he's getting off in these team fights. It is crazy.
Remember when they took Aegis, I said it's not going to be a big issue. It was a huge issue. Like they hooked the Prophet, sure, but he has Satanic, BKB, and Aegis. So you can't commit, really. Because of that, nothing to say commits in a different fight. I mean, the same fight, different position, different targets, and they can't kill anyone. In the end, it's only the Tiny that falls. Meanwhile, you lose both of your main cores. It's a huge blunder, I would say, from PSG.LGD to even try and fight that. Aegis was about to expire, 40 seconds left. So maybe just waiting that one out would have been better.
Yeah, it was such an awkward beginning to that fight. Neither of them wanted to fight each other. Nature's Prophet had to change targets as well because so much of his damage is magical between the Mjolnir and the Witchblade. So he just didn't want to hit Pudge with BKB active.
Finally, Y with a Winter's Curse that lands on multiple heroes. They've got the Gale Force coming in. They throw out the Avalanche. They have the Doom out on XM. Maybe have the damage to get a kill here. Y dies again. Xingqiu on the run. Burrow Strike lands. Keeps Xingqiu alive. They get the kill on XM, but the power shot coming in from Victoria again. The Warden strikes. They've got themselves the Avalanche landing on a 2. They get the kill on nothing to say. They'll take out Y, who just bought back. Xingqiu bought back here too. Pudge is coming in, trying to TP forward to try and hold this game in some sort of a threshold. But the right click's coming through in a Faith Beyond. Here comes Pudge as the Dismember onto Yang. They get the kill out onto the Brewmaster. There's the Avalanche coming in, but Erica trying to survive with the BKB pop here by Ame. He's the last hope. They get the kill to Erica. They'll take out Victoria, but they've got the buybacks. No more BKB. Ame on the run, hit with the Orchid. They've got the lockdown. Ouch Town is back. The series is over. Vici take the 2-0 over LGD. Erica with an ultra kill to cap it off.
Bring on the Reddit threads. This team is washed. Confirmed.
Fluke.
It was a fluke. The last 10 years of Dota, when they were owning everyone, were just a fluke.
Look at the happiness.
Yeah, the 2-0 over PSG.LGD. No one would have seen this one coming.
No, not at all.
Same like with eHome, right? It happened before Dandelion as well took a game off of PSG.LGD, so they're definitely not in the same form that you come to expect from them from the last couple of seasons, where they barely lost a series in 3 seasons.
Yeah. This is not the LGD we've come to expect, but again, we've talked about it, how maybe LGD taking a little bit off the gas, but nothing to take away here from Vici. They looked clean in this one, and it was a really impressive 2-0 over LGD. I mean, not many people would have expected that coming into this series. Really just a beautiful one. Friendship with LGD over. Vici, I see you guys. Non-bias appreciation coming through. And Neff, biggest takeaway right now from not only this game, but the series for Vici.
My biggest takeaway is, I don't know, this Nature's Prophet gameplay. I feel like it can go either very well or very poorly for you. They had map control the majority of the time here on... I feel like they did a decent grasp on how the map was both games here on VG, better than PSG.LGD did. They dealt with the Nature's Prophet themselves quite well with the Treant Protector, with the Viper building first item Atos, with having a BKB piercing disable on Tusk, and they played it very well this game against their opponents. Despite they end up losing Roche, they're constantly shoving in the map, taking buildings and pressuring lanes, and if you don't have something to respond to it properly, it becomes a massive issue. Even if you didn't have, the flashiness of the Wind Ranger in this game, or the amazing early game that Brewmaster had, or the damage that XM had, it still was the biggest impact of this game overall. Erica.
Yeah, Erica played really well. Lizard, what are your takeaways for both Vici and LGD?
This game was slow and steady, build up to fireworks in the end. This culmination around the tier 2 tower was, for me, perhaps a little bit precarious reckless from PSG.LGD. Maybe they didn't have to go for that. If Prophet is hitting your tower the way he is, and there's a Pudge on your team, you know that he wants you to hook him, right? They perhaps didn't understand their strengths too much in that last fight, or maybe they were just a little bit, I don't know, just not patient enough, really. Going for that hook when 40 seconds cooldown on that Aegis is still there, duration that is. Why? Why not wait? Why not defend high ground? Why not wait 40 seconds, then hook him, then you can commit everything on him, right? And he's dead.
Yeah.
It's a completely different storyline if that happens.
Yeah, it felt like LGD were maybe playing a little bit more loose than we're used to seeing them. Very aggressive. I mean, it's still the same style, but maybe a little less calculated at the end of the day. But Vici, for sure. I mean, the things that they were doing seemed pretty strong. And honestly, I want to say Victoria played out of his mind in this second game. It seemed like every shackle hit. Like they were, everything he was doing was perfect. Look at this.
Victoria is my MVP for sure.
Mine as well, 100%. Does he survive this fight? Like, that's out of control.
Yeah, he was the only one who survived, I believe. Ends up win running away at the very end, just hugging the edges of the team fight, throwing in a shackle, did a power shot every so often.
I feel like Victoria was just breaking hearts in this game, like left, right, and center. You try to kill someone, you get shackled. You try to run away from her, you get Gale forced back in.
This is the fight that almost ended up going the way, but the Doom ends up going off before the Brewmaster gets off his split, and then they turn it around.
Real strike here. Look at Victoria trying to set up his markings, looking ready to go. You could always see the calculations coming in from Victoria.
See, these fights like this fight made me think, yeah, this game is... I actually thought this game was done at this point. PSG.LGD looked completely in control. Then they waste a little bit too much time chasing instead of going into the pit. Perhaps that was a problem. And they do not commit completely for that Roshan. Maybe committing for it would have been a bit better. Hard to say in hindsight because you still didn't have Exorcism, you didn't have Doom. You'd have to commit without your big ultis. But yeah, it all comes down to this next fight that we'll most likely see, the fight around the tier 2. This one. This is, yeah. Nothing to say on one side, Pudge completely on the other. Wasted all of his BKB trying to get to the Sand King even. And then even he dies very easily.
You could see Amit kind of does the damage too. They needed to find the right timings to go for this fight. Their Shackle again lands there. Like the Gale Force is doing so much control. Like if they just waited the 40 seconds, like you said, they have a better opportunity at this. And here too, like they're defending early. They still have that bottom racks. They can defend them against Mega Creeps, but they choose to go without Ame. I thought that was very ambitious. I thought that was like...
It's one of those... perhaps it's one of those situations in which we're tanky enough, we can engage, but if we wait for Ame, they will already get out, right? And we'll lose another set of Raxes, so... But I agree with you. They could have waited. They had another set on down bottom lane. They could have defended perhaps there. Yeah, just a bit impatient for PSG.LGD. I come to expect this flawless high ground defense from them, but now 2 or 3 series in a row, there are games in which I'm not seeing it.
Feels just a little bit lackluster there from LGD, but ultimately at the end of the day, again, I just want to say that Vici played really well. I don't know. It's a big boost for this team that's now 2-1. We talk about how in this region, especially when there's 4 slots available, 4 and 3 is potentially your marker here for getting into the major, getting at least a tiebreaker's chance to go to the major. And all of a sudden, Vici, they've got 2 wins. They're up at 2-1, and you got to think like, who's next on their list? Like Vici already played Extreme. Yeah, they lost. Vici also played Aster and won against LGD. Now they have the easy teams yet to come. They've got the Dandelion, the Aster.Aries, like still left, the E-Home ready to go. Like this is a schedule that kind of looks pretty good. If you're a OG day one Vici fan, of course, never changing your shirt at all to switch whenever they won and bandwagon it all the way up, you're looking real good. Like, I think this puts them in such a prime position to get to the major. Like, this is probably the best spot we've seen Vici in all year. And that's big, especially when the last majors were at the most points. This could be TI really at the tip of their fingers coming into the end of this.
And Neff, are we going to see an even score on every single team by the end of the season?
Absolutely. Next week,
4-3,
everything's just going
4-3.
1-1. I know exactly how I'm going to be predicting the matches coming up in this next week here. It's all part of the script, Lizard. We're keeping things exciting for the people.
Do you mind sending me a copy?
No. I was told to keep that to myself.
But that's the thing, right? Like, it's what Bikop is saying. He's predicting Vici Gaming to have an easier ride in the next weeks. But then again, when you think about it, like, which one of these teams is really that
easy?
easier? Yeah, because all of them are like very neck and neck. Like, they're very close when it comes to the way they play at the moment.
Everything's very neck and neck, but if you want to ask how they feel, we've got an interview coming up right now with XM, mid laner who showed off in this series. And XM, I got to ask you the typical first question. How are you feeling after this big victory over LGD?
小王想先问你一下，今天战胜老干爹之后，现在心情如何？
战胜老干爹肯定是开心的呀，因为他们实力很强，能从他们身上拿1分就很开心。
I'm really happy we can beat LGD. They are a strong opponent. It feels really nice to get 1 point from them.
It's definitely a big victory to get. XM, you had that big opportunity at Dream League when you stood in for LGD. Since that point, you've looked really strong. You've been growing as a player exponentially. What from your game do you think has changed from then to now?
就是之前其实在那个大家认识你的时候是 Dream League 的时候，你给老干爹打了替补嘛，然后从那以后的话，就是变成了中路一个比较强势的选手。然后你觉得这些年来你的成长是就是成长的作为一个选手来说的话，是在哪些方面呢？
就各方面更稳定了些吧，交流更好了一点。就中路从对线到后期、中期这种打团更稳定了些，然后交流更清晰了点。
I think overall, my performance is more stable. For this years and from laning stage to the middle and to the late game team fights, and my communication with my teammates has been improved a lot.
It's definitely looked really good. Speaking of communication, who's right now for the team making all the shot calls when you're going into these fights, especially all the hectic ones that happened in this series against LGD?
那现在其实队里的话是谁在做一些指挥这方面的，或者说决策这方面的这个队内的沟通呢？尤其是像跟老干爹打的这几场比赛，可能打的局势都会比较这个焦灼。
指挥的话，就大家都有吧，就大家都会说一点，但3号位就开局会说一些就是一些细节方面的东西吧。
We all took our role in communication, information exchange, but our position 3, Yang, he will have a little summary before the game start and let us know the details for this game.
Nice. Is Yang still going with the dead Yang strat while doing this?
就是杨在这些指挥的时候，能保证自己不是经常不会死吗？
那他的怎么说呢？就该死就死了呀。
If you get killed, you get killed. That's it.
Very true. Guys, do you have any questions you want to ask XM?
You can start if you have one, Lizard.
Sure. I'll go with the fluff one. First, congrats on winning. XM, you're a famous player in the East, in the West, a superstar, you could call yourself. Like, what's the weirdest PG-13 interaction you had with the fan?
就是其实现在小毛的话也是一个比较有名的中单选手了嘛。那你跟粉丝就是做过的最奇怪的一些可能线下的互动，你有印象吗？或者线上或者线下？
没有吧，都挺正常的。
I don't have any weird experience. It's all kind of normal.
Okay, that's nice.
I've got one. Okay, I have a drafting question. I felt like a big solution to the Nature's Prophet from LGD Game 1 was the Train Protector. What was the reason you chose not to ban it while picking Nature's Prophet yourself in game number 2?
就是当时觉得第一场比赛的话，面对老干爹就是的先知，感觉大树这个点处理的非常好。然后第二场比赛你们继续是选择一开始就没有管先知这个点的原因是什么？
第二局因为想好我们想选先知了呀。
就是，然后你觉得先知这个英雄现在？
就先知这英雄现在强度很高，就刷得快，然后位置1、2、3都能打，节奏起得快，打起来厉害。
大树是一开始就想好了。
对，大树是一开始想好的，就大树小强选一个，后面觉得大树更好一点。
So for the first game, we were picking from Nick's assassin or Trent to counter their prophet, and later on in the draft we feel like Trinent is better. So we pick Trinent. Second game we have the pre-plan to draft prophet ourselves. That's why we trying to get him, and we feel like prophet is a strong hero. No matter which position you put him into, he can play position 1, 2, 3. It's all very strong.
Nice. And my second question to follow up that one would be, was the original plan for you to be playing Viper, or did you change to play Batrider counter the Nature's Prophet?
然后就是开始是准备好给你去打毒龙了吗？还是说蝙蝠这个点可能一开始有想过给你去考那个摇摆一下？
就当时一般，因为我毒龙玩的好，所以大部分都丢给我玩。然后蝙蝠的话，就是当时聊了下哪个线上好打一点，因为这把蝙蝠肥了厉害，然后就决定让他玩了。
So usually in our team, I'm the one playing a Viper, because I feel like my Viper is really strong. And for the Bad Rider, we have a discussion on whichever lane we're gonna get most for the Bat, because we feel like if Bat get farmed that game, he will have a really good time. That's why we put him into the offlane.
Okay, thank you.
You guys have any more questions, Wizard Nev?
No, we're good.
I got one more for you, XM. If you had to rank yourself within all the mids in the Division 1, where would you put yourself at this exact moment after this victory?
这场比赛获胜了之后，如果按中单的排名给自己在那个 S 级联赛里排一下的话，你觉得你自己在什么位置大概？
这个差不多吧，都大家前6吧。
I think we are really close. I will rank myself top 6.
Definitely a good spot to be in, and I think that's all of our questions here. XM, it's been quite an honor to see you grow as a player and see you rise up in the last few years, especially since that Dream League episode with LGD. Thanks for answering all our questions, and I hope you have a good one after this victory.
感谢你接受我们的采访，很高兴看到你这些年的成长，希望你以后好运。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
XM, it really has been growth. I love seeing it. Every interview, it feels the same. It's that overwhelming. Just like you've been watching these guys for so long, especially someone who, like XM, who had that opportunity to shine and didn't let it go by. Everybody was talking about him when he came out of that Dream League with LGD, even though they took 5th, 6th at that event. Like, that was the event that put him on the map. I think a lot of people gained respect for him, and he is really one of the top mids in this region. Top 6. He said it himself. You know, he's staying humble, saying top 6. He's not going the emo route and saying he's an absolute god while in Division 2. I mean, this is exactly what I want to hear from XM. I really like it. You know, he played on CDC with Victoria, so like they have a little bit of chemistry, and you can see it in these games. Like, these guys some of these guys have played together before in the past, and it's really nice to see the growth in these teams, and then to have them speak about it. Like these interviews just feel really great, and I don't know, I really love it. But
The
guys,
humbleness
I
as
mean,
well,
what are your
right? Top
thoughts? Yeah,
six.
I was going
Top
to say the
six.
humbleness,
Of course.
not what I'm used to from North America. Absolutely no humbleness over there.
No mic drop, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's like because it's also realistic, right? Top six, all of them are kind of even on the
Real
points,
close.
on the wins and losses. Yeah, well, obviously now they're a bit further ahead as they did win a series. He could have called himself top one, as he is in the top one team, right?
He's doing certainly really well. I mean, that was honestly, from what they've shown, it was a really impressive performance, and I think that they've just overall, Vici, they're a growing team. I think this change to Yang, and you can see, especially in the interview, the respect for Yang as a decision maker pregame and everything like that, and it's a cohesive unit. It wasn't what he was saying was it's not one guy making all the calls. It's a cohesive unit making it in their proper moments. And Lizard, you have experience with that pro team aspect of it. Is it like, have you ever really heard of that? Is that really like a 5-shot calling kind of thing? Like, have you heard that before?
No, it completely depends on the team, right? I've heard of it. It just depends on what team operates in what way. Like when it comes to the Vici gaming, you can see a huge difference, right? Like with Yang, without Yang, it's not about it's not only about the play style per se. When it comes to the skill level of two different offlaners, it's about which one of those can be more vocal. It can be seen in so many teams, really, and it comes down to the right synergy and finding what works for you as a team. Sometimes it's one player just whipping you all into shape and order. Sometimes it's a little bit of a delegation of necessary things that have to be done.
Ooh, taking a look at these standings as the day ends, you've got RNG, and that should say Vici at the top, not in sixth, but 2-1 for them, 2-1 for RNG, and the rest are at 1-1, except for, of course, LGD now at 1-2, and RNG beat Aster.Aries, who are also at 1-2. You take a look at Division 2 as well. Fusion and IG still leading the pack. They have Magma right behind them. Magma looking to do what they do best, come right back to Division 1 after getting dropped to Division 2.
That's like
Certainly,
that image where he's throwing Barney out of the bar, and then he's back in there again afterwards.
Yeah, coming right back into Division 1. And Fusion and IG are trying to stand in their way for sure. I mean, those are some close standings, and we're not really going to see, I would honestly say, we're not going to see a major picture for at least Division 1 until the end of week 3 if things don't end up being 2-2, 3-3 or something like that. Like, we've had tiebreakers in the past with China. I have a feeling the last week of this region is not only going to be barn burners in terms of positioning, but potentially 4 or 5 team tiebreakers coming in for multiple positions on the major. Like, that wouldn't surprise me, because realistically, LGD and Aster.Aries, they're not out of the hunt. They're 1-2. They're 1 win behind all these teams. Like, it's certainly possible. Like Neff said, like the script says, 2-2 for everybody, right?
Neff has the script. What does the script say? Is it 2-2 for
Read
everyone?
it to us. Show it to us on screen with a newspaper in front of it.
Not allowed to leak that one, unfortunately. I was told not to share with B-Cop specifically, otherwise he'd always know what jersey to wear.
I mean, that's what
you can message me later on at least,
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, the people would know if you always had the correct jersey, B-Cop. I'm sorry.
I mean, I did today. I feel like I was always on point. It was very easy to swap back and forth. Of course, I knew what to give you guys. But at the end of it all, you know, it was a good day of Division 1 and 2 Dota here in China. And I think for us, that is all they've written for us in the script today. And it is time to take our break for the entirety of the day and come back another day with some Chinese Dota. So that is it for us. For me, Neff, and Lizard, we say goodbye on this one and cap it off. I hope you guys all have a great day of watching some more Dota. a good weekend in front of you, and see you guys another time. Later.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。